Good morning, everyone. I welcome members of the public. We welcome you to our regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, March 4th, 2025. We take note that a quorum of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Counsel, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We will begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. The invocation today will be led by Reverend Cassie McCarty, Dignity Health Glendale Memorial Hospital and Health Center from the 5th District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Rocio Palomero, former Navy veteran and Veterans Commissioner from the 1st District. If you are able, please stand. Thank you, Casey.
Good morning. We gather here today with open hearts and minds, united in our shared purpose and commitment for the common good of those whom we serve. We pause to reflect on this responsibility entrusted to us as leaders in our community. May we listen carefully to the voices of those we serve. May we approach our work with integrity, humility, and steadfastness. Let us be guided by wisdom in our decisions, by compassion in our actions, and by a spirit of cooperation as we work together to address the needs in our county. May our hearts be open, our minds clear, and our spirits lifted as we continue to embark on this journey of service to our communities, striving always to strengthen the bonds that unite us. May we continue to support one another, knowing that we are always better together. We thank our first responders always. We thank our many community organizations for their tireless efforts, volunteers in our community. And finally, we thank our Board of Supervisors for their acts of service and their many sacrifices as they fulfill their duties of public service. May their resolve be strengthened, their hearts filled with compassion, and their minds sharpened for the complex work ahead. Amen.
Good morning. Please face the flag, put your right hand over your heart. If you are a veteran, please feel free to render a salute and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
please join me in thanking Reverend Cassie McCarty for leading us in today's morning invocation. Reverend McCarty was born in Altadena and lives in Altadena to this day, and received her Master's of Divinity from Fuller Theological Seminary. She is a board certified by the Association of Professional Chaplains and has been commissioned for ministry by the Federation of Christian Ministries. A recognized leader in the field, Reverend McCarty has spoken at national conferences on improving the quality of spiritual care in healthcare, something that is near and dear to my heart. Her expertise has been sought as a consultant on healthcare quality of life research projects. Currently, she serves as the Director of Mission Integration at Dignity Health, Glendale Memorial Hospital and Health Center. In this role, she oversees many critical areas, including spiritual care services, bioethics, healthcare advocacy and diversity, equity, and inclusion. She also leads efforts on the hospital's Human Trafficking Response Task Force and community health initiatives. In addition to her professional achievements, Reverend McCarty is a trained spiritual director completing her training at the Spiritual Growth Center of Los Angeles Roman Catholic Archdiocese. Through her leadership, compassion, and dedication, she continues to make a meaningful impact in our community. And I know we just talked before you came up here. Thank you for the strength that you give me to fight for the residents of Altadena as we move toward recovery and rebuild. Reverend McCarty, thank you for leading us in the invocation and for your tireless service to those in need. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank Rocio Palmero for leading us today in the Pledge of Allegiance. I had the honor to have Rocio lead the pledge a few years back, and I'm thrilled that she is joining us again here today, especially as we celebrate the start of Women's History Month. Rocio is a native Angelino. She joined the U.S. Navy when she was 17 years old and served from 1992 to 2006. Her highest rank was Petty Officer Second Class. Rocio received her Associate of Arts degree in Social Studies from Glendale Community College, Bachelor of Arts degree in American Studies with a double minor in Political Science and Spanish from Mount St. Mary's University, and a master's degree in Public Administration from Cal State University, Northridge. Rocio has a diverse work history with concentrations in education and social work. In 2013, Rocio was a Career Development Program Specialist for our Los Angeles County Office of Education. And currently, she is the Program Coordinator for the U.S. Vets Women Vets on Point program at the Patriotic Hall in downtown Los Angeles. Rocio also serves as a member of the American Legion, where she is currently the Assistant Chaplain for the American Legion Post 43. In addition, Rocio is co-chair of the Los Angeles Veterans Collaborative Women Veterans Working Group. She even has her own podcast, The 355 Women Veterans. Given Rocio's experience working with women, communities, and veterans, I was proud to appoint her as the first District Veterans Commissioner for the Los Angeles County Department of Military and Veterans Affairs and Veterans Advisory Commission. Rocio brings, as you can tell, a passion, focus, and personal perspective that helps her connect with all veterans, but especially with those women veterans. She has led many programs and initiatives to provide resources and services to veterans and their families. She has also led the pledge for several events in our first district, including my annual Veterans Day ceremony and resource fair in East Los Angeles. I want to thank Rocio for her dedication, her service, and especially for standing up for our women's veterans, as well as during this month of Women's History Month. Thank you so much, Rocio.
So I know that Philadelphia is a city of brotherly love, but I have just as much brotherly love here with us today. Meet Ross and Max from the Agora Care Center. These two Yorkie mixed brothers are just 4 months old. They were surrendered to our care center because the owner had too many dogs. Both are sweet, shy, and snuggly, and they are definitely very, very attached at the hip. If possible, they'd love to be adopted together, though they don't have to be. If you'd like to give these brothers the love that they deserve, call the Agora Care Center at 818-991-0071. Again, 818-991-0071. And they truly are the sweetest, sweetest, sweetest dogs. And I'd also ask that you look up above me to the screen for our pet from Palmdale. If you're a Star Wars fan, this is the perfect dog for you. Meet Obi-Wan Kenobi. Okay, I was not a Star Wars, I know. Here are a 2-year-old pit bull who came to the Palmdale Center as a stray. May the force be with you to make him part of your forever home. If you'd like to adopt Obi, call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888. Again, 661-575-2888 if you want to adopt Obi. Oh, how cute. All right. And no, they came up to the office and they truly were like on top of each other. They wouldn't let go of each other. So they're very sweet dogs. And Janice's chief of staff is going to take both of them, which I think is very nice of Mark. All right. We will now move on to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Set Matter. On Set Matter 1, at the board meeting of February 18, 2025, this item was continued to March 25, 2025, as indicated on the posted agenda. On page 3, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 2 through 13. On item 2, this includes an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 11, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 12, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On item 13, this is a recommendation to adopt a resolution approving the reissuance of multifamily housing mortgage revenue notes in an aggregate amount not to exceed $36,300,000 to refinance a portion of the cost of the acquisition, construction, and development of Corazon del Valle 2, a 90-unit project located in the city of Los Angeles. On page 9, Administrative Matters, items 14 through 31. On item 14, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On page 20, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 29A, Supervisor Barger would like to revise her motion to add Supervisor Horvath as a co-author. On item 29C, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On page 21, Separate Matter. On item 32, the Director of Public Works requests that this item be referred back to his department. On page 23, Special District Agenda, this is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority, item 1D. On page 24, Budget Matter, item 33. On item 33, this item will be held for report. The request to refer back through 33 is before you. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve these items. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the Code of Conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today, we will begin with public comment on items that have not been held by this board for discussion, then items 33, 11, and 14, followed by items 12 and 29C, and finishing with general public comment. Before we begin, Executive Officer, would you please read in the call information that's provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules?
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 1336503. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items not held by the board. You will receive 1 minute to address the board on items held by supervisors, and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment, for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please state your name and clearly indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and the items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item you would like to speak on. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so.
We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all items not held for discussion by the supervisors. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address in order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time. Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who have signed up to speak on these items.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers. This will be public comment on the following items not held by the board for discussion. Items 2 through 10, 13, 15 through 29B, and 31. Will Karen Orozco, Sylvia Rosales, Crystal Fisher, and DR Chavez please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please? Moderator, can we have the first
participant? Our first participant is Eric Previn. Your line is open. If you are muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Thank you. I just want to emphasize that item 33, is that being held? Because that has like 3 separate items in it. It's not just one item. It's, you know, it's actually got more. It's got 7, I think. It's got the CEO, Children and Family Services, Public School Services, Mental Health. These are huge. Treasurer and Tax Collector, doing a great job. Auditor-Controller, and then there's a little button at the very bottom for public comment. But this is 1 minute for all of those items, and I'm pretty sure you won't let me speak on it because you called it special. So this is just a travesty of a mockery of two shams. We have to do a better job. This is a very packed, even though it's not 100 items like in the Horvath
Mr. Previn,
era,
are you holding
it's
any of,
30-something
do you
items,
want to discuss any of the
7.
items that are not held? 33 is going to be discussed. So what items would you like to speak on?
I want to talk about price gouging. I think price gouging is super important. And, I don't know exactly how Mr. Hockman and others, Horvath, are going to link arms, united, even though he's the guy who
Thank
wants
you.
to
Next
put
speaker,
everybody in
please.
jail. I don't.
Sheriff Peters, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, everyone. I was actually calling to talk about item number 12. I think that's going to be discussed later. Is that correct?
Yes, item 12 is held.
Okay, thank you.
Can we take the next speaker, please?
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good morning. My name is Karen Orozco. I'm a 27-year-old resident from Pico Rivera. On November 14, 2021, my brother Juan Antonio Orozco, who was 22, was fatally shot along with 19-year-old Javier Menchaca while they were seated in their vehicle attending a street takeover event at the intersection of Pine and Bullis Road in the city of Compton, California. I come here to ask for the city's help to increase the reward to help find any information leading to the person or persons responsible for the murder of my brother Juan and Javier, and to bring awareness for these takeover events that are dangerous and could end up with negative consequences. It has been 3 years since they are no longer with us, and our family just wants justice and a peace of mind. Unfortunately, these cases happen often, but in our family's case, it was very sudden and devastating losing him at such a young age with the future ahead of himself. He had no background affiliated with any gangs or had any issues with anyone, which is why his death was very shocking to us in our community. He was always the first person.
Thank you. Next speaker. Please begin.
She's signing. No.
Madam Chair, we'll have someone come over there and sister. Should we maybe move on?
Can you hold off? We'll get an interpreter to. All right.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mi nombre es Silvia Rosales y vengo a ver si me pueden ayudar para que suban la recompensa para hallar el culpable que le hizo eso a mi hijo, Juan Orozco.
My name is Silvia Rosales, and I am here to ask to see if you can provide a reward so we can find that person that did that to my son, Juan Orozco.
Lo que le pasó a él en Campton, me gustaría que me apoyen para que salga el responsable, para que se haga justicia por mi hijo, porque mi hijo era un joven trabajador y no merecía que le hayan hecho eso, le arrebataron la vida muy joven.
What happened to him in Compton was injustice, and I would like justice for my son. He was a working young man, and he did not deserve that. They just took his life away from him.
Ninguna madre creo que merece pasar por este dolor porque no sé cómo explicarles en dónde me duele todos los días.
No mother deserves to go through this pain. I can't even explain to you where it hurts every single day.
Pero estoy aquí enfrente de ustedes para que por favor me ayuden a dar la recompensa para que salga el culpable y la gente hable y coopere para hacer justicia para mi hijo.
But I am here in front of you to ask that you please grant that reward so that we can find that person, that individual at fault, so others can speak and we can find the person that did this to my son.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other in-person speakers to address the board.
I think we have.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's one
Did
more.
you sign up to speak?
I'm ready. Good
Can
morning,
you
members.
can you give your name? Is it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Crystal Fisher.
Okay.
Good morning, members of the board. Imagine working for an entity that employs over 100,000 people, but they fail to protect people that look like me. My name is Crystal Fisher. I've been a county employee for over 8 years, and I'm here to talk today to address the systematic issues within our county policies, particularly around EDIA. Despite the policies being put in place, I've experienced discrimination, bullying, and retaliation. I filed a CPOE complaint, but instead of receiving the support, my situation worsened. This highlights a need for a system that works, one that doesn't take too long to address complaints and is effective in resolving issues of discrimination and retaliation. I am speaking today not just for myself, but for people who are hesitant to come forward. I ask the board that they ensure that the system designed to protect employees are accountable, that the complaints are handled in a timely manner, and that all employees are treated with fairness and dignity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Seeing
There are
that-
no more speakers.
I think that's it.
We'll have someone reach out to her. I think
Yeah.
she's sitting over there.
So that concludes our time for public comment on these items. Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda item numbers of which we will be voting.
The following items are before you: 2 through 10, 13, 15 through 28, 29A as revised, 29B, 1D. These items are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell? Oh. I'll come back to that. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
All right, we will begin with item 33, fiscal year 2025-26, departmental budget presentations for members of the public. On the telephone, please press 1, then 0 to comment on this item. We will now hear from our Chief Executive Officer, Felicia Davenport.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, Supervisors. This is the last time you will hear me say this during these budget presentations. The departmental budget presentations that you'll hear today were prepared and often submitted before the fires. And so to the extent that these departments have service delivery areas that were impacted by the fires, they may not have requests that are specific to the fires, but they will share any unmet needs that they have in terms of trying to respond to the fire and maintain operations. Thank you.
We will begin our first presentation with the Director of Children and Family Services, Brandon Nichols, Director of the Department of Children and Family Services. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board.
Good morning.
Brandon Nichols, your Director of the Department of Children and Family Services.
Hold the mic toward you a little more. There you go.
How about now?
Yep.
Better? All right, let me lean in. I've been your director for 2 years, 9 months now. It's been a privilege. I will say this is one of the hardest jobs I've had in the county. I'm certainly the hardest job I've had in the county, and I've held several different positions. I've been in 4 or 5 different departments. I want to talk a little bit about the mission of the department. It's on the slide, and I'm going to summarize it for you quickly. Our mission is to keep kids safely with their families, or to get kids back home to their families as safely as possible. And if for some reason the family can't keep a kid safe, we build new families for those kids. I am very proud of the progress we are making keeping kids safely with their families, and I want you all to be proud of that too. You should be proud of the work of your department. It's not me, it's the folks in the department. But since I've been there, the number of kids in the system, the number of kids not living with their families is down 32%. 32% more children are living today safely with their families. That is thousands of children. There are 6,152 children specifically that are living safely at home with their families today than when I started. That is great work, and it's all because of the prevention work that the county is doing and our focus on racial disproportionality. But you should take a moment and I think be proud of the good work the county is doing, the good work that the department is doing before I go into the budget. And the budget reflects those priorities. I'm going to run through our asks here, or our changes here just real quickly. Firstly, we have changes in our placement payments. This is largely COLAs. So we're increasing the payments that we pay to people. That goes up about 6.5% this year. And that's what you're seeing is the big change here. We are largely a revenue-driven department. So you're looking at a total of a $50 million change, but of that, only $21 million is net county cost. $28 million is offset by outside revenue. Next item is Antelope Valley bonuses. So we had a hard time recruiting and retaining staff up in the Antelope Valley. And we had some very high caseloads, and we had some poor outcomes in the Antelope Valley. Chair Barger and your board rallied together, locked arms with our department to try to make improvements in the staffing up there. One of them was the Antelope Valley bonus, and we have seen great results and improvements as a result of that bonus, and we want to continue it. Just so you know, right now Lancaster has this, they're at the 6th highest attrition in our department out of 18. So they've come down to they're like the bottom 6 out of 18 offices. Palmdale's the bottom 3, 3rd highest office in terms of tradition out of 18. It's an incredible change. People are going up there and they're staying there. And I have to attribute some of that to the bonus that we pay, and we want to continue that. Notably though, our 2 highest offices right now are in SPA 6. Water Ridge is the 23rd highest attrition. That's the top of our pyramid. We have a hard time keeping staff in Water Ridge, and Vermont Corridor is near the top. Vermont Corridor is 19th highest. And I want to repeat some of what we've learned in the Antelope Valley, and I'm not talking specifically bonuses, but intentional focus and leadership in SPA 6, because we're seeing many of the same challenges in SPA 6 that we saw in SPA 1. Next slide. Services, so, no, oh, I'm sorry. I said next slide, I meant next page. Go back to the previous slide. It's my own page. Next on the line is program services. This is really us accepting funding from outside sources to implement programs. The first one is a college persistence program that JCOD is funding. I have to thank Songhai and the work that JCOD's doing to help keep our kids in college and in housing while they're in college. And secondly is a crisis continuum pilot. It's $10 million from the state of California to us and the Department of Mental Health to better serve kids with high levels of behavioral health need. So this is revenue coming into the department from other sources. There's no county cost. IT support, we're buying a bunch of computers. We are a little behind the times in terms of our technology. We need to refresh and update. And we're also adding 4 IT items to help us be more modern in terms of our technological savvy. Again, no net county cost there. Youth transportation, we have an obligation to keep kids in the school where we find them, even if we have to place them somewhere else. If a kid is detained in Torrance, but now lives in Hawthorne, they may want to continue to go to school in Torrance. It's where their friends are, it's their community. We want to keep them connected to their community. We pay an agency, it's like Uber, but it's specifically for kids to drive them around. This is funded in part by the school districts. It's a shared obligation, so this is revenue that they give us, and then we use state tax dollars for the remainder. Next thing is prevention services. This is, I mean, after safety, my number 2 priority, right? Keeping kids safe, but keeping them home with their families. This is about keeping them home with their families. We have grown our prevention work. Like I said, we've seen the fruits of those investments, but I need 2 people to keep doing it. It's getting bigger and bigger. We have anticipated revenue coming from the federal government in the next 2 years, and I need someone to help manage and focus that money in an impactful way. So that is this line item. Next is program and admin staff. A lot of this is kind of unavoidable costs, things like tenant improvements, cost of living adjustments. I'm combining these 2 items, program and admin support services. It's just the cost of doing business. It is more expensive to do business, and these line items reflect it. But there's one thing I want to pull out, and that is a request for staffing for our Human Resources Division. I'm asking for 79 positions for Human Resources, and I want to explain that a little bit. We have grown the social work side of our house, sort of the tip of the spear, enormously with the board's support over the last 10 years or so. In fact, the effort was started by a younger Phesia A. Davenport, and I have to publicly thank her for bringing on hundreds and hundreds of social workers. And like I said, we've seen the results that lowered caseloads have gotten us. The families are more intact and children are safer, but we didn't grow the administrative side of our house to support that larger workforce. So we have folks waiting for ergonomic equipment. I have trouble bringing people on through the front door. We have a large vacancy rate. Timekeeping can be confusing because the structure necessary to support that larger workforce was never put in place. We estimate that it'll be about 79 items, but I have asked the Department of Human Resources to send in a strike team and do an evaluation of our current structure to give me an idea of what it looks like in other county departments. How many folks does DPSS have in their HR for their workforce? How many folks does ISD have in their HR section for their workforce, so that I can norm myself to the larger county family? But I strongly believe that we are under-resourced in terms of our HR, and it's causing litigation, and it's hampering my ability to hire staff for the vacant items that I have. Next slide. This is our unmet needs. It's hard to identify in a slide all the unmet needs of the department, but these are two things that I wanted to highlight and talk to you about. First line item, and we're calling this a category 1 or a critical unmet need, and that is services for LGBTQ families and kids. We're asking for $1.6 million. What this will mostly be is implementing gender-affirming closets. There was a board motion, and we had philanthropic support to establish those closets. That philanthropic support will run out, and we want to continue them. The department wants to continue to pay to have those resources in the community where kids can go and get clothes that reflect their true selves, that fit them properly, and where there's supportive materials easily accessible to them in a affirming and supportive way, and they don't have to just go around asking quietly in a dark corner. It is $170,000 to redo a scan study. About 10 years ago, we hired an outside university to come in and look at the experience of LGBTQ youth in our system. They made some recommendations, and we've now got 10 years of experience, and we know a lot more about what's going on. We think it's time to revisit that study. It is going to be a joint endeavor, but we intend to put up $170,000 for that. Right now, we haven't identified that funding source, and that's why it's up here in our unmet needs. And last thing is, we want to bring in some additional outside consultants and expertise to help us better understand the experience of our LGBTQ youth and families. It's a road that we have started down, but there's a lot of road ahead of us, and we need folks to help guide us in those conversations and develop our plans. So consultants and programming are the remainder of the ask there. The next section is admin support staff. Like I said, we grew the tip of the spear, and we didn't necessarily focus on the folks behind the tip. And so we've identified a number of other administrative sort of back office needs that we think are needed. These are things like contracting people, additional staff for our Office of Equity, resource family assessment folks. These are the people that go out and work to approve foster parents. We need more of those worker bees behind the social workers. Right now, I mean, in the current climate, and I don't want to bring up a sad occurrence for all of us, and I think you're all kind of struggling with it a little bit. We probably need 45 more people, and I don't know where we're going to pay for them. So I'm putting them up here as an unmet need, just to at least bookmark it, but also to offer you all a look into what, a conversation that I think I'd like to have over the next year is how do we figure out how to get some people in the back office to better support my social workers so that they can do the great social work that they do. Next slide is the pressures, and I've kind of highlighted some of this already. Immigration is something that causes me to worry, honestly, quite a bit right now. We have kids who themselves have uncertain immigration status and whose families have uncertain immigration status. We fund outside lawyers to assist people connected to our system that have questions. We have a special unit within the department to help prepare paperwork for youth to get documentation so that they don't have to worry about leaving the country unwillingly. But I worry that that business is going to get more and more, and it's going to overwhelm the resources we have dedicated today. I can't tell you exactly what the need is there yet, because it's an unsettled message that we're getting, but I can tell you I think more is coming, and we're probably going to need to make more investments in helping our families. So I put that up there as a pressure I feel and a pressure I think that's going to hit our budget in this next year. Transition age youth, this board has been very aware of the plight of our transition age youth. We've made progress, and I'll be happy to talk about some of that progress. But again, the fight is not over. And I think with things like the wildfires, the ability to house our youth and stabilize our youth is going to only be more challenging this next year. It's going to cost some money. I'm committed to figuring it out. And that's why it's not in an unmet need. But that pressure is going to drive priorities in other places, probably to have to sacrifice to support the experience that I want to provide our transition age youth. 0 to 5 children, this is the most vulnerable population in the county. They're at home, they're not seen by teachers and doctors as much. They are super vulnerable because they're small. Like a little child their physical health condition can collapse much quicker than a robust 15-year-old. We need to focus more in DCFS and across the county on the experience of our 0 to 5, our little kids. I'm working with First 5 LA. I'm trying to stand up a 0 to 5 unit within our department. We've established a 0 to 5 court in Compton. It's the first that I'm aware of in the state. There was similar court in another state, and that's kind of what we're modeling it on. But I think we need some tailored services. I think I need to dedicate staff time, and there is money that is going to be attached to that. I am hopeful I can figure it out. Some of it will be reconfiguring existing staff, existing funding, existing programming, but there is a pressure there that I'm going to be struggling with, that I'm going to be working with the CEO with. I'll probably be coming to your board at times with over the next year. Community cultural brokers. This is just one of the efforts that we have in place to address disproportionality, and I will say I think our targeted intentionality and focus on the experience of Black families and Black kids is making a better system for everyone. Focusing on the least of these is resulting in better social work practice, better engagement, more humility by the department across the board. So everybody benefits, but I want to maintain the focus on our Black children and Black families, and Cultural Brokers is just one of those programs. We've made an intentional commitment to invest in cultural brokers. We're paying them to do a job, and they're going to be regularly available across all of our offices system-wide. That is an increase. And I need someone to help manage that. I need staff to, as we create a new program, as we start to pay money, as we train people and need to assess quality, that takes someone in the back office to keep their eye on it. It's new, and I don't have someone today full-time that is managing our cultural broker program. Next thing, financial pressures in foster care. This and the next one are kind of big and complicated, but these are fundamental issues in our budget, which I at least wanted to spend a minute talking to you about. Firstly, we have increased litigation across the state, probably across the country, although I haven't paid too close attention to the litigation in other states, but certainly across our state. The cost of doing business, the cost of caring for a child in your facility, or approving families to watch children when the lights go off or when they get home from school, is making it difficult for our agencies to continue to do the work we need them to do. There is an increased cost there. Your board has recognized that through motions. We are talking to the state about increased funding. we're navigating those waters. Even the county is feeling those pressures directly, but it is not going away, and it's only going to increase. And I have to tell you, I don't have a final answer for that question. I don't know where it's going to land. I don't know exactly where all the money's going to come from. I'm working literally every week to try to figure it out, but it is an increasing pressure on the child welfare system that, as of today, does not have a clear answer. And then the next one, it's a similar situation. Years ago, the federal government, who provides most of the funding for our operations, federal government set a poverty standard for eligibility for child welfare services. It's called the, well, we call it the look back. It's a 1996 AFDC rule. Each year, the federal government has never adjusted that amount. So in 1996, they said, if you're below this dollar amount, you're impoverished and ineligible. They've never changed it. And our families, and with inflation, less and more of them are above that very small amount that the federal government has established, which means less and less families are eligible for federal funding. Our county and tax revenue that the state has provided to us has picked up that difference, and it grows larger every year. So the federal government used to fund about 50% of child welfare. Now they fund about 25% of child welfare, and every year it gets worse and worse and worse. It is a major structural issue. The Congress is aware of it, but I think the cost of fixing it has been so overwhelming they have not taken action to fix it. Alternatively, though, there is some good news. They provided us with a future funding source, FFPSA, for prevention services. The California state is not in the FFPSA program yet, but in 2 years we should be. And that movement into FFPSA will provide us revenue, I think, that offsets this deficit. But for 2 years, we are floating an ever decreasing population of federal ineligibility. It's going to be okay. I don't want anybody to freak out. It's super technical, but there's a lot of money here, and it's a big strain on our system, and it's a strain on our local resources. And frankly, it's a strain on our ability to be flexible and creative. We have to pay for bread and butter kinds of things instead of the like the enhancements that I think we'd all like to pay for. That leads us into structural deficit. The department, when I came in, was in a structural deficit. We're still technically in a structural deficit. We do have cost savings from prior years that we use to fill that hole. And I think we will be able to limp along filling that hole without requiring anything extraordinary from your board until we get to that FFPSA thing I was talking about in a couple years. I think we're going to be okay, but want you to know that right now we have to rely on savings each year to make our payments the next year. And then lastly, the wildfires. We did make cash investments, and we worked with philanthropy to provide support for families impacted by the wildfires. We still have 70 children displaced, 40 of which have lost their homes that they came from. We're working to take care of them. I want to assure you of that, but it's hard for me to know how that will play out for our system over the next year. There's going to be some money required. So we put it here as a pressure. We'll figure it out. But I wanted you to know there's money that we can't calculate now that we're going to need to keep taking care of families over the next year as a result of the wildfires. So with that, I think I'm at the end of my slides. I really do appreciate the time.
Thank you, Brandon. I'm gonna start off by asking on the FFPSA, where does Title 4E play
Yeah, so
into
Title 4E is the diminishing amount of money I was talking about. The eligibility of families for Title 4E goes down every year, a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, and we're down 50%. FFPSA does not have that, that poverty requirement. So once we get there, we should have access to funding at a restored 50% level for the FFPSA covered programs.
And that's state. We've got a
well, the state has to sign into the federal program. Yeah.
And is that that's different than Title 4E, I understand, but where are we on the Title 4E?
Well, we continue to draw down Title 4E, but less and less is available to us every year. The waiver, so we're out of the waiver. And so now we just, for every foster care payment we make, a portion of that payment comes from Title 4E.
And then I know Supervisor Horvath and I authored a motion regarding the insurance issue.
Yeah.
Where are we on that? Because, you know, you talk about the cost of liability, but FFAs are closing as a result of inability to get insurance.
Yeah, we've lost, you know, it's a moving target, and I get updates periodically. We've lost, I think, between 4 and 7 FFA agencies over the course of this year. The year will be up in July. Most of the actual families were able to move to other agencies. So we haven't lost capacity in terms of beds, but those agencies have gone out of business, and or at least gone out of the FFA business. And much of that was because of the cost of insurance. Other agencies are getting insurance, but they're coming in upwards of 2 or 3 times the original cost. They don't know exactly how they're going to pay for it.
Do foster families outside the FFAs, do they have to carry insurance as well, or is it part of their homeowners?
No, the FFAs insure the foster family.
If I don't join an FFA and I am a licensed foster parent, do I have to carry insurance aside from my homeowners?
So just homeowners insurance. The FFA will cover you for your fostering experience.
I'm not an FFA.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, well, so if you're not with an FFA, you're with the county.
Right.
And the county covers the liability that happens in a county certified home.
Okay, and then on the youth transportation, 6 million, and you said it's shared obligation.
Yeah.
What percentage of the 6 million is school district?
Right, it's half and half.
Half and half.
Yeah.
So total of 12. Is that the Hop Skip Drive?
Hop Skip Drive. Yeah, they're the agency.
And is LA? Because I heard there was a little problem with LA Unified. Is that all resolved?
We have, I don't want to say problems with LA Unified. We're in ongoing negotiations with LA Unified.
The MOU. When I say problem, they haven't signed an MOU.
Yeah, I don't know if they've signed the MOU or not. The issues I'm talking about relate more to records access and us jointly serving kids.
All right, because that's an important program, especially when it comes to sports and after-school programs.
So we use Hop Skip Drive not only to transport the youth to the school, then from the school or from their home to extracurricular activities, football games, quinceañeras, guitar practice. These kids get around through Hop Skip Drive. It's their legs in our community.
Right, and then on the IT support, how advanced are we on IT that would lessen the need for the administrative staff? I mean, have we capitalized on technology to streamline and actually make it less difficult for social workers who already have a tough time documenting and having to do all this paperwork?
It's a mixed story, Supervisor, and you'll see on the first slide here, and thank you for pulling it back up, it says no strategic plan. That's true, and we can talk about it, but I do have a work plan. And I've shared it with the whole department. One of the elements of my work plan is working more efficiently, and I am taking a look specifically at some of our processes. Are we using paper? Are we using 5 pieces of paper when we could use a computer to try to take that workload off social workers so they can do more social work? We've got some homegrown programs that are helping. We're not there yet. Our department needs to advance internally, and we also use the state system. The state system is very old. And so some of this investment is to do exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, and in closing, I just have to thank you. I know I meet with the social workers up in the Antelope Valley and a more dedicated group of people. I mean, I think what people don't understand is that the cases are so much more complicated, complex, and there is no question in my mind that we have the most dedicated group of social workers in Antelope Valley across the county who are being asked to do more with less, and yet the burden that they carry each and every day on the decisions they make, they weigh heavy on them. And so I just want to publicly thank you and all of the social workers that each and every day go out there to protect our children and make sure that they have what they need to get through what is a difficult time by no choice of their own. They're in our system. So I want to thank you and your staff.
Thank you, Supervisor. I mentioned at the top, I've been in 4 or 5 county departments, 25 plus years as county work. It's the most mission-driven department I've ever worked with, either outside or inside. The folks at DCFS, they care about families all day, every day. It is really a commitment. I'm so proud of them.
Yeah, well, thank you for being a good leader. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you for your candor, your calm, and your can-do attitude. I think the way that you present the challenges that you are facing with clarity, but also with a commitment to doing what we as a county expect it's very heartening, and I appreciate your leadership. And I know, especially with the wildfires that have impacted, our county, my district, and so many people, we just thank you for the ways that you've shown up in a time of crisis. I have 3 questions. First, I'm worried about how that line item reads with regard to LGBTQ youth. It seems very general, identifying them sort of as a separate category that is at risk of funding cuts, given the world that we're in, is very concerning. So can you help me understand what will be provided to our LGBTQ, especially TGI youth, and in this budget, and what are you asking for to further support them?
Sure, and I guess I want to say, I've listed it as a critical unmet need, but that doesn't mean that the fight is over. I'm going to continue all year long to try to find money and ask philanthropy and look on the couch cushions to keep our efforts going forward for LGBTQ youth. So I don't want to give the impression, if you guys say no, that's it, we're going to just turn our back and walk away. Absolutely not. But I did want to raise it as here's an area that needs some support. The kinds of things we're doing, in addition to the gender affirming closets, which I mentioned, we want to develop programs and service providers that that understand the experience that LGBTQ kids have in our system. It is a little different, and it is dynamic. We're talking about children whose sexuality and gender identity changes as they mature. It's different than some of our other issues, and our staff need to know how to have those conversations. When's it appropriate to ask in terms of their maturity? We've had debates over whether it's appropriate to record a person's sexual preference in our system. Are we effectively outing them? Can parents see that? What if a kid doesn't want that recorded or shared in a court report, or let their parents know how they're feeling? And maybe they're, again, as they're developing, they're not totally sure themselves. Those are all delicate, sensitive things that we need outside expertise and people with real lived experience to help guide us in how we address them. That's what this money for is in part. It is to hire folks like the LGBTQ Center. It's to hire folks like Cush Cooper to help us do a scan, and to provide us guidance around sensitive issues that are really important to a kid's well-being.
So if you don't get this funding, all of that won't be provided?
Well, like I said, we're going to check couch cushions. We're going to look for money. I'm going to go to philanthropy. I'm committed to trying to find it, but I don't know how it's going to be paid for if we don't get the funding today. I can't tell you 100% it's going to happen, and I can't tell you where it's going to come from. But I guess I'm not going to give up on the fight.
I hear you, and I'm just trying to get really clear about what will or won't happen, and it sounds like it's all at risk if we don't get this. So when we think about equity in the county, this is something that I think we've centered in our affirming in our work, and so I appreciate you highlighting it. My second question is on transition-aged youth. I know exiting the child welfare system. I know you highlighted this, but given our homelessness crisis, we've been affirmed by the public that they passed Measure A and have given us resources. So their expectation is that we are addressing this need. So how will this budget actively address and provide support for our transition-aged youth? I know we've heard concerns from them in some of the forums that we've created that, support that we identify for them doesn't actually land with them in the way that we expect and intend. So how are we effectively helping them in a better way?
So I don't want to just spin a smokescreen and hide the real problems that there are. I also have to tell you that we're doing some good work and there is some progress. So I'm going to start with the good, but then I don't want to stop there. I need to be honest with you. We do have the first, and I think still the only housing division in child welfare in the state and maybe the country. And they are doing good work to house the kids that we have on open cases. Every single youth, even up to 21, who has an open DCFS case and a social worker assigned to them has a bed available. They may not like it. I mean, they're adults. They may walk out, but they all have a bed while they're in our system. The crisis point really comes as they leave our system. And as they leave our system, I mean, frankly, it is DCFS handing responsibility to some degree over to the larger adult services network. So we need really strong partnerships there. That's where it gets a little grayer and the challenges are a little greater. I'm going to say something Supervisor Mitchell doesn't like, and I respect why she doesn't like it. I hear her say it from time to time. I think it's a great thing. She's right, but I'm going to push back against it because I have a job. I think our kids need to be prioritized in housing systems as they leave. I know that pits one vulnerable population against another, and that's a horrible outcome. You're just setting people who both need our help to fight with each other. And how do you pick one worthy cause over another? But right now, that's what I got. I need to say to those other systems, as my kids come out, please, pay special attention to them, make sure they're stable, give them a little privilege. But I know that means that other folks are getting pushed behind those kids. I am working to try to build more capacity system-wide. We're working with, I think, Sri Todorov was here earlier. I don't know if she's still here. Working with the Homeless Initiative to try to do things like master leasing. We did identify 2 buildings, and I know Supervisor Barger's been pushing me to do that. Before we could get units dedicated to kids, those buildings were filled up. Just didn't happen, but it was a good lesson for us to learn how that system's working, and we're going to take another run at it. I'm also working with agencies that have some unused space to try to dedicate that space to housing our kids. But, I'm a little angry about it. This is me angry. I'm a calm guy. You probably can't tell. Like I'm hot under the collar because I feel like other people aren't embracing our kids as much as I want them to. Just keep knocking on those doors. I need your help. I need their help. Because like I said, as they leave our system, my ability to control and parent and take care of them gets diminished, and those other folks have to step in and help.
And statistically, we know that near 50% of unhoused youth identify as LGBTQ, which is why I started where I started, because now we're compounding issues if we're not investing in our young people. And my last question is on our MSI initiative. We're seeking state legislation to affirm the work that we are doing to explore how we lead with systems of care, especially when it comes to providing support for our young people and their families where they're cared for. And so how does this budget in your department plan for implementation of MSI in LA County?
Well, MSI depends fundamentally on prevention services being available. I want to tell folks the hotline is not getting turned off, but what we're looking to do is provide an alternative to calling the hotline. If you're not worried about a child's safety, but you're worried about the condition of the family. Maybe they're living in poverty. Maybe they don't have access to clothes or shoes or rent insecurity. We need to build out the web of supportive services as an alternative to the hotline. We are heavily invested in prevention. So you'll see some of the items I'm asking for are to run prevention. We're asking for 2 items specifically to help expand our prevention work. We remain committed to the PPSCG. It is, again, after safety, my #1 priority is how do we keep families stable so their kids don't have to come into our system. And that's all in support of MSI.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Brandon, again for your work, for your amazing team, particularly of those social workers out there who are really doing such difficult work. But it's clear that your compassion and your keen insight into future problems and challenges is it's quite extraordinary, really. And I think that you touch particularly on immigration is key. I think our new federal government's position on immigration and those who are in this country undocumented is really chilling. And I think the anxiety that the families are feeling, and particularly the children are feeling, it probably hasn't been like that before. So you have a huge extra burden, I think, to try to calm those fears and keep those families together. So I appreciate that. One of the questions I was going to ask you was, there's such a need for trauma-informed mental health services for our youth in foster care and their families. Does this budget, how's this budget holding up in terms of addressing the needs of our children and family when it comes specifically to mental health or behavioral health, as we're calling it?
Sure. There's a lot to talk about there. I'm going to try to just hit the highlights. One, you know, the 3 slides that we put up here in the boardroom are not our whole budget. These are changes, and these are things that we highlighted to talk about. But our budget is a multi-page binder, hundreds of pages. And there is a lot in there to help provide mental health services to kids. We have and parents. We have programs specifically to provide trauma-informed care, wraparound, full-service partnership, prevention and aftercare, family preservation that we jointly operate with Department of Mental Health. That said, I do have worries, and their worries are not reflected in the 3 slides I shared with you. I worry about the health world being defunded or facing pressures which drive more families into child welfare. While my budget, I'm pressured, but it's going to be okay. I don't know what the health department's budget looks like, and I don't know what the mental health department's budgets look like, and I don't know what OCP's budget exactly looks like. But I will tell you, already they're saying to me, we're going to have a difficulty funding some of these programs you rely on. Can you take over the funding? So far this year, I'm able to take over the funding, and there's 2 programs specifically I'm thinking about, and so DCFS is going to be able to cover the cost for a year, using savings from a prior year. Year 2, I don't know where that money's going to come from, and I do worry about that. So it is a supportive net that keeps our families safe, and as that net gets unraveled, hard for me to predict how I'm going to keep families stable.
So when we think about you partnering with our Department of Mental Health or our Department of Public Health, it really is which one of you can actually fund these programs when one of the others can't.
Exactly, and again, back to the point I made with Supervisor Mitchell's comment, to some degree, I'm competing with other worthy funding needs. We have justice reform, you know, those folks need mental health services. We have homeless people, we all know the behavioral health and mental health needs of our homeless population. And then I'm there too saying, hey, don't forget to fund foster kids and their parents. There is this competition as resources get tighter to do that. The crisis, as far as I can tell, today is not ripe. We're not in a crisis yet. We're okay to keep things moving. But in a year, if there are changes and waivers at the federal government level, we're really going to have to take a look at how we stretch our money.
Yeah, thank you. And then Supervisor Horvath asked or focused a lot on our TAY, and I would agree with you that it's the housing that is so critical because once they, age out, very few of them are in any way capable of immediately being thrust into the rental housing market and knowing how to pay first, last, security.
God bless them.
Get a job. It's just not going to happen.
Just kids, and we expect them to be able to figure it out. And we know in the last homeless count, I know you know this, the 2 populations that we saw an increase were elderly folks and our kids. It is, again, I think it has to be a county-wide priority.
I agree. And so I would be in favor of the idea of master leasing. I think that's still one of the most efficient ways that we can house people, particularly in, motels and hotels, that we can turn each room into a little apartment. It really works well with some of those long-term hotels that have little kitchenettes in each room. I think that's our best bet. I also feel like our communities might be slightly more receptive of that population a little more understanding than sometimes we've felt with some of our other populations who also are homeless and need places to live. But it's interesting to say county priority because, you know, I had that county priority for Los Padrinos to turn some of that into housing for transitional age youth. And of course, that was completely thrown to the wayside so that the juvenile population could be housed there, which was never supposed to be the goal. So we have competing priorities in this county, and things get shifted around, but sometimes it's our transitional age youth that unfortunately get the short end of the stick.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned it and not me, but I was really disheartened to see the change in Los Padrinos for the population that I'm responsible for. And I think that's exactly the kind of strategy we need. As we're building things as a county, as we're approving projects, can we influence the availability of master lease units available to Tay Youth? I mean, that would be my ask to everybody who's involved in a capital project.
I agree with that, and I just want to be on the record saying I support that. And then I also share Supervisor Horvath's concern about our LGBTQ plus youth in our system, that there's so much trauma there, and you highlighted some of the difficult tightropes that you're even walking as a department in terms of their future. But I know in our LGBTQ plus center that we've created in Whittier, one of the goals is to have a closet where clothes can be easily, without question, without judgment, taken for use as they navigate, you know, their lives. So I'm surprised, but really appreciative that that was one of the things that you highlighted as an unmet need. So I want to work with you to see how we can really strengthen just that one little piece that means so much to them.
It doesn't, and they feel devalued and afraid right now. I mean, I talk to our kids, and they're sad, and the little things that we can do, like providing those closets, make a big difference.
I agree.
It makes them feel seen and appreciated.
I agree. We went from the closets being a bad thing to the closets being a good thing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you.
Uh-oh.
Say it again.
I said, uh-oh, I disagreed with you. But I appreciate your point very much.
I have no issue with that. But as our CEO would say, let me put a finer point on the quote that you attributed to me. Because you know I expanded guaranteed income to include Tay Youth. So it's not that I don't,
and thank you.
that they're not a priority. And at NACO this weekend, we presented on guaranteed income, and there are counties across the country who were like, how did you include transition age youth in your guaranteed income program? So people are interested in it. The point that I have made my entire elected and professional career is that it's not appropriate to pit vulnerable groups against each other when we haven't expanded the denominator.
Yeah.
Don't shrink the denominator and then prioritize one group over another. That's the problem.
Amen.
My point is always expand access to the service so everybody's needs are met. So that's the point. And we do continue to pit one group over the other. I believe that housing is a fundamental right, so everybody should have access. We like to say, you know, certain people, you know, are more appropriate to house or should be our primary focus, and I happen to believe it's everybody across the board. So when we can expand the denominator, I'll feel more comfortable with that. I wanted to congratulate you on your overall reduction in the number of children in out-of-home placement, given this department's history. That accomplishment absolutely cannot go unnoticed, so I want to congratulate you on that. And I want to continue to elevate my concern that even in the reduction in the overall number of children in out-of-home placement, we, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, have still not closed the disproportionality gap of Black children in out-of-home placement.
Well, I can't correct you there because you're right. There has been a movement, but it is small percentages. Black population in LA County runs 7 to 8%, depending on the neighborhood. The representation of Black children and families in our system, almost at any point, is about 20%. So from 7% in the population to 20% in child welfare, at almost any point you look at, and you and I, we were at a First Five, I know you remember, between 1 and 3 and 1 and 2 Black children have been the subject to a hotline call. I mean,
From 0 to 5 during COVID.
Every time I think about that, I get goosebumps. I can't imagine growing up with that specter hanging over me.
Right.
And that's mandated supporting. I hope to help with that, but we got a long ways to go, Supervisor.
So then I need to circle back with you because my percentage that I have still been looking at and using based on our review of the data is closer to 40%. So if it's 20%, we are making progress. So I do want to circle back with you on the percentage of Black kids in your out-of-home placement category. That's important.
I probably have it with me. I'm gonna. While you're talking, I may have it right here.
Okay. All right. I look forward to that. So you talked about the challenges in SPA 6 in terms of employee retention and recognizing that Water Ridge in Vermont has a high rate of Black families that they see. Does this budget contain resources to address the issue of employee retention in SPA 6 at Water Ridge in Vermont?
So it is the start of that. And again, we have 3 slides and our budget's a lot bigger, but I intend to plant a flag in SPA 6 and I've already placed it. And my first move was to realign all of our SPA 6 offices under one responsible manager, like we did in the Antelope Valley. When one person gets to know the community, starts to develop relationships in the community, goes to meetings, talks to folks, I think they learn what the gaps are and they can work with me to start to address the gaps. So I've already made that move. I've realigned all of our offices so that I can have one person be responsible for SPA 6. He's a guy that lives in SPA 6, knows the community well, they know him. His name's Reginald Carter. I have to thank him for stepping up. It's a tough job. It is a battleground area for us. He's taken it and we've put the offices underneath him. What strategies we use to identify the gaps he comes up with, that's what's gonna happen this year. I don't know if we're gonna need a bonus, we might. I don't know if we're gonna need extra contracts, we might. All of that is on the table. But the battle started.
Excellent, that's good to know. I appreciate the concept of the cultural brokers and based on all the data and all the research and all the pilots across the country, I think the key is the orientation of primary staff who touch families, and that's your social worker population. And so, again, my question is, your implicit bias, pilots and trainings, are they continuing to be funded to continue to address this issue of disproportionate rates of Black families in your system?
Well, I've asked for additional staff for our Office of Equity. Those are the folks that help coordinate that, and we're bringing in, we worked with the Artie group and D'Artagnan to bring in an outside consultant to help us develop an equity strategic plan that cuts across all the department, but nothing we're doing today is stopping. It's all continuing, and we're only gonna build on it. So there's only gonna be more and more. Some of the budget, again, the bigger budget, reflects some of those investments, but there will be future asks over the course of this year, undoubtedly. And I do think it benefits the work we're doing with Black families benefits the whole system, it really does.
I agree. I'm glad you elevated the admin rate. I think it's difficult for a department to acknowledge that it takes back of the house support to make the front of the house work more efficient. I completely get that. And I think as policymakers, we want to see the front-facing work funded and don't give much credence to the administrative support. So I'm glad that you elevated that. That's an important element. And so you had 2. So on your budget priorities, you talked about the 79 positions. No, I don't see it.
Well, the 87 positions, I'm sorry, is a program and admin support. In that are
Is the
the
79
HR,
for
or the
HR.
79 HR. They're incorporated in that bigger number.
And you are still going to do the analysis you referenced about comparing yourself to other large county departments to get a sense of.
This was our best estimate.
Okay.
You know, our background training and experience, we think it's probably around 79, but I wanted to have outside experts validate that. So I put those in the budget. I am asking for them. I think it's right, but we are going to continue to have DHR come in and work with us. And I will say there may be inefficiencies. Maybe they can say, like, you do this different, you don't need 79, you only need 60.
Right.
Okay, I'm open to that.
So what, I appreciate you elevating the AFDC, you know, piece. Have you had any increases to support your admin needs? Have you had any increases in the admin rates paid to you by your other funding entities between the state and the federal government?
Well, it's a percentage participation. So yes, the amount we draw down goes up on a case-by-case basis. It
Right,
costs us
but
more,
separate from that, just
but
as a percentage
as a
increase.
percentage, it's going down.
So that's the ongoing challenge too. 'Cause
That
then
is the ongoing challenge.
That then falls on us and NCC to try to make up that difference.
And if no change is made at some point, you know, I can't tell you the exact number, 15 years out, there will be no federal money supporting child welfare. And 15 is probably not the right number. I'd have to titrate it out. But yeah, we're going to run out of money from the federal government if something doesn't happen. Now, FFPSA is going to pick up a lot of that. It is going to help us a lot if we can get there, but it's 2 years away still.
Can I ask, follow up on that, Supervisor?
Sure.
Mitchell? I thought there was subvention and it was based on percentage, so it stays stagnant.
I don't understand the question.
So in other
I'm
words,
sorry.
we get reimbursed from
Yeah.
state and federal dollars, so
But
it's subvened.
And I'll
Is
speak
that
in
a
a
percentage or is that an actual dollar amount?
Understood. And I'll speak in kind of a general way. The system was designed back then that for every dollar we spent on behalf of a child, the federal government would put 50 cents on the table, the state would put 30 cents, and we would put 20 cents. That's how it's supposed to be. At one point, the state said, we're out of this game. We're going to give you tax dollars, and so it's 50-50. You county put 50 cents on, you use the tax dollars we give you, the federal government will give you 50 cents for every dollar we spend. And so it's a claim that goes, you know, we spent $10, hey, federal government, give us $5. But that number has gone down and down because less and less families are federally eligible. And so now today, for every dollar we spend, we're spending out of our resources and the tax money that's dedicated to us about 70 cents, and the federal government's spending about 30 cents. And it'll continue to go down. I'm gonna look at Rogelio, who is my budget guy, just to make sure I got that right. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Realignment always.
I mean, it's technical. It's really, like, this is wonky stuff, but I wanted to highlight it because it is the iceberg that, you know, we see coming years out, and you should know that the federal support for child welfare, 4E, is diminishing every year. Hopefully FFPSA fills in that gap when we get there.
And our efforts here at the state level to advocate has been helpful, but that one-time money doesn't help you over time. And it certainly doesn't help you with admin.
Yeah, we can't hire staff with one-time
Right.
money. It's hard
I
to build
get it.
programs when you say to the vendor, you know, we'll pay you this year, go out and enter into a lease and you hire your staff, but 2 years we're not sure.
Right.
Like it's hard to build stuff with one-time money.
I'm clear. In 2016, I was at the state level during the first Trump administration, and we began to track here in LA County included, the increase in children entering foster care who were in mixed status households because there was no sensitivity to allowing parents to make child care arrangements if the parents had been deported. And we began to see the increase across the state in our foster care numbers. Is that something that you will be tracking so you can alert us? I mean, there were some policy changes at the state requiring parents having unlimited phone calls and to be given time to make arrangements for their children. But I just want to make sure that we don't fall back in that same place and discover it after the fact. So is that something that you will be tracking?
I'm not exactly sure of the issue you're raising, but I am. Oh,
In 2016,
yeah.
we began to notice across the state increases in the foster care system of children of immigrant parents.
Immigrant parents. Oh, got it.
Yes. And we realized that parents were were not allowed to make arrangements for their children before they were taken by ICE.
Got it.
And so I just want to make sure, and we were caught as a state flat-footed then. It was like, you know, we figured it out after we saw the increase in the number of children in foster care. I want to and there were some state policy changes. So I just want to make sure that we aren't caught flat-footed again and that we are tracking that in real time to know.
No, we absolutely are, Supervisor. And I can tell you today, as I sit here, there have been 2 fathers that were arrested by ICE officials that have been separated from their children. We don't, I mean, it has happened recently, so they're still here in the country, but they've now been swept into the system, and we've had one child who immigration officials showed up at his school asking to meet with him. The school did not allow those people in, but I know what's happening today. I know what has happened so far, and we've got a close eye on it. I worry about it. I really do. We are about putting families together, not taking families apart, and it's a big deal to me.
And making sure that it integrated into our system, that families have the opportunity to make a plan and that their plan is honored for their children.
Absolutely, and I will just say, since I have the mic for a second, and that aligns with our fatherhood initiative. We think, you know, if we should embrace fathers, we should look at all other resources that families should be able to decide who their kids live with.
I agree. And just finally, Madam Chair, thank you for acknowledging that this is not your entire budget. You know, I know that we've gone through this exercise as a result of Measure G, but I hope the general public has understood that this isn't the overall budget, and this is our last day, I think, of hearing budget presentations, and I think it's would behoove us to have a conversation about, like, what is the expectation that we do with these hours upon hours, that we've spent hours upon hours that the department heads have spent in putting these snapshots together. You know, what's the expectation in terms of us making a decision? Is it information? Okay, I'm informed about a portion of your budget. I think it would be helpful for us to have a conversation about, now that we've done it, what's next? How do we process it? What to do, what the general public should understand. But thank you for saying that this really isn't your entire budget. It's a you know, abbreviated list of your NCC asks, but that we should not assume that this is your entire budget. That was very important for you to state, and I appreciate that.
You can see the bigger picture, just a little shot in the bottom left corner. Those are those numbers reflect our whole budget, and you'll see that this is, like I said, a lifted amount of changes and important issues.
Right. Excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you. A lot of questions asked. I won't try to repeat them, but thank you, Brandon, and I want to thank Lisa Mandela and your staff and all the other folks that have worked with my staff helping us address the issue of vulnerable youth. And I, in particular, want to thank you for working with us recently in the past few months and maybe 2 years now on helping to repurpose McLaren Hall and the whole issue of addressing the needs for housing for transitional age youth. As you know, McLaren Hall has a history, and I know that your assistance in this matter is going to make a big difference. And I don't know if you want to add anything about that right now.
I think the transformation of McLaren is a real swords to plowshares moment. It is a place that is notorious for the sadness that surrounds it. It's a stain on the county's history. We've had lawsuits over it. We continue to have lawsuits over it. I am really happy to see it transformed into a place that is open and serves the community. I mean, you've been there. It has those big giant cement walls. It looks like a prison in the middle of a bunch of houses. Take that down, turn it into a place that serves the community, that's open and green, and where people can heal. I feel privileged to have some small part in that, honestly.
And I really want to appreciate you, because I know as we go through our budget struggles, it's very easy to say, well, I can't participate because I don't know what's going to happen at the federal level. So I do appreciate your support and commitment, because it has helped to carry us along with the city of El Monte, who's agreed to work with us there, as well as some of the other county
county offices that are also going to be working with us, mental health, and I'm hoping that DHS will continue to also participate, because we do have services that are offered there now, including nonprofits.
We do. We have a medical hub there. Yeah.
Right, and it's very critical because that part of the eastern portion of San Gabriel Valley, between there and Pomona, is a wide, there's a wide gap, and that continues to be an issue for me. Just piggybacking on the issue of immigration, can you elaborate more about what you are doing with staff and some of the providers in any way to inform parents, providers about what rights parents have, but also what rights they have?
Sure.
Can you elaborate?
I don't want to say that's been without some challenges. A couple reasons. One, there are liability concerns about us giving legal advice to folks. We don't, if we tell a guard at a school, don't let those ICE folks in, and they think he's obstructing justice, they may put handcuffs on that guard. So our first line of advice, and we've been talking to county council about it, has been, you need to talk to your lawyers. This is a serious issue. You need to lawyer up, and you need to talk to your own lawyers and know what the rules are. But we have distributed publicly available information. The Office of Immigrant, County Office of Immigrant Affairs, we've guided people to their website and their materials. There's something that I think people commonly know as the red card.
Yes.
I believe the ACLU participated in producing that. We're giving people the red card. We're steering them towards it. We're telling them it's not legal advice. Talk to your own lawyers, but here's some information. I've personally met with the juvenile court to talk about what happens if folks show up at court. Are you letting them into hearings? Can they see records? So we as a child welfare community are locking arms and really coordinating across all the players to have a unified position.
Right.
But I worry about it. I do.
Yeah, and so do we. I mean, I really think it's important to let some of the foster parents and others that are involved also understand. So when you push out your culturally competent programming, and I know you're focused on African American families, but also keep in mind right now the stress that many of our families are going through. In fact, I'm sure you're aware, there are families that are signing cards or leaving a letter to say, I'm going to leave so-and-so in charge of my child. Yeah. And I think that is also something that we could do in terms of prevention, is just helping to maybe get the word out of what that means, and that there are other services available. Because that's mortifying for a parent to have to give up their child, and just fretting every single day. If I walk out of my house, if I go to work, my child, I may never see my child again. And that happened to us 4 years ago. We saw that with many, especially, family members that were swept up, and those kids became part of our ward system.
Awful.
And I'm just asking, is that something that you might consider?
Yes, absolutely. We are trying to work with families to make plans if they're impacted by ICE, but we want to, I guess, help them not be impacted by ICE to the extent it's legal to do so. We want them to know their rights. We want them to know where they can go that's safe. We want to encourage them to participate in our services.
Right.
I will share anecdotally, I met with other county directors from other counties, asked them, how's it going in your county? Some families are afraid to come into offices to get live scans. So if I'm an aunt that's going to take care of my niece, I have to go through a process where I put my fingerprints on a machine. That's the law. Aunts are afraid to do that right now. At least in San Diego they were.
Wow.
And I'm worried about, I'm watching for it here. It's having a chilling effect. People are afraid. They're going to be less visible. They're going to need more support.
Maybe there's a way to get frequently asked questions together that you and County Council and maybe our Office of Immigrant Affairs can pull together, because this is real.
Yes.
This is absolutely real. And my sense is that we're going to see a continuation of that happening. And I just want to remind myself, a couple of years ago, we went out and visited some of the group homes or places where some of our unaccompanied minor children were at. And the services were far away. I think it was in Orange County that I visited. And I'm wondering, without disclosing where, just, what are we sensing right now with that population? Do we see, what are
So-
the percentages?
Sure. So, I mean, I've mentioned the 3 incidents that have actually happened that I'm aware of, but we are sensing fear and withdrawal from contact from the population generally. How many of our children are Hispanic? The vast majority are Spanish speaking. I mentioned the overrepresentation of black families, but just so you know, 50, and I found the paper, 59.6 of our families identify as Hispanic. And they're scared.
Yes, yeah. And of course, not all of them are undocumented, but again, I think just the fact that we have maybe an obligation to help provide referrals, and I think that's where the CBOs that you're working with, I could think of some right now off the top of my head, like Alma Services, they can help some of your staff as well as providers in that way. So any programming that happens, looking at groups like that that can go out and give that information and do that in a way that is trustworthy, because the whole thing is trust, as you're stating. I think that's paramount to think about that. Just going back to TAY, Transitional Age Youth, and that, I wanted to know what we're doing there in terms of our coordination with our housing partners, including HI and LASA, and what resources are being provided.
So it goes back to kind of what I was saying earlier. It is going to take a larger county and community effort to house TAY as they leave our system. We are meeting with those external partners. We're meeting regularly now with the Homeless Initiative, which came about after a meeting here in our board office. We're meeting with HACLA, and Dr. Contreras is sitting over there. She doesn't know it yet, but I have a plan to bring DPSS into the conversation this year. We have an outside consultant that's been guiding us, and they think there's an opportunity there, which I'm going to present to them. But I don't want to say that we shouldn't worry. I think we should continue to worry, and we continue to struggle to successfully find housing that'll take kids that leave our system. The outcomes are not where any of us can be happy.
Right. And I know it was mentioned earlier about guaranteed income. That was a motion that I actually put forward. Where are we with that?
Yeah, so money has gone out to our transition age youth, and we're doing a study of the impact. We don't have the study done yet, but to see how they spent the money, what difference it made, and I hope to use what I think will be the success of that study, because anecdotally I kind of know how it's going, to make a case to the state and maybe a federal government at some point to provide that funding. It makes a big difference for those kids.
Right.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. And then just lastly, are you coordinating with any of our health partners like LA Care, seeking assistance also for this population?
So yeah, as our funding becomes pressured, I do think there is an opportunity to get services from managed care. You know, California as a state has moved towards managed care. They've invested heavily in managed care through CalAIM. Again, Dr. Contreras, good timing that she's walked in right now. Just recently introduced me to the new executive director over at LA Care.
Yes.
And they've made a commitment to work with me to better serve our TAY youth.
Martha, yes.
Yeah, Martha. She really good meeting.
We met with your staff.
Yeah, and so we're setting up some tables, some work groups to more intentionally take advantage of the resources that managed care can provide our kids.
Right. Okay. Very good. I won't ask any more questions. I think most of the ones I would have asked you have already been addressing. So thank you, again to your staff, and we look forward to hearing more about the progress being made in your department.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate it. Do you have anything else, or you done? Yep, I guess you're done. You're getting up. Bye. All right. With that, we will now hear from the Director of Public Social Services, Dr. Jackie Contreras. Director of Public Social Services and staff will make a presentation. Thank you, Jackie.
You can go ahead.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Jackie Contreras, Director of the Department of Public Social Services. Here with me today, to my far right, is Kristen Stranger, our Chief Deputy of Operations. Next to her is Michael Sylvester, our Chief Deputy of Administration. And then, right by my side, is James Blunt, our Admin Deputy. So on this first page, we'll see that our mission is together we connect individuals and families to social services that promote lasting economic mobility and well-being. I like to summarize what we do in a very simple way. We work hard, we care deeply, and we always challenge ourselves to do better. That said, as you know, we have responsibility of administering federal, state, and county public social services. What you have before you are requests and they are narrow requests, as was highlighted earlier, that will help deepen our work, right-size our programming, and prepare for imminent changes. I'd like to start with a few words regarding the Governor's 25-26 budget, released in January. As it currently stands, the funding for the programs we administer is maintained. However, our state contacts have indicated that significant reductions are expected in the May revision. In addition, you are all aware of the uncertainty of our federal funding. For context, $2.2 billion, over 36% of our budget, comes from federal funding, and $3.1 billion, or 51%, comes from state funding. We are closely tracking changes at both the federal and state levels, and where we can, we are proactively advocating for needed resources. Outlined in our current budget and in alignment with our strategic plan is a focus on enhancing our customer service delivery, or ways we can do better. We intend to enhance and expand outreach efforts by developing an annual report on demographic gaps in program access, starting with CalFresh and CalWorks. We also want to improve support to victims of trafficking and other violence by maximizing opportunities to connect this population to available benefits and resources that will help them achieve economic self-sufficiency and family stabilization. We will continue to increase awareness and promote best practices to protect our customers' benefits from EBT theft. And I'm very happy to report that the rollout of the new chip-enabled cards, which should help tremendously to curb EBT theft skimming, began last week on February 24. A long time coming, certainly. We are preparing to re-implement able.
I'm sorry, what was the date that the chips?
February 24, they started the rollout. We are preparing to re-implement able-bodied adults without dependents, or ABOD policies, which will impose time limits and new work requirements for CalFresh recipients. This is scheduled to go into effect at the end of January 2027. And last but certainly not least, enhance safety for customers and employees by investing in additional security, improving public lobbies, and continuing to upgrade and expand our closed-circuit television security solutions. And then throughout this, we are aligning our work with additional key board-directed priorities. These include enhancing Los Angeles County's prevention infrastructure by identifying DPSS strategies that can be leveraged to support the 3 population-level outcomes that have been designated. By way of the Homeless Emergency Declaration, we are strengthening our collaborations and partnerships with county departments, community, and city agencies to identify unhoused and potentially at-risk customers and provide DPSS services to prevent homelessness. And through our ARDI initiative, we are continuing to advance ARDI principles and public social service program access via more robust community engagement. And then in collaboration with the Poverty Alleviation Initiative, we specifically look forward to our continued partnership with internal and external stakeholders to address the much-needed redesign of our general relief program. So on this slide, our number 1 priority is we requested 37 positions across several bureaus and functions, offset by 11 positions that we are eliminating for a net increase of 26 positions. These positions are for IHSS administration in response to increased caseload and workloads at our IHSS call center. The needed IHSS funding is provided by the state. And if you'll note on this first slide, there are no NCC costs attached to these asks. We have revenue for each of them, or potential revenue for each of them. The second priority is operating costs. This is for services provided by other county departments. Our third priority is for CalWorks MAP increases. $10.8 million AB 161 became effective on October 1st, 2024, and it increased the CalWORKs maximum aid payment by 0.3% with no county share of cost. Priority 4 is a refugee employment program where contract and supportive services costs are increasing based on caseload. That is an increase of $2 million, and this is federally funded. Priority 5 is our cash assistance program for immigrants, or CAPI. Likewise has increasing caseloads and expenditures, and this is 100% state funded, and the request is for $33.5 million. And then moving into priority 6, these are one-time revenue program funding reversals for IHSS assistance, services and supplies, REP assistance. REP is being decreased by $7 million due to the expiration of Ukrainian housing assistance and the Ukrainian support services. And then in the other category, these are various finance targets and one-time funding reversals, many of which we are hopeful will be reconsidered for additional funding in the new year, such as funding for EBT replacement benefits, guaranteed income, and security. We can go to the next slide. So here we have outlined our unmet needs. The first two pertain to our general relief program funding and CFET claim restructure. The current cost for the administration of the GR program is approximately $173 million. However, most GR recipients are also eligible for CalFresh, and as a result, a good portion, in fact, a majority of the administration cost is charged to our CalFresh allocation, which is state and federal funding. A recent state audit, 2021, identified an over-reliance on CalFresh funding and recommendation on adjustment. Our first two unmet needs are consistent with that recommendation. The 138 positions requested are already filled ordinance-only positions. This action would make these items budgeted position and officially part of our departmental budget. Number 3 is based on recent projections where we are estimating a need for $78.4 million in appropriation to replace EBT funding lost through skimming. This funding, again, is largely provided by the state. The amount of $4.9 million in NCC relates directly to the replacement of GR funds. We are hopeful that with the deployment of the EBT cards, with the TAP technology, the amount of benefits lost through the theft will dramatically decrease, and we will track that closely. Our next request is related to our DPSS security contracts. We have a significant need to increase the quality of security provided at our district or community offices through an increase in the number of guards and their corresponding wages. Nothing has a higher priority than the safety of our customers and our employees. We are therefore requesting $1.4 million in net county costs, which will allow us to draw down corresponding state and federal funds and increase our security contracts by $7.2 million. And then lastly, unmet needs 5 through 8 relate to the public assistance side of our budget. With over 123,000 cases, we are currently experiencing our highest GR caseloads. This results in a need of over $40 million to augment the GR assistance payments. In addition, we are requesting $1 million to continue the guaranteed income program. This is the program that is focused on transition-age youth. The IHSS maintenance of effort, our agreement with the state, includes a 4% annual inflation factor, which translates to $31 million to meet our obligation. And also because of increasing caseloads, we are requesting $1.3 million to draw down $17 million in CalWORKs funding. In our Tier 2 priorities, they include 18 positions for our appeals and state hearing operation to redistribute the increased workload. This will also increase the accuracy and timeliness of these services. Here we are requesting half a million in NCC, which is the county share, to fund the 18 positions needed for appeals and state hearing. The balance would come from federal and state resource revenue. We are also requesting additional funding for our START contracts for START and CFET, or CalFresh participants. These contracts will expand educational offerings to participants, offer job retention services to participants to help retain and advance in their employment, and increase participants' motivation through practical skills. And then finally, to balance things out, the cost per case for our CalWorks programs has decreased slightly due to the underutilization of our ancillary programs. As a result, we are returning $200,000 of NCC through the budget process. Next slide, please. So here, I've outlined some of our biggest challenges and pressures. The first is minimal growth for administrative programs. Unfortunately, the county funding has not kept pace with caseload and workload increases. In the absence of adequate administrative funding, the department will lose the opportunity to maximize the federal and state funding, which you heard me reference at several points during this presentation. The second is the general relief program funding shortfall. As previously discussed, we are highly motivated to adjust the balance between county funding and our state and federal allocations. To date, the oversight has been collaborative and in the form of recommendations. We would like to adjust accordingly and avoid a more punitive approach by our partners. And then lastly, the department is involved in active litigation. I think the oldest going back to 2004, and the impact is currently unknown at this time. And then lastly, I just want to highlight in relation to the wildfires, we are the designated department to support shelter operations, and as such and as needed, we work with the American Red Cross, who set up approximately 10 shelters for impacted residents. We also deployed 42 employees to support the Disaster Recovery Center local assistance centers, and in collaboration with the Department of Human Resources, DSW team, DPSS deployed 19 DSWs to support the 211 call center. We also have approximately 500 employees who were impacted by the recent wildfires. We are actively processing approximately 400 applications for emergency paid leave. And lastly, as we all know, the emergency response to wildfires resulted in unforeseen costs, and thus far, our total expenditures reflect approximately $208,000. That concludes my presentation, and we are happy to entertain your questions.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jackie and your staff, and I especially want to thank your field staff, because I'm reminded often when we have events in the district, whatever it is, DPSS is there, and whether it's in a park, a library, or a resource fair, or a celebration, a fiesta, they're there and they have their computers and they're ready to sign people up. And I'm very appreciative of that because it makes a difference, and I want to personally tell you to your staff that I really want to thank them for that, because not all our departments do that, by the way. We'll ask them, but some come through and some don't. And I want to say that this is really impactful for us in our district. So thank you. Muchas gracias. You talked a little bit about what might be happening at the federal level. Could you go into a little bit more detail, because I'm sure you're tracking what some of the proposals are, and what you see coming.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a little more detailed information that I do want to provide you. So the proposed cuts to Medicaid, TANF, and SNAP that Congress is contemplating obviously would have a huge impact on our budget. Again, $2.2 billion, or over 36% of our budget, is from the federal government. So I want to go through the three main programs to give you a sense of what.
Could you give us a sense too of staff? Is that factored in here, or it's just the program monies that go out? Because
so depending on what the cut is, it could either impact our staffing or the actual benefit to customers. It's both.
So it can be
both. So both administration and
assistance. So if you'll include that would be helpful.
Okay. So the first one is for Medicaid here in California, known as Medi-Cal. 3.4 million people in Los Angeles County are covered by Medi-Cal. And so there are three specific changes I want to highlight that are being proposed. One is imposing work requirements. And I asked what our estimates are of the number of our current Medi-Cal recipients that are working, and it's between, depending on the source, 62 and 64% of recipients are already working full or part-time. In many ways, it's not the customer we're subsidizing, it's the employers that are unable to provide the health insurance. But that is one change that would have both an impact on our customers and an impact on our staffing, because we would have requirements to administer that. Lowering the federal match for certain populations. We don't have a lot of detail on this, but the idea is that they want to rebalance federal matching rates to be more fair to states with more people with lower incomes. So we'll track how
That's
that.
what we want, but what they want is the opposite, right? And so that's really the secret and all, not the secret, but the hidden info that we're not really getting right now.
Yeah, it's very high level, and so it's going to be in the details.
So
that
that'll
we'll
put a
understand
bigger
the
impact on us, on NCC and obviously the state. But if it's a trickle down approach, it's going to impact the state, and they're going to say, well, you got to cover it yourself, county, right? Isn't that traditionally what happens?
That's the idea. And I should also say, even though I'm covering sort of some of the federal changes, our conversations with the state is that they are not in a position to backfill federal cuts,
So that's
which
already-
we've often turned to them, and they've often been willing to step up and able to step up to cover that. So that's our situation. And then the last one related to Medi-Cal is penalizing states offering Medicaid to undocumented immigrants, which we do.
Right.
So this option would impose a reduction in a state's FMAP if the state uses state-only funding to provide coverage to undocumented immigrants through the state's Medicaid program. And I have no doubt that this is something that is being challenged or will be challenged in the courts. And, you know, again, the detail will determine exactly what that might mean for us.
What population, what percentage of caseload? Do we have any estimates, your staff?
So we've seen our Medi-Cal caseload grow in the last several years with the expansion.
And that's only been a couple of years.
That's only been a couple of years. Let me just
And if
find
you don't
that.
have it, you can get back. But I just kind of want to have something in my head so I know what.
So right now we have 617,496 individuals that receive Medi-Cal that are undocumented.
16?
That's our population, and that has increased over the last year or
16,
so.
was that? I didn't hear you right.
617,496.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, we do have a large number of folks that don't have their documents that live in the county, so this doesn't surprise me. But the program, I'm sure, it's already been in operation a few years, right? So I'm sure that there has been cost savings, and I think that's probably something that we should be looking at as well. Keeping people out of the emergency room, treating them in a manner where actually we can do more prevention. So I'm looking forward to hearing that from not just you, but from our other health agencies. And CEO, you had?
Supervisors, we have a unit in our office that is closely tracking potential federal impacts, and we're working with all of your heavily subvened departments, including DPSS. One of the numbers that we have, I don't have it down to the program level, but we have identified about $261 million at risk, and translating into about 1,100 FTEs. And so what we're doing is we are working with each department for them to tell us, what do you think the programs that are most at risk, and we are tracking very closely the announcements that are coming from DC.
Thank you.
And that's staggering. You're one of our larger departments.
Absolutely.
So that is a big percentage, and those are FTEs, those are employees that have been with us for maybe a number of years. Is that correct? Yes.
So FTEs could be folks that are, working part-time. You could have a number of folks who fulfill one FTE role. I think what we're trying to do is just figure out a rough order of magnitude, like how many FTEs would this impact?
Right.
And then I guess I should say, as a caution, and I think Dr. Galley mentioned this earlier, it really does depend on how the change / cut is implemented. Some of the changes might come in the form of a higher local match from the county. Some of the change might come from higher requirements from beneficiaries. And so what we're trying to do is just take a global view at if these programs were effectively eliminated. Once you get through all the red tape, at the end of the day, it is a substantial reduction in revenue, and those are the things that we are tracking, and we're working with each of the departments.
Right. Thank you.
And if I can also add, my team whispered to me that those that are on Medi-Cal that are undocumented is roughly 17%. So of the total. And I also want to say, in relation to our staff, one of the benefits of being a large department is that we do have vacancies, although we work to fill them on an ongoing basis. And so if curtailments were to occur, we would look to those vacancies initially. And so to your Supervisor Solis, to your question about the staff themselves, hopefully we would be able to preserve positions.
One question, well, actually, you raised, already the elimination of refugee assistance to Ukrainian population. And do you happen to know what that amount or number is and the population? Because I know in my district I have East Hollywood, I have a large Ukrainian population. I'm sure the third and maybe some other districts.
So I don't have it by soup district, but we can certainly provide you that information.
Yeah.
The decrease is 7 million. 5 million is coming from the housing assistance, and then 2 million is coming from general support services.
And so what happens to them? Because they're still going to be needy, they're still going to be distressed. So are they transitioning into something else while this happens?
Yeah, whenever we see movement in people's eligibility for services, we always work with our community partners to figure out how we can potentially meet those needs. But there is no doubt there will be an impact on.
And this is
on
happening right
communities.
now because we're talking about real time.
We're talking about starting in, actually, yes, starting in the new fiscal year, so July of 2025, yes.
Okay, so you can already start to let them know and get some of our providers and CBOs to work with the population. Okay, good.
Correct.
One question, I know that the CAPI program serves legal immigrants awaiting their benefits for SSI, and that's funded by the state. Is there any risk at all with the state cutting?
So we have not gotten any information that that program is at risk, but of course we're monitoring things
so we'll want to keep an eye on that
to make sure.
I would think, yeah. Okay, and then I'm really happy that you mentioned that the electronic benefit transfer program, the new CHIP program's in place now that just started, so we can't really ask you how it's going. But I know there's been a lot of information about it, the publicity, and I want to thank you, and I want to thank the governor and everybody that helped on that, because that's going to be a savings, I think, for all of us. And I think it's really something that we have to expound upon so people know how hard we worked as a county and your office in particular. So I think that's really important. You talked about safety and at your offices, and I would like to know, because I've heard from my team and clients around 2 offices, and they're in my district, Westlake and the Civic Center, and the need for more safety. What can you share about what's happening there, and what are you preparing?
Yeah, so this has been an ongoing issue. From what the team has described, we've seen increases in incidents in our offices pretty much since COVID. We've seen an uptick. We track closely those incidents, and we want to understand, how we might prevent them or how we might address them. So we've had challenges with security. The Sheriff's Department used to be in a lot of our offices. They've slowly moved out of that role, and we have a contracted agency that provides that services. It has been challenging to make sure that all those positions are filled, in part because we were not paying the same amount that even other county departments were paying for security. And so the ask that's in our request right now is to be able to increase that contract amount so that we can be more competitive in what we're able to pay people and hopefully keep those positions filled and keep those posts filled on an ongoing basis.
And are you cross-collaborating with any other departments? I know this is an issue with libraries and parks, just to figure out, this is not a new phenomena, but just figuring out how other departments are dealing with it and what models work best. I think that could be useful because it's happening.
Yeah, I agree. We've had a few sort of informal conversations about what the reality is for, we all serve the same customers. The dynamic is different in our offices, I would say, than in other offices because of the types of benefits that people are, and the issues that people are dealing with. So we are talking about that. We're also, many of our offices where we see more incidents are our general relief offices, and so we are talking about ways that we can serve people more upfront and sooner so that they're not having to come into the offices in order to resolve challenges or problems they might be experiencing.
And I really appreciate the last presentation you had for us on general relief and working with LASA and our housing authority, all of that, to see how we can get those folks that really could benefit from housing and creating a seamless kind of entry there. So that's all my questions, Madam Chair. Thank you very much to your staff.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. A couple questions I had. I just need a clarification. If IHSS and CalWORKS are caseload driven, why do we have NCC unmet needs? I think it may have been on your second slide. If we can go back. So you have under...
Yeah, the IHSS number 7 is the maintenance of effort. So we have a requirement to provide local funding in the amount of 4% of increase to maintain that.
So that's us. So that hits NCC. And what about CalWORKS?
So the CalWORKS caseload, many of the state and federal funds that we're able to draw down require a county match.
The match.
And so that's the amount that you see there.
That's the county match. Okay. Next question on yay on the EBT transfer. Wonderful. Is that 4.9 under NCC our admin for replacing stolen cars? What is that?
No, that's the actual benefit back to the customer. That's the assistance back to the customer for general relief specifically, because it's 100% NCC.
GR.
County.
Got it.
Everything else is coming from the state. It used to come from the feds and state.
Right.
The feds have pulled back, and the state has, come behind that to fill that in.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that clarification.
Can I just get, so $78 million is what we've lost in GR theft?
No. 78 million is what we've lost in the other benefits. So this includes CalWORKS, CalFresh. The state is replacing those dollars. They do not replace GR. GR is 100% is county responsibility. So we need the appropriation for the 78 million as well in order to, be able to pull down those dollars from the state and the feds.
What portion is the net county cost on the GR?
All of it, 100%.
All right, I'll let Supervisor Hahn and then
I'm sorry, it's the 49, it's the 4,912,000. That's
okay,
the
yeah, I was
GR.
gonna say you had to if it's all net county costs, there had to be a dollar amount. So it's 4 million?
Yes.
Out of the 78.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry.
All right, Supervisor Hahn.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Contreras, for that. And I really appreciate, again, this is our second department today that has focused on the threats to our undocumented population. And, I didn't say it in the last presentation, but I just keep thinking about how real this is. I don't know how many of you have seen President Trump's new Director of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, look straight in the camera. I saw one of her commercials over the weekend, looking straight in the camera and saying, if you are here illegally, you must leave now. If you leave now, you may be allowed to re-enter this country at a later date and enjoy our freedoms. However, if you do not, and we find you, we will deport you immediately and you will never come back to this country. This is her message that she is speaking. So it is real. It is not a veiled threat. It is very real to our population here in LA County. And I really feel for the departments that specifically are having to address that fear and anxiety. So know that we stand with you. We appreciate the work you're doing, and I think it's work that we all need to lock arms on and be that safety net that we have always been. It's very troubling what we're hearing, and I appreciate the emphasis on figuring out how we can serve this population without necessarily making them come physically to a space, because I think that's where the fear is really going to prevent them from accessing services. So anything you can do there, we appreciate it. Do you feel like this budget adequately has the resources to train kind of your staff in this new environment, particularly for our mixed status households? And if not, what can we do about that?
Yeah. So this is not new work to us, right? Our outreach has been, consistent for a number of decades to make sure that people are able to access our benefits. So we are able to provide information on an ongoing basis. Like Brandon said earlier, we are providing the red cards in our offices so that people have that information. We are doing a lot of pushing out information on social media. We're working with the Office of Immigrant Affairs. We are hoping to schedule training for our staff because we know that things change and we need to make sure that they have the updated information. A lot of our work is done through referrals to the Office of Immigrant Affairs. We cannot advise people in that regard. We want to make sure they get accurate and updated information. So I think we have a plan. Could we make that plan more robust, and might that require additional resources? That's entirely possible. So as we kind of reassess where we're at right now, we may want to come back.
Yeah, I mean, my feeling is you should make it more robust, because while you've been doing this, it is a different environment right now. Kids aren't showing up to school. Parents are living in fear in a way that I don't think we've seen before. So I would appreciate a more robust training and pushing out the messages that you need to push out.
We can definitely do that. And it's kind of bittersweet that we have our call centers, we have Benefits Cal, people can access our benefits. I hate the idea that we would in any way discourage people from coming into our offices, and people need to make decisions about their own safety and be informed about other options.
Right, thank you. I look at your unmet needs, and I support them, particularly the guaranteed income for our transitional age youth. Your 138 positions to ensure that DPSS is billing for general relief properly. I think that's key. Can you explain the unmet need of the 1.32 million request for 15 appeals hearing specialists and 3 supervisors? How does that make delivering services more efficient, better?
Yeah, absolutely. So oftentimes when we expand our services, we do not do an adequate job of creating the infrastructures to support all of that expansion. So when, if our customers want to appeal a decision that is made by the department, our hearing officers need to be available in order to do that in a timely fashion. This team has gone above and beyond to manage the need and to meet sort of our state mandated deadlines. And we recognize that the workload has just exceeded their capacity. And so this does not resolve it in its entirety, but it moves us in the right direction.
Right, I appreciate that, because I think your department, by the way, this, it's kind of a status quo budget request. You're not asking for a lot more, but I think staffing in your department has probably not kept up with some of your more complex needs, particularly as it relates to benefits enrollment, fraud prevention, and case management. I think you've made it clear that that's where staffing is urgently needed. I think we're going to make some tough decisions going forward. Our CEO is proposing a hard hiring freeze, and yet we need to really make decisions that we don't cut off our nose to spite our face in terms of how long-term some of these staffing requests could actually save us money on the back end. So just know that we're very aware of that, and we know that we're going to take these decisions very seriously.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You've touched on a lot, so I'm going to touch on 2 topics only. Thank you for the work that you're doing and all that you've presented. I know there are new people who are seeking assistance now because of the fires. Do you expect that the support that you're giving them will be covered through FEMA assistance, or do you need any other sort of additional support in this budget cycle to be able to sustain those who have been impacted by these fires? I know they've expressed to me, please be there for us, not just when the cameras are around, but, in the months as this goes forward. And so I just want to make sure, as we think about a sustained effort, that you have the resources you need and the strategies employed to support people.
Thank you for that question. I'm actually going to ask Kristen Stranger to address that, because I think one of the best indicators that we have is those individuals that access Disaster CalFresh who were not our customers, but people that were in need, and that gives us kind of a sense of what that need might be.
Okay.
Good morning, Kristen Stranger, Chief Deputy Office of Operations. So one of the elements that I think is going to be helpful is that those individuals that we saw through the fires that were able to enroll on the Disaster CalFresh program, when we were engaging with them through that process, we actually identified that they were likely eligible for the traditional program, the CalFresh program, and maybe for whatever reason they didn't or hadn't historically enrolled. So while we were engaging in real time on the Disaster CalFresh program, if we identified that, we would move them to the traditional CalFresh program and go through that enrollment process, because the Disaster CalFresh benefit was a one-time benefit, whereas the CalFresh program in totality is a longer one, and as long as one remains eligible. So I do think that there will be we've had some experience in terms of an increase of those that are now on our traditional programs, CalFresh, Medi-Cal, et cetera. But I would say it would be immaterial in totality to the larger program. And we have the opportunity to, especially being at the local assistance centers, we were amongst multiple partners. So it really gave our team an opportunity to be educated on additional resources that maybe we weren't as knowledgeable before. And that helps with serving any community member in Los Angeles County, being able to connect them to resources beyond those that are just DPSS administered.
Okay, great. And then the second question I had touches on the general relief program redesign that you're working on. I think we've found through Supervisor Mitchell's leadership an excellent model through the Breathe LA program that's guaranteed basic income, a way to administer funds, get them to people quickly, and not have a lot of administrative costs that then cut into the actual service provision that we're intending. And so as we think about reimagining, as the county likes to say, what our general relief program looks like, I know that fraud prevention diminishes the amount of funding we're able to provide, yet we have to do fraud prevention because we don't want our programs being taken advantage of. So are we looking at potentially a restructure like a guaranteed income program or some other way to structure how we provide these very vital resources, recognizing that, in the end, people are getting about $221, and if we were able to administer it differently, maybe we could invest even more into people and not into the system.
Thank you for that question. That is definitely a part of what we are trying to do. We want to learn from our guaranteed income programs, and not just the ones we have a lot of data, right, around how effective guaranteed income is. I'm also hopeful in this moment that our Measure A conversations about how we prevent people from entering homelessness will also be aligned with this idea of getting resources into the hands of the people that need it. I don't say this in a critical way, but I am sometimes taken aback by the number of resources that we provide to people who are in need. We want to provide case management. We want to provide different kinds of services. We struggle with engaging them, so a lot of dollars are going into that, but actually putting dollars in their hands so that they can resolve some of the challenges they're experiencing, we don't do that as well. And so yes, around GR, yes, around, in connection to Measure A, and I would say also our work at the PPSGC. Brandon earlier was talking about his transition age youth when they age out. What I've heard him say in the past is that he has a bed for every youth that ages out, but those plans fall apart. And through our work at the PPSGC, we're working with our partners to figure out why does that plan fall apart and how can we, as a county system, provide them more support so that does not happen. So I would say all of these things are connected.
And if you don't get the Measure A funding for the GR program, have you identified other sources of funding?
So we have access to philanthropy to help us to do research, to help us test some things, but we do not have dollars in the amount that would necessarily be needed to increase the grant amount. In my last presentation on the GR redesign, we do believe some of that may be offset. As you mentioned, if we don't have all of those requirements, there could be a cost savings in that regard. But it's something that we're going to continue to grapple with and work with the CEO to kind of, do that analysis.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up, just out of curiosity, how much money, or do you have a division that does fraud investigation? You're not, yeah, can you kind of elaborate on that? I'm just curious to know, because I mean, I'm thinking that we provide a lot of services and we know what the EBT cards, I don't know about your offices, but we get calls constantly from people that have been ripped off. And while the $78 million, I know a vast majority of that is not net county cost, I'm just curious to know what we do to protect against fraud within our own units.
So I can start by saying we have a collaboration with the DA to look at these incidents of skimming and other threats on people's benefits. So that's something that I think we've gotten better at and really kind of getting up front. We also have a very robust system for detecting early fraud or fraud that has occurred. Because public benefits have a long history in focusing on fraud, I would say a lot of resources go into that effort, and they do not necessarily result in, reclaiming dollars in a significant amount.
That's what I would say is I'm not saying, I'm saying, are there things that we could do better to ensure that the money is going into the pockets of the people that really need it versus individuals that are trying to defraud our system? That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking, I think that I know that there are lessons learned that you can put into play to make it, they're always going to be one step ahead for sure. No question about it, but I just feel that we should be very mindful and not depend upon the DA, but look from within.
Yeah. I don't know, do you want to? I'm going to ask Michael if he can add on.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor, for the question. Michael Sylvester, Chief Deputy of Administration for the department. So we really do take it seriously, fraud prevention, and we do have a division that actually focuses on that. We have established partners in recent years at both the state level and at the federal level at USDA, and also at CDSS and their Program Integrity Division, where they can help us with, they focus on a lot of the merchant transactions and look for patterns. And then they work locally with us to do on-the-ground investigations, and then we work with the DA on anything that we can bring together as a case, especially if it's like a ring that has multiple individuals involved. So we pull in local law enforcement, but we have these partnerships that we started over the last several years, and we do find them to be highly effective. That was one of our groups that we really advocated to try to have this EBT chip card promoted at the state level. So that is one area that we're really focused on.
And then when you said they're rolling out in February, so they started rolling it out, is it for people now that are applying, or how are they rolling it out?
So these are for our people that are currently on benefits. The state developed a protocol to roll them out for those that would be most greatly impacted. So those are going to be people who have CalWorks and CalFresh. And so they're rolling them out statewide, and then they'll move to those that are CalFresh only, and then they'll move to those that are, GR or CAPI, other benefits that that are smaller in nature.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to ask, following up to your question, I assume, but please verify that the new chip card reader is the most transformational, significant thing we could really do in terms of fraud prevention. And if you could, quantify what percentage of, the loss is due to that antiquated, non-protected EBT card.
Yeah, so there's no doubt that we attribute a significant amount of the loss to the cards themselves. I have heard different estimates, and my technology folks would want me to be upfront about this. The estimates are anywhere from 50 to 90%, that it will curb anywhere from 50 to 90%. There are other ways that our customers are scammed, and so there's other things that account for the loss. We did participate in the state pilot. Actually in the Antelope Valley, we rolled out, I think it was 500 cards, and we are tracking those individuals closely to see, are their benefits skimmed at some point? We do know the reality. I would love to say it's the top notch, but unfortunately, because of how sometimes things move, we're behind on making those changes. So people are coming up with new ways, unfortunately, to target our customers. And so we need to try to stay on top of that as much as possible.
Thank you.
And then my last question, I know we talked, Supervisor Hahn mentioned the hiring freeze. How is that going to apply for like Sabine departments?
So thank you for that question. All hiring freezes are implemented for different purposes. The main purpose is to save funding, and then the question is what type. So our need for fiscal year 25-26 is to save more of our locally generated revenue, our NCC. So on a Sabine department like DPSS, we would anticipate developing a protocol where most, if not all of their revenue-funded positions are exempt. The wrinkle here is the uncertainty around what's going to happen with their federal funding streams. But for purposes of the hiring freeze referenced in my memo on that was issued, that's on the agenda today, we are looking to exempt from that protocol departments that have the subvention funding or positions that are revenue offset.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Seeing no other questions. Yep.
Just in closing, I just want to make sure to thank the CEO for their partnership in developing this budget. There's a ton of work that goes on, and to my team as well. They are top-notch, and I'm very proud of the work that they do. So I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to hear from the Director of Mental Health, Dr. Lisa Wong, who's going to make a presentation. Thank you again. Hi, Lisa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as of 1 minute ago, it's good afternoon officially. Thank you for having us here as the Department of Mental Health. I'm Dr. Lisa Wong, the Director of the Department of Mental Health. So we'd like to start with slide 1 and, just talk a little bit about what our priorities are for the coming year. They'll be centered around the planning and implementation of state-mandated changes to our programs and responding to increased local needs for direct services, housing, and treatment beds. Our fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget request reflects adjustments needed to implement these changes. Due to the passage of the Behavioral Health Services Act in March 2024, the Department of Mental Health is requesting positions to plan for the implementation of the Act on July 1st, 2026. The Act modifies the allowable use of funds generated under the existing Mental Health Services Act, which currently funds almost a third of our budget. The Act shifts a significant portion of funds to housing supports, which limits BHSA funding available for lower levels of care, outpatient services, and eliminates funding for prevention services. BHSA also introduces new administrative requirements related to stakeholder planning and reporting of all departmental funding and revenues. As a result of these changes, additional staff are needed to implement new and modified programs with minimum disruption to services. Additionally, voters passed the behavioral health bond that can be used to support the construction of treatment facilities or beds, supportive housing, housing for veterans, and community clinics. DMH is the lead entity for the county in coordinating all activities related to behavioral health continuum infrastructure programs, also known as BSIP, and including bond rounds 1 and 2. My team will work closely with award recipients to ensure facilities align with our county goals and needs. In response to growing local needs, DMH is requesting additional resources to support the provision of direct services, which includes our efforts to build out dedicated child and adolescent programs. We currently operate 15 standalone programs in all 5 supervisorial districts and will expand resources to East LA at the Roybal Family Mental Health Center and Huntington Park at San Antonio. Additionally, we are requesting additional appropriation to support the Child Psychology Fellowship Program. Child and adolescent child psychology and psychiatry are medical specialty focused on the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of disorders of thinking, feeling, and the behavior of children, adolescents, and their families. We hope to improve outcomes for children and adolescents by investing in doctors trained in this specialty field. Additionally, DMH is proposing to make conforming administrative changes to support the directly operated child and adolescent programs and our delivery system more broadly. DMH is also requesting additional resources to support the expansion of housing programs that include behavioral health bridge housing, housing subsidy pools, and resources to respond to increased information requests about DMH-supported housing programs, and the planned expansion of treatment beds driven by an existing service gap, increased jail releases, and legal settlements. Slide 2, please. As I transition to our unmet needs request, you'll see that there are significant program design questions that DMH is working through that will drive future budget requests. As is customary, DMH is not requesting NCC for its unmet needs. We have dedicated funding sources to support these requests and intend only to establish a record at the of the request at this time. We're still in various stages of planning and will submit adjustments in a subsequent budget phase. Priorities within the unmet needs package include additional resources to implement the Behavioral Health Services Act. The Act includes numerous requirements to improve access and program outcomes and implement new benefits, many of which are still to be defined. Staff, consultants, IT investments are all needed to ensure compliance with new ongoing mandates, and resources will be phased in over several budget phases due to the extensive analysis and planning required to execute these changes. DMH is also highlighting modifications to the housing budget, including supplemental funding for community care expansion and staff resources to implement various programs impacted by BHSA and other housing programs. Also, there's a need to invest additional resources in our school-based community access point prevention program to provide critical mental health support to school settings, ensuring an effective and comprehensive response following community and school tragedies or disasters. Finally, DMH looks to continue to expand the number of treatment beds and administrative infrastructure to support the growing needs of various programs. Next slide, please. So in terms of our budget challenges and pressures, unsurprisingly, implementation of the Behavioral Health Services Act will drive the largest portion of our current and near future budget requests. As I previously noted, the Act significantly modifies how we fund our programs at DMH. While a significant portion of funds are now dedicated to housing, we will need to identify alternative funding sources to support direct services currently funded under MHSA. Even more challenging, the Act eliminates all county-directed funding for prevention and workforce enhancement. As we work to implement the Act, my team is advocating for discretion to decide how existing one-time fund balances can be spent to allow DMH to continue to support community-based outreach and other important prevention work. One recent tragic example of the need for this work is reflected in DMH's response to the January fires. Roughly 200 clinicians and paraprofessionals provided grief counseling, emotional support, medication, and crisis services to over 7,000 adults and children impacted by the fires. Additionally, our school-based community access point team provided essential mental health support to affected communities. This included deploying 8 clinicians to parks and rec sites, facilitating trauma-informed caregiver workshops, supporting displaced students, and coordinating with school districts such as LAUSD and Pasadena Unified. Key supports for us had included specialized caregiver workshops for fire victims, covering trauma, stress response, well-being strategies, and access to resources. Workshops on mental health care services for fire victims for the Boys and Girls Club of Malibu clinical team and interns. Partnership with American Martyr School in Manhattan Beach to support over 100 displaced students from burned down private schools and homes, creating a plan for caregivers and staff. Resources to all school superintendents with targeted outreach to Service Area 3 school leaders for fire-affected communities. And activated specialized prevention agreements, including Wolf Connection, to provide short-term, on-campus support services to support students who were impacted by the fires. We hope to still reach children experiencing fire-related trauma that are not yet connected to care. The availability of prevention funding allowed DMH to respond quickly. We were there first thing in the morning on day one. We will be hard-pressed to serve those experiencing the long-term effects of fire-related trauma, as well as sustain current prevention-funded programs if the state does not grant flexibility or make accessible prevention-like funds to counties once BHSA is implemented. Finally, there's a significant uncertainty about how the current federal administration may impact programs operated by the Department of Mental Health. One pressing example is the implementation of the previously approved BH Connect demonstration and the availability of federal funds to support transitional rent. DMH strongly supports implementation of this program, but needs to receive operational guidance from the state regarding important policy implementation questions, while also contending with the existing federal uncertainty. So in closing, thank you for the opportunity to present DMH's fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget. And I want to thank this board and the CEO and our Department of Human Resources for being so supportive of the Department of Mental Health that enabled us to have historical numbers of hires and the addition of permanent staff positions over these last couple of years. Without that kind of support, we would not have been able to have the robust fire response that we did without sacrificing any of our existing services. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask a couple of questions, and then I'll hand it over to Supervisor Solis. First of all, thank you, Lisa, and thank you for the work that you did as a result of the fires. I was out at the camp that Parks and Rec put on, and you had social workers and psych social workers out there supporting not only the kids but the parents who were really having a difficult time. And so I saw firsthand, and I'm sure you've got countless stories as well, about people who genuinely had lost hope. And so I cannot thank you enough and thank your team for being there from day one to support. And even when we were allowing people back into Altadena, you had staff on corners if someone came back to their property, they would go over and just offer support. And it's things like that that didn't make the paper, but believe me, the community felt and saw the work that you all did. Having said that, on the Prop 1, and I know that that's on your third slide, you talk about the revenue decrease, other impact from January 2025 windstorm and critical event, but you talk about the decrease due to passage of Prop 1. When are you going to be able to quantify what exactly that is going to look like? Because I know we talked about it's going to lessen outpatient, correct?
Yes.
And so I guess my question is, when are we going to really know what the final dollar amount is, or is it going to continue just to fluctuate?
We know what the percentages are going to be at this time, but two, I think, challenges with anticipating the exact amount. One is that we don't know until a month to month by what we're going to actually receive for MHSA, so it makes it hard to quantify. We can say what percentage of our spending last year was dedicated to certain items and how that will change with BHSA. So for instance, with the 30% dedicated to housing only and not resources, that comes from service dollars, and it decreases our outpatient spending, which is a significant amount. 32% of the last fiscal year's spending was for outpatient alone. It then reduces it to less than 17.5%, but includes crisis mobile response, homelessness response, and other items.
So how is that going to impact the most severely mentally ill that we serve right now to access to mental health care? Or is it going to be for new patients?
We're working right now on mitigating any immediate impacts, and I think that we have been prudent with our spending enough so that we can cover some of the expense to keep those services without reduction, but we will have an increasingly difficult time as BHSA implements. I think at this time, we are looking at how we can move things around to make sure it's still covered by the current BHSA configuration. So looking at how we build out FSP so that lower level FSP can take some of outpatient, how we build up our clubhouse models so that our peers can be better supported, and also how we can continue to make significant prevention kinds of investments to lessen the need for higher levels of care.
So you're looking at reevaluating your models to try to adjust to the changes.
Yes.
And then you're gonna have data to follow what's successful, what's not, so that we can track it.
Yes, definitely. In fact, we are building out an entire data division to be able to closely follow that.
And then I know the governor applied for, and this is my last question, applied for the waiver. What part of that waiver impacts you? Because I know it's not the IMD waiver per se, but there was a component of that waiver with the federal government that impacts you, correct?
Well, there will be some minor benefit from having an increased length of stay allowed for facilities that normally wouldn't meet the requirements for IMD. It'll increase it to 30, it'll allow 30 days for facilities that are normally excluded. Most of our people, though, have to stay beyond 30 days at that level of care. One of the big benefits for us is going to be the clubhouse model benefit that will be given to Medi-Cal recipients, and this enables us building out a whole new realm of treatment and participation for our people who are struggling with serious mental illness.
Great, thank you, Lisa. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wong and your staff. It's good to see you. I know you're busy all the time, and your staff is too, and I want to personally thank them also, because in many ways they're out there, and your face, our face, and I don't think there's any crisis that I haven't seen them at, and so I want to definitely underscore that. You talked a little bit about the federal government and what is happening there. There's such a flurry of executive orders from the president, and also Congress advancing budget bills that will substantially cut funding streams like Medicaid. Can you, through your own understanding, can you discuss how significant those decreases in federal revenue would be and the impact it would have on your department?
I think potentially the largest impact for us would be in terms of the federal financial participation, the FFP, and also our state general funds. Realignment and BHSA revenues would likely require, though, propositions to modify. So it's hard for us to say at this time, but we know, serving a mostly vulnerable and underfunded population, any kinds of changes at the federal level will seriously impact that population. And I'd like to invite also Jacob Lamb, who is our financial policy and strategy chief, to comment as well.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think we've been working with the Chief Executive's office to quantify some of the impacts. I think conservatively, if some of the proposals at the federal level were implemented, such as the federal financial participation reductions, we think that may have an impact in the hundreds of millions on our department. I think it's important to note that we operate a Medicaid program, and a majority of our funds used as the non-federal share are generated from state-level revenue sources. And so any reductions in the federal financial participation would first fall on the state to backfill because of some protections we have under a 2011 realignment. That said, we are unable to determine how the state may react to significant reductions in the federal financial participation because it becomes a much broader problem for us as we administer these programs. So all that to say, we're keeping a very close eye out on how those changes may impact our programs. If any changes are implemented, we will need to work with our state partners to figure out how we may implement that and limit those impacts. But at this time, we're not proposing to make any changes to our program absent actual action.
Right. But there's no guarantee that the state's going to come through.
Yes.
I mean, that's kind of, it seems to be the theme here. CEO, do you have something to add?
I was just going to share, I don't think the state, well, the state has its own financial issues, but I think if you look at the scale and the magnitude of these potential changes, we have worked with DMH, as they stated, and we have a range, and again, there's a lot of different moving parts to this, but we have a range of about $200 million to about $475 million, depending on which program and how those cuts are implemented. And so that's a large range. And again, we don't know that that's going to happen, but we are already starting to prepare the data so that if something happens, even if it's less than that, then the county is prepared to address it and to pivot as necessary.
So is there, I think maybe you may have answered this earlier, do we anticipate impacts on the DMH waivers? You talked a little bit about that, and also on the BH Connect?
Yes, if there are going to be federal impacts, those are some areas. So this would affect short-term stays in IMDs, like average, 30 days length of stays, transitional rent, workforce investments, incentive dollars to improve network adequacy, and justice-involved initiatives, as well as enhanced care management and community supports.
Wow. And some of those programs I know now through, I want to say other departments, JCOT and others are trying to do some of this work. So I'm hoping that you all collaborate on that, right, and figure out if something does happen to our safety net, that we're trying to provide the best plan forward, right? I mean, that's what our expectation is to begin with, I think. I wanted you to touch upon the new BHSA categories of spending, because this is something that I think gets lost on the public, and that this new effort is to require you to spend about 30% of your funding is required for housing. And can you update us on how you are moving forward on that, in that category, and then also what programs are being impacted because you have to make that shift? It's not as though you're getting all new dollars, but you're having to make a major shift here. So can you talk about that?
Yes. We are very thankful that the state has a real focus on housing. It's a critical issue for LA County. And we do definitely have plans on how we're going to use those housing dollars. We have a whole bed plan that we've put out, and we anticipate we'll be using some of that upcoming funding on building out that bed plan. So it'll be for beds across our system of care, everything from interim housing to other needed housing, including very much needed permanent supportive housing. But I'll ask Connie Draxler to talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But to talk about the impact side, what this means is 30% now of our what will be BHSA funding will be housing. And then that leaves 70%, which will be divided 35% for FSP, our full service partnership, which is our higher acuity services. And that includes the new ACT model, which is even like the higher end of FSP. And then 35% for a combination of 17.5 to outpatient, homeless services, crisis response, any other needs we have, and then 17.5% to children and youth. So this is a very different kind of configuration, and two areas that have been biggest for us have been, number one, that all prevention dollars will be going up to the state to be controlled. And, for us, DMH has been a very, very heavily we've been very invested in prevention. In fact, we used 16% of our spend last year of MHSA on prevention alone. So that will not be at our local control. And then also our workforce education and training dollars will not be at the local level anymore as well. And as you know, Supervisor, and with the support of this board, we have made significant inroads in recruitment and hiring at historical levels for our department. And we just hate to lose any of that forward momentum.
So that might happen.
It's a real possibility
of
if
the shift.
Yes,
Wow.
we need the flexibility.
And it is,
from the state.
I understand it, it's real, and I'm disappointed because you just ran through all the percentages of what has to be assigned to this and that, and it's very confusing, obviously, and I'm sure it's creating a nightmare for yourself and the staff, but the communities out there may not fully understand what that means. And so while you've had programs in place, now they're gonna be drawn back, or you're not gonna be in charge of determining those programs' fate. And I think that's a big concern I have. But I'll let your staff speak, and then I have another follow-up.
Thank you, Supervisor. I just wanted to highlight that we're very thankful that the state has had some significant initiatives that would help us expand housing. So our community care expansion and our behavioral health bridge housing. But the expectation on those funds, which we are implementing now and adding new interim housing and supporting our board and cares with operating subsidies, the expectation of the 30% BHSA housing is that once those grant funds are over, we will need to utilize our 30% housing funds to continue those subsidies that we're putting in place. Timing is a little bit of an issue, right? We have grant funding for the next 3, 4, 5 years, and then we'll have to be in a place that we can utilize the housing funds to continue those necessary subsidies. So that's another tricky part of our planning, right? We have a 3-year planning process with BHSA. Yeah. Those grant funds don't necessarily line up with our next 3-year planning process, so we'll have to keep that in mind as we move forward with BHSA.
So they're pretty much saying after 3 years you're on your own, go figure it out, but you're still going to be held liable for doing much of the work. Okay, my next question has to do with the outreach programs that you've been running now for a long time, and the ones that come to my mind are the promotoras and the health navigators. This is also a part of prevention. So is this then would no longer be a part of the 30%?
Prevention would not be part of that 30%, and prevention dollars would come under the control of the state. However, we have invested so significantly in promotoras and the United Health Promoters that we have been determined to see how we can continue that progress. So our plan is we are looking at the activities already of what promotoras and the promoters do, and what of it can be kind of channeled to early intervention and redefined. And then we're looking at other grant possibilities and the community health worker benefit that will be coming and how we can support it. My intention is to not pull back at all on those activities. But at the same time, we are really advocating at the state level, can you allocate some local control over prevention dollars so we don't lose this progress that we've made?
Yeah, we've invested so heavily in those programs, even when, gosh, even before Dr. Sharon, I remember just, we had so many partners working with us, and I think people really value what they've done. I know in our other departments, Dr. Ferrer has even used Promotoras in her program to do outreach in the Southgate area, Southeast cities, as well as East LA, to talk about toxicity and lead prevention and actually talking about healthcare, mental health, and all of that. So I see it as a real value. And moving forward, I think with our demographics, just the number of patients that we're dealing with and people that need treatment, including the unhoused, that to me is a very valuable tool to have them working right now, boots on the ground out in Westlake, in my district, or MacArthur Park, and Skid Row. It is essential to have folks that can do that work. And I think some of our federally qualified clinics also utilize them. So it is a big force. I mean, I know there are thousands out there, but if this goes away, what happens to those people? And we're only one part of it, and I am distressed about that. Something else I wanted to raise is how you are working regarding the PMRTs that you currently have in operation, and wanted to know overall what your target is there, and ultimately where you intend to deploy them.
We've been using data to really drive the changes that we've made to our PMRT system. That's our psychiatric mobile response teams. We currently have 51 teams, and we are proposing in this budget to add 6 more teams. And we are adding a very large number of community health workers, which will enable us then to make the best use of our clinicians. So we wouldn't be sending 2 clinicians out, we'd be sending a community health worker with a clinician. Then you'd have the clinical expertise, but also the voice of lived experience. This will allow us to expand enough so that we would have significant coverage over all of our service areas and supervisorial districts throughout the 3 different shifts that we have. And the bulk of the teams that we're adding will be covering what we call mid-shift. With the data analysis that we've done, we've looked at when our busiest times are, when the need is highest, and we have found a significant need for this kind of mid-shift time. So the new teams are going mostly to those time slots. Okay.
And then just lastly, I know Supervisor Hahn and I carried a motion at Metro regarding mobile teams, trying to utilize them. Is there any update on that, or did that not happen?
We have some things that we have put in place to meet some of the needs of the Metro. We were at first trying to see if we could use MCOT to serve those needs, but that didn't really work out. And I have Jacqueline Balcom here, our senior deputy, who can comment more about that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wong. So as Dr. Wong mentioned, the DMH contracts with the 3 mobile crisis outreach team providers were Sycamores, Vista Del Mar, and Brain Health. So the 60-minute for the urban kind of response time is 120 for rural areas. So as we were trying to work with the MCOTs, and it was a challenge for them to respond within some of those timeframes, so we're continuing to assess the need to kind of expand the MCOTs versus the PMRTs directly, which we control the dispatch for a little more easily since they're our own teams. And so that MCOT determination, if the model is favorable or not, is still being investigated internally. Okay. So.
Thank you, Jacqueline. And then in terms of Metro specifically, following a needs evaluation we conducted last year, DMH recommended tools and training to help Metro workers connect individuals to appropriate DMH resources, whether those individuals were expressing acute mental health crisis or suffering from chronic serious mental illness. We also provided Metro with access to the helpline for crisis response, as well as an easy-to-use referral tool for mental health treatment services so they could have a more direct way to refer in for treatment. And once Metro outreach workers complete a referral, the tool uses a built-in algorithm to determine the most appropriate DMH program for the individual, whether that's outpatient or high-level FSP or PMRT response, home team. And the referral information is then sent to DMH, the appropriate program provider, right away for follow-up with the referring party and our client. DMH completed trainings on crisis response and the new referral for Metro's ambassadors, outreach workers, and supervisory personnel. And we've had some really good feedback, especially from the Metro ambassadors, that this has been very helpful.
Good. So while we didn't really place a team or teams, we're doing referrals, and you're kind of giving them the right resources and directing them, pointing them to the right places where to go. And then if there is something that comes in, you can make an assessment and carry on with that. Okay. And I get it, because we're all strapped for staff. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Han.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. Just to follow up on a couple things that Supervisor Solis touched on. One was the creation of more mental health beds, and just wanted to get some reassurance. I've been in court with you, and I've been in court with Connie as we settled this alliance lawsuit. And part of what we agreed to was to provide more beds for unhoused people who had mental illness. So can you assure us that this budget will fulfill that?
Yes, this budget is meant to support those efforts as well as upcoming phases of future budget requests. We have that time frame keenly in mind, and we're following that timeline, and so far we are meeting our goals in that respect.
Good.
I don't know if Jacqueline has more to add to that.
No, we're on track to meet all of our alliance goals, and in 2025, we'll bring an additional 600 on between all the programs.
That's great. And I know this budget doesn't talk about our mental health care village out in Norwalk, because that's in the future, but I will go on the record to say I do think part of our problem is that we don't have enough places for people to go who have mental health challenges in the county. I still think that is one of our unmet needs in the county. So I know it's not in this budget, but hopefully you're keeping an eye on that project, and will be included in our future talks. I'm glad, and I support those 17 more positions to your alternative crisis response system. I appreciate that. Again, I believe that our mobile crisis response will not be a real alternative to 911, to a police response, unless someone can get a response in 30 minutes or less. And I know our average response time now is still hovering around 2 hours, so I know we have a lot of work to do, which I'm leaning in with you on that one, because I think it's so critical. Do you think these 17 positions will bring that response time down, or how would you describe those 17 positions?
I think the 17 positions will definitely help to bring the response times down, because we're doing our pairings in a smarter way that increases what we can cover. The state has a requirement of a 1 hour response, but we agree with you, Supervisor, that if this is going to be a true alternative crisis response, we need to get help out there as quickly as possible. Because, you know, if you're a family member and you have somebody who is experiencing acute distress, you know, for mental health reasons, every minute counts. And so we're working very hard to shave that time down. In a lot of our areas, a lot of our responses, we have been able to get it down to about an hour, and sometimes even less than that. So we think that this is a goal that is attainable to us, but we do recognize it is aspirational as well.
Yeah, and I understand those who are facing a mental health challenge within a home confine. It's also the ones out on the streets that I worry about when the public makes the call. And in 2 hours, clearly, you know, the person that made the call has to move on with their life. The person that they're concerned about has probably moved from that position. And that's what I'm also worried, that the public will then resort to 911 when they see someone in their neighborhoods, on their streets. And that's the ones I really worry about, and hopefully our response can really get reduced for those folks. We have a mental health clinician shortage. nationally, and hiring for our mental health positions continues to be a challenge. The hiring process, I'm told, can take so long that people end up accepting different jobs outside of our county rather than waiting for the process to complete. The most recent healthcare workforce report said that the average time to hire for all our county health departments was 209 days. And I see that you're requesting 22 central administration positions. Will any of these positions help speed up that particular problem, the hiring process?
Yes, definitely. This will go towards our hiring. And we've been very fortunate in being able to use the emergency declaration on homelessness to speed up our hiring process. You know, and the figure that's often given out there, the 200-something days, is actually tracking somebody from the date that they apply oftentimes. So for our department, what is more meaningful to us is from the day of selection, how long does it take for us to get you on board? And luckily, with the emergency appointments, we've been able to get that time way down with the help of our DHR, sometimes as quick as 3 or 4 weeks. And so I think that that has greatly helped, but we are very short. Our department has grown so exponentially that the infrastructure hasn't kept up. We have the size of an HR that is meant for a department less than half our size. And so by adding these positions, it'll enable us to process things more quickly. Like for instance, right now, our recruitment campaign, thankfully, has been very successful. We have 600 PARs in place, which are personnel actions. But this is a very small team of our dedicated HR folks who are processing 600 PARs at once.
Well, let us know how this board can be more supportive of that, because again, so much of your vision and so much of, you know, as a board, our mental health you know, aspirational goals really depends on staff. So let us know how we can lean in with you to make that process more efficient. My last thing, I was just going to talk about Trieste. Many people in this room have actually traveled to visit the Trieste model, and if they haven't traveled there, you know, people have studied that from afar. It's sort of a phenomenon globally, actually. And these Trieste models include the community as active participants and supporters in the mental health system. Nonprofits partner with the government to employ and support people with mental illness, and mental health clinics host festivals and events that they invite the entire community to attend. And I'd like to see us move in that direction, and wondering if your department is supported in moving in that direction, and does this budget in any way allow you to do that?
We're completely supportive of moving in that direction, Supervisor, and I'm very thankful for your support of that philosophy and that model. I think firstly, what we have been trying to do is build a bidirectional relationship with the community so that it's not just the community coming to us for help, but us going to the community too for their help. Because when we look at who we serve, they're oftentimes our brother, our neighbor, our friend from school. So we have to get the community involved in taking ownership of everybody's well-being. And one of the ways we've been able to do this is building out something like the being able to take advantage of the clubhouse benefit that's now going to be offered. We have 6 peer resource centers that we are converting to clubhouses, which are really in the spirit of Trieste. And in fact, the psychiatrist who is behind Trieste traveled to Fountain House to consult with them early on to build out that model of community psychiatry. So by building this out, we bring the community in, but even more importantly, we help our clients have some sense of meaning, purpose, belongingness, which I think is so central to the Trieste model. And of course, we have our wonderful Hollywood 2.0 Innovations project, which has really become a wonderful demonstration project for how this model can be put into action and have an impact on a community.
Good, I really appreciate that, and I think that's important that these, smaller versions succeed, because again, I think ultimately we need to build more places that those with mental health challenges can live and thrive and get the help that they need. But more than likely in LA County, they're going to be smack dab in the middle of a community or a neighborhood. And I think the more we can do to really lean into this model and show the benefits of a community embracing what we're trying to do will go a long way, I think, in the future for us being able to really have that model in LA County.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we're really excited about Hollywood 2.0 and really appreciate your investment in helping to develop the program and make sure that we're bringing those elements to life. Obviously, we still have work to do there, as I know you're thinking about rolling it out around the county, but I'm glad to see the progress that we're making there, and it's nice to have something that's implemented so people can come see how it works. I want to thank you for the role that you've been playing in our wildfire response. I know in addition to everything, as you mentioned, you've taken this on given the staffing increases that you were able to achieve, whether it's through the declared state of emergency or how you've been attracting new people into the department. From a resource standpoint, though, since this is a budget hearing, are you leveraging FEMA dollars to cover those costs, or how are we funding that, knowing what we already had to cover?
We're carefully tracking all of the activity related to the fires, and we are claiming out to FEMA.
Okay. And I know over the weekend, the mayor said at a Palisades community meeting that at the one-stop shop that she's setting up for the city, that it would include mental health services. Is that being provided by DMH, or are we paying for that, or how is?
No,
Okay.
I think that they're working with a different entity to provide that.
Got it. I want to affirm what Supervisor Hahn was talking about in terms of our work on homelessness. I know how important those investments are to making sure we stay on track with our commitment of beds and availability. But I also know that since residents passed Measure H, and then Measure A, that we have resources in the system that are specifically dedicated to this effort. And a significant component of our success is making sure that we're delivering mental health services. Historically, we have identified that there's sort of this gap between people who meet specific directed DMH services based on their diagnoses and people who are living with mental health issues on the streets who might not qualify for that, but still need mental health supports that don't exist anywhere else in a governmental structure at a local level. So how does this budget address that need, which is critical to our success on the homelessness crisis?
I think there are several components, aside from the actual housing funding, of course, needed. In terms of services, we have the IHOP program that we're rolling out, which is also an innovations-funded program. And then we have what we're calling lower-level FSP, so we are dropping the floor so that people don't have to be at that very high acuity level. If they're unhoused, for instance, that is seen as something significant to work with. We also have an expansion of our home teams so that they can see a broader range of folks and get to people, who have very immediate needs. And Connie, is there anything else that you would like to add in terms of those services?
I think I would just highlight that the IHOP program in particular is a multi-departmental effort, bringing together Department of Health Services, Department of Public Health, SAPC, and DMH. So it's a very integrated program that will be able to assess for all needs, right, that an individual may have and make sure that they are getting their needs met. I do think you're probably also looking at how we're working with our managed care plans to address those with mild or moderate. And so one of the key things that we have happening right now, particularly with our outreach workers, is our new navigation referral system, portal system that we have. And that algorithm will really, at the front end, assess where is the client best suited for services. Is that with us in one of our programs, or is that with the managed care plans? And we have our meeting with our managed care plans regularly to ensure that clients can move from one system to the other effortlessly and have their needs met. So I think that will be an important tool for us as we move forward in terms of being able to identify right at the front end during that referral process, where should a client go to? What service level do they need? And then we can work with the managed care plans to make sure that that's effectively transition for the client that needs that level of care.
Great, thank you. Two topics that I know live in your world that come back to us from time to time are Care Court and SB 43 implementation. Care Court on December 1st, 2023 was operational in Los Angeles County. As of January 13th, I believe DMH had received 365 petitions, 50 resulting in care agreements, three leading to care plans. So do we anticipate, is that a product of standing up a new program and we expect there to be higher numbers going forward because we're just ramping up? Or is this program not working? And I ask this in the context of, we're gonna have to make hard choices in our budget. And if we're having to stand up a program that is consuming a lot of resource for not a lot of outcome, I think we have to communicate that to our state partners and really report back on what our experience is. Unless we think that these low numbers are just a product of us getting started. So do you think that we'll be seeing more resulting outcomes for the investment that we're putting in?
With the CARE Act and the Care Court, we've been looking very closely at who comes through, what the results have been, what the impact has been on our clients, and why the numbers aren't as expected. And I think one of the things we found out, it's, of course, partially it's a new program, it's ramping up, but partly it's because it's a very, very narrow diagnostic category. So a lot of people don't meet that diagnostic category, and it is spelled out in statute. So it's not something that we can kind of fudge or get around. I know there's proposed legislation now to expand the diagnostic categories. Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Yeah, and I think that will help increase the care numbers. But I think also, as we work with other entities like law enforcement, the hospitals, other potential referral sources, we have been seeing the numbers go up. I think, though, another factor that plays into this is that our department has been so focused on an attitude of relentless engagement that oftentimes an individual will engage with us and participate in our programs without going through a Care Court process. So while it doesn't give us better Care Court numbers, it is a more successful outcome for our client nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm just mindful that if we're having operational dollars running a program that, to your point, if we're already doing those services and getting the desired outcomes without the function of Care Court, then what is the best use of a finite pool of dollars? So that's really what I'm trying to get at, and I'd love to keep tracking that with you, because I think people had hope that Care Court was going to sort of be this magic wand to solve a lot of problems that we see out there, and I'm personally not convinced, but I know that we're just getting started, and so I want to keep as much of an open mind as I can, recognizing what the reality is.
Well, we've been carefully monitoring, and we are just kind of phasing in the spends for the program because of that very fact, that we want to be careful with the dollars that we have and use them the best as possible. So as we build the program, then we roll out more hiring or more, infrastructure or whatever, but until we do, we are holding back on some of those phases.
And then second was SB 43. I know that was yet another well-intended piece of legislation that I think was, that people had hoped would, again, sort of be a solve for a whole range of issues that we're experiencing. This board decided to take the option to delay implementation based on, needing more provisions spelled out for us to be able to successfully roll it out, and to make sure that we had the resources to properly roll it out, as is the spirit of what the legislation intends. So have you gotten those policy changes codified into law as we're now looking at implementation this coming January? And what are we doing? Do we need additional allocation of funding, or how are we planning to fund how that gets implemented in Los Angeles County?
There's not been any change to legislation, but what I've been doing is working closely with my colleagues who are behavioral health directors in other counties who have already implemented SB 43. And there have just been a handful of folks, and what we're hearing from them is that it's not rolling out, number one, the way that they expect it to, where they're not seeing the increased numbers. But number two, that most of the time these interventions just end up at the urgent care, and that's only up to 24 hours and they're released, which is not terribly helpful. We hope that we did a very careful planning process to see, the things that we have to have in place to be rolled out and the kinds of trainings to be able to do this successfully and have a meaningful impact on our clients. So we are on schedule with that. However, it is interesting to see what's happening in other counties, and that the population that they hoped would be participating in this has not come to fruition.
Is it a fair characterization that it's sort of been a slow upstart, sort of like care court?
It's been a slow upstart, but it does seem different in that I think the partners involved, like law enforcement, hospitals, other partners, they aren't seeing the kinds of changes that people had anticipated.
I think that's helpful feedback, especially as we're being asked at the county level to stand up these significant programs driven by state legislation without additional resources. To think about I know a lot of this has fallen on your department, so I know you're thinking about it from a budgetary perspective, which is why I wanted to surface it here. This is, about the money, but if we don't have the money to do the programs, they're hand in glove. So I really appreciate you sort of illuminating that. And I think as we're thinking about our trip to Sacramento and our ongoing conversations with Sacramento about how things are falling on the ground in terms of our homelessness, I know that the governor has issued further guidance around accountability on our homelessness dollars. We're making sure that we're getting resources for the wildfire impacts and so many other things. How we use our resources is going to be looked at even more closely. And so I think offering that feedback to say, we're putting our best foot forward with the resources that we have is something they're going to be looking for as well.
Definitely. Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similarly to the conversation on SB 43, my question focuses on Prop 1 because implementation of elements of Prop 1 introduces new oversight, transparency, and accountability requirements that, again, apparently state funding didn't follow along with that guidance. And so are there any specific financial or technical support that you feel you need from the state to successfully implement the transition?
Definitely, Supervisor. And I think you hit on a very important topic, and that is the incredible amount of infrastructure that we need to build to be able to accommodate this change, what is just seen as a change in funding. And it's not that simple. I think our budget reflects, as well as our unmet needs, reflects what we need to build in our department to be able to accommodate that. We also have the promise of accountability from the state so that, while this becomes sort of another unfunded mandate in a way, we have to make sure as a county that we can responsibly implement the structures that are going to be needed for this, in addition to juggling the fiscal impact.
Right, right, because I think about, in listening to Supervisor Horvath, the cumulative impact of Care Court rollout, Prop 1, SB 43, that so many of those, were unfunded mandates, require infrastructure, brand new infrastructure that didn't exist previously, and all actually at the same time. In addition to our own expectations of our department around housing and helping us manage our unhoused family, friends, and neighbors who suffer from mental illness. So it's a lot going on.
Yes.
I am so clear that the reports and policies and aggressive, violent language that comes from our federal government is exacerbating anxiety. If you think about our mixed status households, our immigrant households, our LGBTQI plus households, households of color across the board, unprecedented levels of anxiety. Does this budget specifically address anywhere kind of the heightened mental health needs, particularly as a result of those examples that I just cited?
I don't think there's anything in this budget that specifically focuses on this, but the aim of our budget is to support a more resilient, responsive department so that we are better able to meet those needs. And it has become very clear to me in everything from fire response to what happens on a day-to-day basis in our clinics, people are afraid. And when people are afraid, we are not able to reach them as best as we can for the needed kinds of services that they depend on us for. So one of the things we're doing is not just trying to build out ACR and make things more accessible and enhance outpatient services and things like that. One of the things we're trying to look at is how do we reach people in a way that will work, especially given the changing environment. The promotoras and mental health promoters, they are such important, credible messengers in the community. So that if somebody is scared to come into a government building, that's a way we can still reach somebody and make sure they get the services that they need. We are building out more virtual services too. So I have heard many of our clients say they're afraid to leave their apartments now because they could be picked up just because they look like a certain population. And we want to make sure that they can access things from their home. We are enabling our people to go out in the field more so that we can take services to where people will be. We're working with our faith-based partners. We're working with a lot of our community-based agencies so that we can make sure that whatever gaps are left by whatever the future will hold for us because of various reasons, that we will be able to be there to take care of this county.
I appreciate that. Last question for me, Madam Chair, specifically looking at the 22 new positions for the co-occurring disorders program. What specific service gaps or patient populations will this team address? And specifically, I want to know how it's going to be coordinated with SAPC.
Well, I think, co-occurring disorders has always been a challenge in the world of mental health and substance use disorders. Typically, you belong to one world or the other, and the two never come together.
Right.
So we've been working very closely with our colleagues at SAPC to see how we can better integrate those services so that there aren't gaps, whether they come through our door first or the SAPC door first. How can we meet the needs of both? So we have a pilot that we started with 5 different providers who hold both SAPC and DMH contracts to see what has and has not been working in terms of their integrated care and how we can break down some of those barriers. And while we work on that integration, simultaneously, the Department of Mental Health has been really working on building up our ability to provide substance use services for the people that we have in our system. Because for a long time, people with a diagnosis of serious mental illness, they've had substance use disorders that have gone untreated or ignored. So we are enhancing our ability to detect that and get it from right off the bat. And not as a handover, but to work as part of a treatment team so somebody is treated very holistically. And we think these added items will help us do that. For instance, we have now implemented MAT, which is medication-assisted treatment, one of the gold standards for substance use disorder treatment. We have implemented that in every one of our directly operated clinics and all of our directly operated field teams. We're very proud of that. That really required a culture change, and our staff has been able to meet that challenge. So we think that there's a lot more to do, but we're headed in a good direction, and these items will help us move in that direction.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You've said something, Supervisor Mitchell, that sparked my memory. We're having to expand as well for the new definition of gravely disabled, correct? When does that go into effect?
For us, that will be January 2026.
And so, and you talked, because you said about building an infrastructure. Beyond, I mean, is that what you were referring to when you were talking about adding more resources to the community?
Well, I was just listening to Supervisor Horvath. It's the cumulative effect of all of those new policies that are rolling out in relatively short order. And infrastructure for me is, place, beds. We've had an issue with the state hasn't even created the licensing category for some of these requirements. So the state law passed, the clock is ticking for us to roll it out, but there's not even the licensing category to identify a facility to even roll into this new program. So when I say infrastructure, those are the challenges I was talking about.
So to follow up on that, because I agree with you 100%, but knowing that the definition of gravely disabled is being expanded, I think, it's going to increase the number of people that would be eligible to be 5150. That's a mandate. So how do you address that in terms of capacity? I mean, we already know we're short under the current definition. And then with the Prop 1, which we all agree, Connie and I agree, the housing side is vital. It's not an either or, quite frankly, it's an and. How do we get ready for that?
I think the first step for us that we looked at was kind of training all of our partners so that we're all on the same page in terms of what that expanded definition is going to mean. But at the same time, we have to build out what the treatment options are. And given that we don't have a licensing entity for substance use disorder only locked facilities, what we have to do is bring our other facilities up to speed in terms of treating substance use disorders. And I think that'll benefit our whole system because we really want our folks who are co-occurring to also have better addressing of their substance use disorder. And I don't think that it's at an adequate level right now in our involuntary facilities. So this is a good time to raise the standard for everyone. But I think also it's very important to look at my colleagues in other counties to see what they're experiencing and learn from their lessons. There are a couple of larger cities who have been doing this and larger counties, and they just have not been seeing it pan out the way that they had expected.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go on now. We will now hear from the Treasurer and Tax Collector, Elizabeth Buenrostro Ginsburg. Treasurer and Tax Collector and staff will make a presentation. Welcome.
That's the most ridiculous thing in the damn world. 3 people. She said it was going to solve homelessness. What? Said it was going to solve homelessness. Unbelievable.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi there.
So for the record, my name is Elizabeth Buenrostro Ginsburg, and I am the Treasurer.
Can you pull the mic? Just, yeah, there you go.
Of course.
Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Buenrostro Ginsburg, and I'm the Treasurer, Tax Collector, and Public Administrator. I've also brought members from my executive team. So to my right is Lisa Proft, our Chief Deputy, Viviana Navarro, our Administrative Deputy, and Matthew Durr, our Chief Information Officer. So I see that our first slide is up, so I'll go ahead and begin my presentation by just providing a brief overview of what our department does. So our department plays a vital role in maintaining financial integrity for county operations, ensuring taxpayer funds are managed responsibly and providing essential services that benefit residents, businesses, and public agencies alike. As required by law, our department is responsible for billing and collecting property taxes and for the investment of borrowing, safeguarding, and dispersing public funds and properties on behalf of the county, other government agencies, and private individuals. We also provide critical services in estate administration and business licensing. Before I present our top key budget priorities, I first wanted to highlight our ongoing response to the recent wildfire emergency. In coordination with our property tax partners, Assessor Office, and the Auditor-Controller, our staff have been serving as essential resources at the disaster recovery centers since opening, providing fire-impacted residents with clear, comprehensive information about property tax disaster relief available to fire-affected property owners through the Misfortune and Calamity Reassessment Program and the suspension of penalties for late payments from fire-impacted property owners. So now I'll go ahead and jump into our key budget priorities, and I'm going to start with our top priority. We are requesting a total of $31.1 million in one-time funding, of which $30.94 million is for first-year system development and implementation of a new integrated property tax system known as eTax, plus $170,000 for the required property tax database component of our legacy property system that we will need during transition. This budget request is within our TTC budget, but I want to give emphasis to the collaborative effort between our department and the Auditor-Controller to replace our 42-year-old property tax system that manages $26 billion in annual billing and property tax collections and apportionments to 600 taxing agencies, including the county. Our current system is well maintained by dedicated departmental staff and supported by our internal services department, but our aging system faces increasing risk of failure. The existing mainframe infrastructure relies on outdated technology that is increasingly difficult to maintain, lacks the flexibility to accommodate needed changes, and presents ongoing challenges in retaining the staff with the specialized expertise to keep it running. We're focused on ensuring a smooth transition to a modern integrated system that will improve accuracy, processing efficiency, and overall service delivery. Working closely with our CO analyst team to allocate funding to support initial costs, we've made significant progress, having released a request for proposals last year, and we've just commenced negotiations. This investment is crucial to ensure a reliable and efficient tax collection system, infrastructure that the county, city, schools, and all taxing agencies rely on for their revenue. Building on our technology modernization efforts, our next key budget priority focuses on enhancing our cybersecurity operations through critical staffing. We are requesting ongoing funding of $345,000 for 2 information technology positions, an information security specialist and an information technology student worker. While our technology team has effectively maintained defenses, cyber threats are becoming more sophisticated. As part of the county's initiative to establish a comprehensive cybersecurity program, the security specialist position will support our departmental information security officer and strengthen our safeguards of the county's Treasury operations. These positions will enhance our ability to proactively protect taxpayer funds and sensitive financial data while implementing innovative solutions that improve public access to our services. Our ongoing property tax outreach and education efforts highlight our third key budget priority. We are requesting ongoing funding of $119,000 for a public service and communications position to serve as our public information officer. This essential role will strengthen our community engagement by centralizing and streamlining our day-to-day public communication operations. The recent wildfires demonstrated our need for dedicated expertise in delivering timely, inclusive, and multilingual information across multiple platforms while maintaining our core operations without disruption. The ministerial adjustments and changes on this slide reflect one-time funding reversals for funding received in the current fiscal year. If we can move on to the next slide. Beyond our 3 key budget priorities, our department has identified additional unmet needs totaling $2.8 million. Our operational costs include continuing to hold additional auctions annually to promptly return more qualified properties to tax-paying status, additional staffing and system needs to effectively administer the cannabis business tax program, addressing rising property tax billing and mailing cost, and replacing essential equipment that services various county billing programs. If we can move on to the next slide. Before I wrap up my presentation, I want to briefly discuss our most significant budget pressure, the replacement of our property tax system. This critical investment will modernize our infrastructure to ensure reliable revenue collection for both our county and 600 taxing agency partners. Without this essential funding, we face escalated risk of system failures that could disrupt tax collection and impact both taxpayer services and county revenue. The investment in replacing our property tax system will strengthen our cybersecurity posture, protecting critical financial data while improving service delivery to our community. So in conclusion, our budget request focuses on strategic financial infrastructure investments, modernizing our tax collection system, enhanced cybersecurity, and improved public communications. These priorities will strengthen our ability to fulfill our mandated responsibilities, protect taxpayer funds, and ensure reliable revenue collection to support essential community services. Before I conclude, I want to thank you for your time and consideration, and my team and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Liz, for that presentation. So overhauling the e-tax system has been in the works for some time, but this is a significant investment in this. And could you just elaborate or just talk a little bit about how this system will benefit county taxpayers? And especially how will it impact their experience when they interact with your department?
Absolutely. So having a new system is going to make things easier for not only our staff, but our taxpayers when they interact with us. We expect a new system to streamline our operations and automate a lot of manual and workaround processes that we have so that we can answer questions for taxpayers more quickly. Our staff will be able to access information immediately and then sometimes in real time so that we can respond and be able to have folks have a more convenient experience with the tax collector. We are also expecting to provide more information online. Our antiquated system makes it difficult and it's costly to program our system to provide more information online. The new modern systems will be able to have real-time information for folks to be able to access information on their taxes, their payment history, things like that, so that they won't have to call us or wait on an email response or come to our offices to try to get that information. That'll be game-changing, I think. I can't get excited about tax collections, but I know there's modern technology that will really change that and expedite the response times.
Yeah, good, thank you. And then I noticed that part of your unmet needs is 3 new positions for the cannabis business tax. And I know that licensing and regulating cannabis businesses falls under DCBA, but would these 3 positions be so that you can get staff in place so that we're ready when DCBA has a licensing program? Have you not been able to tax these businesses because you don't have the staff? And is there any projections on how much tax money could be collected through the cannabis businesses?
Sure. So as you stated, there's 2 parts to the cannabis business tax program. There's an ordinance for the tax collection, which has already been put in place. We haven't added our staff yet because we are waiting on the regulatory framework that DCBA is working on, which they're projecting to have in 2026. We would need to have these positions in place to be able to work together to effectively collect the tax once businesses are licensed. We have not yet received any tax payments from cannabis businesses. We are working very closely with our enforcement partners to monitor the cannabis activity so that if there is an opportunity for us to do assessments, that we are ready and able to do that. But at this point, because the regulatory framework hasn't been developed, we haven't received any payments. But we're willing and able to collect. The positions that we're asking for will help us be set for once all the businesses are up and running. In terms of estimated cannabis revenue, I did ask my team, and I think an early estimate from DCBA was $10 million a year once the program was up and running. Again, there's a lot of factors, and I don't remember how old that study was, but that was the latest revenue estimate.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Horvath, or I'm sorry, Supervisor Solis.
Yeah, you know, Supervisor Hahn asked the questions I was going to ask, but just on the last item on the cannabis, would there be an opportunity for you to also work with our cities and other municipalities that don't have maybe the mechanism to collect the tax when and if this happens?
At this point, we are only regulating unincorporated. I would have to consult with county council to see if there would be an opportunity to do contracting for those additional services
Just as you
to cities.
do for, I mean, your other system here that we talked about, the e-tax system, where you collect it and then you disperse it. I think for me, the only, not even a question, is that we continue to get calls from our constituents about mix-up in taxing, you know, information that goes to them, or maybe they make a payment and it hasn't been received by you and it's been maybe delayed, or maybe it could be even a year. So how do you handle those kinds of cases, and how will this system help you in that way, address those kinds of issues?
So we will, by having a more modern system, we will be able to review, all three property tax departments would be able to review the status of a case, whether a payment has been received but not applied, whether a bill went to the wrong address. So we would be able to communicate more effectively and more streamlined across all of the departments to be able to quickly address and resolve the issues with our taxpayers. We do that now, but it does take some time and effort, and it's not as quickly as we would like, and obviously not as quickly as the taxpayers would like.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Horvath.
Do we expect any of the costs of the cannabis program to be offset with future revenue in the as far as your unmet needs?
I would like to defer to the CEO to.
Sorry, is the question, do we expect any of treasurer and tax collectors?
Positions, the funding
Yeah,
for our
the
program.
costs related to the cannabis program, do we expect any of the costs to be offset with future revenue?
I don't know if expect is the right word. We know that in DCBA, once the program is up and running, we anticipate that either some or all of their costs will be offset, and assuming that there is additional revenue and there are no restrictions in the county code, then we would certainly look to offset TTC's costs as well.
Okay, and one of the requests is $300,000 for a new cannabis tax system. Can't we use a version of our existing system to accommodate?
We don't have a current system for collection and accounting for cannabis.
But we have a tax system for
Talking
collection
about
of
our property tax system. So I believe there's different details that we would need to track in terms of the types of collections that we would be making. Let me see if I can ask my.
I know in a community I used to represent, we stood up a business tax system for our cannabis program, and I know that we came up with different costs, so maybe I could work with your department to see if there are some efficiencies to get this number down. It just sort of stood out to me based on our experience, but obviously we want you to have the system that you need. Just seemed a little bit high.
Definitely.
Supervisors, I think we're expecting the program to launch in 2026, the actual program.
Okay, but it says that it's going to cost $300,000 to implement this system, and I'm just trying to understand what accounts for that number.
Hi, Supervisor.
Hi.
Demia Johnson. So our cannabis system is actually more complex than any of our other systems as it relates to a self-reported gross receipt tax. In the cannabis framework, there are several categories and different percentages, and so that kind of adds a level of complexity in terms of trying to calculate, monitor, and just keep track of everything. And this framework is actually very separate from our property tax system. So that was the reason for going out and getting that. But we do have an hope that once we get the cannabis system in place, that we would be able to borrow that framework for some of our other systems to create those efficiencies as well.
I see. Okay. Well, we'll get into the details with you offline. And then you had also mentioned implementation of a new e-tax system. So do we expect any efficiencies or cost savings once it's fully implemented?
Definitely. Our staff have to spend quite a bit of time navigating through the different databases in our current systems to basically research an item and either make a correction or answer questions from a taxpayer. So being able to have a modern system where essentially all that information is in one place, we'll be able to access that information a lot quicker and be able to respond to the taxpayer, as well as provide a lot of that information real time for the taxpayer to access on their own so that they don't have to wait on us to be able to provide that information. So those are going to be significant improvements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was just curious on this item here, the replacement of the property tax system. Do you have an estimate on what that would cost?
We are currently in negotiations as we speak, so we really can't disclose much information right now. But it's going to be
Six-figure or seven-figure? If you can't say, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So can I follow up? So on the e-tax system development, implementation, transition, something that's always, I've never been able to understand, because I'm looking here and it says property tax mailing cost, and that includes supplemental taxes. Why can't you combine supplemental tax on the tax bill? Why do you have to do two separate bills? Because I know people have complained that they didn't see the supplemental, but they're paying their tax. I mean, their primary property tax. And in one case, it went to possible auction because they hadn't seen it. It was that long. I mean, and it was like 130 some odd dollars that ended up, with all that. And so before you, Liz, I would ask, why can't you combine it? And they said, because you can't. And I still don't think that's a good reason.
Well, the current system is separated, so we can't combine it. And I think our expectation would be when we have a new system that we would be able to provide all delinquencies or all amounts owed for that parcel. Right now,
I'll be on one bill?
It should be.
Okay, because when I see the mailing tax, which I didn't know, I mean, you could save a little bit by combining it.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that cost is related to just the increase of postage and the increase in paper. But absolutely, we can reduce the number of paper that we send out to taxpayers so that they can have one statement that is comprehensive.
And then I don't know if you have the answer to this, but do you know how many are using the password that you provide for property tax payment versus using credit card?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we
I
can
was
get
just
that
curious to know
information.
how that's all playing out. And I know we've got a new system as well. So it'd be interesting to see the breakdown on how people are paying their property tax.
Yes, we have that information, just the forms of payment that they're making.
Excellent. All right, well, thank you. And no other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we are going to hear from the Auditor-Controller. Oscar Valdez is going to make the presentation with his team.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Oscar Valdez, Director for the Department of Auditor-Controller. Joining me today, I have my Chief Deputy Auditor-Controller, Connie Yee, along with my Assistant Auditor-Controllers, Robert Campbell, Majida Adnan, and Rochelle Anema. I want to thank you for the support and the opportunity to present our annual budget request for fiscal year 25-26. As the Auditor-Controller, we play a vital role in providing the county with essential financial leadership, independent and objective expert advice across a wide range of fiscal matters while advocating for fiscal integrity and accountability throughout the county. As highlighted in our first slide, Our total appropriations are $135.5 million, which are offset by interfund transfers of $70.6 million, revenues of $27.7 million, and a net county cost of $37.2 million. We have 636 budgeted positions to carry out our core fiduciary responsibilities. These responsibilities include: 1, developing and implementing internal control policies and procedures that will enhance transparency, compliance, safeguarding, and ethical stewardship of taxpayer funds. 2, controlling, maintaining, and managing the county's chart of accounts, ledgers, board-approved budget, as well as preparing comprehensive financial reports for major stakeholders and investors, and ensuring that all of the financial activities are approved, accounted for, and transparent. 3, proactively conducting comprehensive internal audits, monitoring social contracts, service contracts, and performing fraud investigations to safeguard the county's financial resources and mitigate risk, while ensuring compliance with county and statutory guidelines. This proactive approach enhances the effective and efficient use of taxpayer funds and improves the delivery of safety net services to our county residents. 4, serving as an independent advocate for youth in the county's dependency systems and uplifting their voices, their needs, their rights through our in-person outreach by our ombudsperson for youth and short-term therapeutic programs. 5, managing and maintaining the county's complex enterprise systems, financial, payroll, human resources, and the property tax administration system to ensure operational continuity and compliance with our mandated responsibilities. For central payroll, ensuring timely and accurate compensation for 110,000 employees with an annual spend of $11 billion. For disbursements, overseeing the timely issuance of $26 billion in county warrants to vendors, child support recipients, and other claimants. 6, through our Shared Services Division, we provide standardized accounting services to 20 county departments. We ensure consistent, compliant, and timely processing by implementing and executing clearly defined guidelines and procedures in key areas such as accounts receivable, payroll, procurement, accounts payable, and grants management. And finally, executing our mandated property tax functions with precision and compliance, working in collaboration with the assessor and the tax collector to ensure the accurate and timely distribution of $25 billion in discretionary property tax revenue to approximately 600 taxing jurisdictions. Staying on the same slide, but moving over to our budget priorities, we are requesting the following. For items 1 and 2, Measure A promised voters independent audits, strong fiscal oversight, and it provided designated resources of approximately $5 million for these initiatives. Homelessness and affordable housing services and spending represent one of the highest risk categories, and these complex yet essential areas of county program have never had a dedicated internal assurance support or presence or funding. Therefore, our budget request is vital for managing the increased workload and enhancing audits, fiscal oversight, and support for homelessness and affordable housing, specifically for Measure A and the Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solution Agency. With your support, we will deploy these resources to establish a comprehensive framework for fiscal management, collection, distribution, oversight, and assurance services that will align with the measure's objectives. For item number 5, we are requesting the restoration of the 2010 board-directed financing structure for general fund department audits. In March 2010, the board instructed the CEO to adopt a new model for risk-based audits by reallocating NCC funding to the Auditor-Controller. This structure was effective until fiscal year 2021, when 2/3 of the funding was curtailed. The 2010 board motion highlighted the budgeting challenges departments faced for risk-based audits, especially during the Great Recession, and noted that one-time funding does not resolve the systematic issue. Now, as the county faces serious fiscal challenges and potential budget cuts, dedicated ongoing funding for audit services is crucial. Internal audits provides a vital assurance that resources are utilized efficiently, effectively, and legally, and this need becomes even more pressing in times of financial strain. So restoring the funding is crucial, not just for compliance, but as an investment in the county's future. By managing risk, preventing and detecting fraud, and ensuring resources are used efficiently, internal audits and controls become pillars supporting our mission and the critical work of the entire county family. For item number 7, the Office of County Investigation investigates serious allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse within county government. Due to the increased complexity and high-risk nature of the cases, OCI's workload has risen sharply, partially because departments are requesting assistance in cases they cannot manage. To address this issue, we are requesting positions to establish new teams dedicated to investigations and oversight of cases assigned to outside firms. This will enhance investigative capacity, reduce departmental burden, ensure high-quality oversight, and facilitate timely case resolution. For item number 8, we are requesting NCC to create a specialized team to proactively address the evolving mandated financial reporting guidelines set by the Governmental Accounting Standard Board. This team will lead the preparation of the county's annual financial statements, improving efficiency and managing new accounting standards and special projects. Finally, for items 3, 4, 6, and 9, the Auditor-Controller is responsible for implementation, support, and maintenance of the countywide ERP system and is preparing to launch a large enterprise-level integrated property tax system with the Treasury tax collector. As we transition to cloud-based and SaaS solutions, the demand for strong security and functional expertise grows. To address these major projects, we are requesting the following. 1 dedicated enterprise security and privacy manager. This position is crucial not only for preventing breaches, but also for securing our future, fostering innovation, protecting our reputation, and creating a resilient organization. Also, 2 senior accountant system analyst positions to ensure the success of the LACIS project, along with 1 program specialist for our countywide payroll. These roles are essential for maintaining smooth operations. Finally, 1 senior accountant system analyst to support the e-tax project, which will replace the county's existing 42-year-old property tax system. I want to move on to our final slide, so if we can move on to the next slide. And this to highlight the significant budget pressures facing the Auditor-Controller. First, while we understand that this is a board policy decision, we will continue working with the CEO and the board to restore this ongoing audit funding, which is essential for our risk-based audit approach. Without this restoration and with further cuts to our NCC funding, our oversight function would be compromised, resulting in staffing constraints, reduction, or elimination of critical general fund risk-based audits for departments such as the sheriff, probation, district attorney, assessor, treasurer tax collector, and the CEO. This would increase the risk of fraud, waste, and abuse in county government and lead to insufficient audit and investigative resources, allowing these issues to go undetected. Finally, the growth of county government has significantly increased the demand for shared services division. This has resulted in higher cost of managing the program with an annual deficit of $1.1 million. Further cuts to our NCC would jeopardize our ability to provide timely, effective, and efficient services to our 20 client departments, potentially leading to noncompliance with mandatory operations. Our goal is to begin billing departments for future full-cost services in future cycles. This concludes our presentation, and we're available for questions.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over the last year, the board has requested several reviews and audits, and it's my understanding you take funds from a PFU count to pay for those that we request from the board. So do you have enough funding in that account to continue to provide these requested reviews and audits for the upcoming fiscal year?
For the new year, we'll have a new pool of money for that. Okay. But with regards to this year, we can definitely get back to you where we're at right now. But we are pretty close to depleting the fund for this year. This would be for the next budget cycle, so we do get a dedicated amount every year as one-time funding. So we would be able to, meet those requirements from the board for those board motions that instruct us to conduct any type of review.
Okay, yeah, let us know if, I know we're only about halfway through, maybe a little bit more. And then secondly, I know part of that work was focused on homelessness-related review. In your challenges and pressures section, you noted needing more resources to provide oversight of new county programs and departments, including high-risk areas such as homelessness-related spending. Why do you consider homelessness-related spending high risk?
I think it's the decentralization, the contracting out to different parties to conduct that for us. Historically, unless there's been, specifically for contracted parties, it's either been through a board motion, But with Measure A actually dedicates approximately $5 million to the Auditor-Controller to provide those type of services, not just the accounting, but also the assurance part of it. So we definitely want to make sure that as revenue is going up, as more homelessness issues are happening, that we definitely provide and obtain those necessary positions to assist us with the additional oversight and accountability.
So centralization would help you with regard to resources and make it a lower risk?
Well, I think here there's never a guarantee. I think with additional oversight, if there's anything that needs to be corrected, I think based on our investigation and review, we can definitely come back and make recommendations. It really falls on the responsibility of those agencies as departments to implement our recommendations. And historically, I think the board has been extremely supportive of that, specifically through the audit committee.
Is there a different level of resource that you need to provide the kind of proper oversight you're talking about as it relates to homelessness-related
At this
activities?
point, it's identifying the funding. I think we're still strategizing, what type of positions we're going to be bringing in. We definitely want to make sure that we bring in the appropriate levels. We may be creating some type of a section within audits or, one of the other units to make sure that we focus in that area and become, definitely develop the necessary corporate knowledge, even though we already have some of that. We've done the lawsuit, we've done some of the other homelessness audits, but yeah, we would definitely need to make sure that we have the appropriate level of positions. I don't know, maybe Robert, you can chime in on this a little bit?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. The growth in this area, and you mentioned the different risk factors. It's critical not only from a financial standpoint, but there's reputational risk to the county. There's dire outcome risk to the individuals that these programs are supposed to be benefiting. And so all of these qualitative and quantitative measurements of risk make homelessness an extremely high priority. As a management consulting function to the board, we also have to recognize that as one of your highest priorities, we need to internalize and prioritize the services that we provide and the oversight that we provide to that program. And so Measure A makes strong provisions for oversight and accountability mechanisms. We're trying to lay the groundwork to meet the board's needs in that area.
That's great. You're requesting several positions and resources for the oversight of Measure A funds and La Casa. Are those for new duties, or are those for homelessness-related oversight specifically?
That's going to be including, the accounting portion of it. So, we're setting up the accounting structure for the collections, the additional money coming in, making sure that we're distributing the money accordingly, but at the same time, making sure that we also provide the assurance, process of the overall process. So, I would say, number position-wise, it's going to fluctuate in regards to their level of positions, but I think it's going to be necessary for us to implement in order to make sure that we're meeting the vision of the board specifically with this new measure. Again, for Measure A, we're going from $500 million to $1 billion in a revenue stream. So again, we want to make sure that we have eyes on that revenue and how that money is being spent.
Absolutely, and I think there's an expectation that we're doing all we can to create efficiencies with the dollars that we have now. So for all of the reasons that you mentioned, I want to make sure that we are giving you the resources you need so we implement the kind of oversight and accountability that Measure A called for, that the voters expected when they were voting for it, and I think, and of course, what this board expects in terms of how we're administering those funds and the programs that they fund. So, thank you.
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation, Oscar. I wanted to ask you on your budget challenges and pressure on the second paragraph, increased costs of managing shared services. Can you go into that a little bit?
So at least here for shared services transitioned to the Auditor-Controller back in 2005. This is where multiple departments basically opted out of doing their fiscal administration processes. We received positions, we received NCC, and then we also started billing. Over time, we've added additional departments, through board motions as we've increased those departments and, shared services providing those services. Historically and timing-wise, it was just a timing issue this year. My plan this year was really to start working with the 20 departments. Not every department is, you know, not paying their full share, but some of them are. But my goal this year was really to start through a phased-in process to try to get those departments to catch up to their full billings. So we usually do 2-year service level agreements. And for some departments, they pay a certain portion plus NCC, and there's still a gap. So for me, I was planning on actually working with those departments to actually start recovering that over a phased-in process. So right now, we're actually still providing the services, but we're not recovering our full cost.
So can you provide that list to us of the?
Sure.
Yeah, that's what
Yes.
I'd like to know, and what the,
Yes.
what that balance is.
Yep, yep.
I think that's important to know. I guess it's interesting, I wasn't aware that we're at a deficit there.
Mhm.
And the other is that the high-risk audits that you do, sheriff, probation, are you having to hire up certain individuals just for those departments? Is that?
Well, no, we're, for those risk-based audits, again, Auditor-Controller, we went through the curtailment in fiscal year 2021. We lost funding, so we weren't able to fill vacant positions. So we've been working with the existing resources. Anytime that there's a board motion, we've been reallocating existing resources to board motions, moving them away from a, you know, billable department, which could be health services, DPSS, mental health. You know, if we are doing audits for general fund, which we do receive funding for that, but it's one-time in nature, it's not ongoing. So again, one-time funding, you cannot use one-time funding to start hiring positions that are ongoing. So for us, it's basically still working with the existing resources to basically leverage that asset in order to accomplish all of the various requests, not just from the board, but based on our risk assessment. So we do have those challenges. So I think here, if we were to have that funding reestablished, it would give us the flexibility to start hiring those positions to truly focus on all areas and have those dedicated resources for risk-based audits in the general fund.
So on the Office of County Investigations, you have 4 positions. Can you tell me exactly what they'll be, what they will be looking at? Like
I'll shift that one over to Robert. So.
Thank you, Supervisor. The Office of County Investigations, as you know, they operate the fraud hotline. We have seen a change in the nature and content of the allegations that come in. They are trending more overtly criminal in nature, and the cases are more complex. I think part of that is probably not a change necessarily in what's going on in the county, but an increased awareness of reporting opportunities. And so those sorts of cases, departments, depending on the size of the department, have resources internally to be able to investigate administrative matters. And whenever possible, we try to send cases back to the departments for them to manage. But we've gotten to a point where the cases that we are sending back to departments now have criminal elements, and they're not resourced to effectively investigate them, and they're asking us to take them back. And understandably, because it creates risk for them. So understanding that there are ebbs and flows in the investigative workload, we want to leverage this team as a force multiplier. They will take on some investigative workload, but we're looking to them also to manage a contract that we hope to put in place for external investigative services so that we can surge capacity when we need to expand our investigative resources without creating you know, a structural increase in our operation beyond what would be supported by an ongoing caseload. So that's going to be one of the primary functions of that new unit.
And how do you interact with the report that we got from the Covington group? Because that's, I'm still kind of at a loss where we are in terms of where we go, where our focus should be.
Absolutely. They made a number of observations around resources for the Auditor-Controller. We worked closely with them. They had information from our Office of County Investigations and our fraud hotline to help inform their work. And we look at this function primarily while we go out and investigate individual cases of misconduct. The real benefit to the county is in prevention. If we can deter misconduct, if we can make sure that there are structures in place that prevent individuals from being able to exploit our systems and our finances and our programs and our resources, we're going to get a lot more value than the individual cases that we actually investigate. And so we have to maintain back to the Covington report, a credible level of capacity to meet that demand. And so we're trying to right-size the operation for that. But absolutely, the observations there, I think, were legitimate and they were valid. We need to be able to provide this service and frankly, to support, some of the changes that we know are coming down in county government in terms of the Chief Ethics and Compliance Officer. They're going to need to receive information and investigative results from OCI.
That was going to be my next question for Measure G, right? You don't have any requests for any staff or anything for Measure, as we're moving into this, so can you explain that, or where?
Well, I think that we still need the commission to evolve and provide
Just
guidelines.
planning, right? Just thinking.
Right.
You know what's coming, you just said the compliance components and all that, so kind of thinking about what that looks like, that's all. It would be helpful, I think, for some of us to know that, and the public as well, since the measure did pass and we're already, this is a part of Measure G, having these budget presentations, right? So the ball is rolling. So I think you need to keep on that.
Will do.
I'd appreciate it. And you mentioned the hotline. How well does the public really know about the hotline, and how well is it advertised?
We survey workforce members periodically through the county's mylacounty.gov portal, where they go to access their administrative functions, time cards, and things like that, to inquire about knowledge of the hotline. We have a poster campaign. We have online advertising. We operate a website. We also look for opportunities with our departments where they have public-facing functions that in the past have been susceptible to fraud, waste, or abuse, to actually put hotline contact information on documents that members of the public receive, so that if they are presented with an improper solicitation or something like that, that they know where they can go to report it. And then also making sure that people are aware that the hotline is confidential and that you can remain anonymous.
But for me, I think that's really critical, having some cultural competency so that you have information available to everyone in their languages that's necessary, or the predominant ones, right? Because I'm not sure everybody's fully aware. Just by you mentioning it, I'm glad you did, because I was going to ask, but you said that, and I don't know how well it's known, and I think, especially now with so many things happening with the fire recovery and many things that are plaguing us now, I think it might be useful to connect and do some more, just do more focused micro media, and use that, work with our county PIO, but doing something on your own, carving out your own space.
Okay.
So you create that credibility, okay? But thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate
Thank you,
your
Supervisor.
work. Thank you. Thank you.
Mitchell.
Thank you very much. We heard from a department head earlier who said that these presentations didn't reflect their budget in its entirety. So as I look at this list of critical functions, now I'll go back to the slide where we were, if you don't mind. Those critical functions under impact summary, are you saying in that it's on your budget challenges, pressures, that those actions aren't currently funded in your budget?
For the audit portion, we're receiving funding one time versus ongoing. So again, we have to leverage existing resources. We can't ramp up and increase our resources in order to really focus on the risk-based general fund audits. So yes, it's a difference between one-time funding versus ongoing. So we do receive that funding on an annual basis, but we can't hire positions until we receive ongoing funding. So again, we're still.
The answer is, are those functions or those services being provided? You're saying you get one-time funding.
So at least here, we're not maximizing, yes, we're funded, but we're not maximizing the ability to really tackle on all of the risk-based audits in the general fund. Again, we have to reallocate resources in order to do an audit of a general fund, take it away from a billable client. And so we're still just dealing with the same resource versus having additional resources to do billable plus risk-based.
Because that's striking to me, given the core functions that you listed on your first slide, that would be listed. We love to point to the state for handing down unfunded mandates, and it looks like we've got our own internal unfunded mandate scenario. If we as a board are asking for audits, they're not funded, and then you know, put on a slide that critical audit functions aren't able to take place. That's a problem from my perspective.
And we are shifting resources, like I mentioned earlier. I think if we're on a risk-based audit and we receive a board motion, we're reallocating those resources, moving them over to the board motion to conduct that. That audit's going stale depending on how long that project takes. And there may be a situation where that team may experience attrition through promotion or something, and then we have to come back and bring those individuals, get reacquainted with the audit, and basically retrain someone else. So it takes us a little bit longer. And from an audit perspective, I think the best assurance that we can provide is timely recommendations. And if we can't provide a timely recommendation to a department because it's been not prioritized, but we've shifted resources, it makes it harder for the department to be held accountable.
Going back to Supervisor Solis's point about the Covington report, and in your list of duties, you talked about contract monitoring, and you know, that was the whole basis of why that report happened. It was because there was a question about our contract monitoring and the transparency of our process. And so if you would flip to the first slide, you have responsibility over contract monitoring of social services. Yes,
For sure,
about the fourth bullet down, social services contracts monitoring. Are you fully funded to deliver on that function?
For shared services, those are all billable.
Okay.
So at least there we are funded for those. It's just resource-wise, again, if there's a motion like for LAWSA, we had to shift individuals away from a contract monitoring project over to LAWSA. So that did take away from that, and it delayed some of our reporting.
Again, I just find it's just troubling as we use the word transparency and accountability 100 times per board meeting, that your primary function is to guarantee those things to the public, to us. And so the fact that you are in a position where you're having to, in effect, rob from the proverbial Peter to cover Paul's work, I think is a problem. Last question. Why is the ombudsperson for youth in STRTPs in your department? I was sitting here thinking about ombuds services for SNF patients. I'm like, that doesn't fall under the Auditor-Controller. Why is that in your department?
First of all, it's independent objectivity, but Robert?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. Well, we actually love having the ombudsperson in our department. It's one of the most engaging things to work with and really rewarding to see. When the board created that function, it was created specifically in the Auditor-Controller, and there are other places that it certainly could have fit. But one of the guiding concerns at the time that it was created was that it be a function that was organizationally independent of the department whose clients it was serving.
Sure.
And so that existed within the Auditor-Controller, and in the context of that same time period, there were other DCFS-related oversight functions that were also created within the auditor, and so organizationally, it made sense. And you know, we brought the same systematic approach to it that we do to audits and investigations, and you know, we prepare some annual reports of all of our activity and present those to the children's deputies and the cluster. We're fortunate. We really have a fantastic team and frankly, a great partnership with DCFS. So youth that have issues that they can't necessarily resolve or don't feel comfortable resolving through their assigned social worker or their own placing department.
Auditor-Controller.
They come to our ombudsperson who has their own child-friendly branding.
I get the function and role of an ombudsperson. It just is very odd to me. I have to say, I clearly wasn't on the board when that decision was made. I just think it's interesting. And again, the focus, as you said, the focus is on their health and well-being in the facility.
And education about the Foster Youth Bill of Rights and all of the rights that they may not be aware of, but that we want to make sure that they're fully empowered to exercise. So, you know, it's a unique program because they're not. This isn't a waiting for somebody to call us.
Right.
This is going out in person and hearing from them and saying, what do you need?
And how many people are in that team?
We have our ombudsperson, and we have two assistants to her, and then we also have career development interns who are former foster youth with lived experience in the dependency system.
So 3 FTEs and then additional
CDIs.
with lived experience?
Yeah.
Okay.
And just to clarify, those positions are county social workers, are not accountant auditors, so we're we're completely, and that's more for the public. It's, we don't have access to any of the information. It's just providing with the supervisory responsibility and guidance.
I just found it incredibly odd. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you.
Particularly given when I'm looking at that other slide with all of the functions that I do feel fall solely within your lane, that according to the language you put in the slide are some of those duties are not being performed because of the lack of consistent multi-year funding. Again, I find that really concerning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So my question, I mean, I guess, Oscar, I know that you've been talking to our department. Supervisor Horvath and I brought in a motion last year regarding telecommuting and trying to get a handle on how many employees, because as we bring forward space needs and talking about how we're going to move forward, and cost savings and all that, it was something that I felt we needed to know, because if you ask any department, we don't know what percentage of employees are telecommuting in each department. We can guesstimate, but I don't think that's good government. And so I'm trying to figure out what if there were budget constraints that prevented you or your team from moving that process forward, because 9 months later, it's signed. And I'm trying to get my head around it. And I looked at this to try to figure out where that might fall on here, because if we're giving you too much or asking too much, I know with LASA, we pushed that through pretty quickly, but it's with outside consultants. So I'm trying to reconcile where the breakdown is.
So Supervisor, thank you for the question, and I know I've been in communication with your chief of staff, and like I mentioned to her, I take full responsibility for the delay in the process. I know we provided a timeline in regards to, date one, how we started the process. We have been actively involved through the entire process. We did identify a gap during the holidays in regards to where things could have been delayed, based on resources, but, it's not that we just set it aside or it was a resource issue. We were basically working it through the entire time. I know 9 months is way too much time for the process. We're looking at ways to identify something within our office if we need to streamline our review process. But again, we take pride in making sure that we do our due diligence on anything that we submit to the board. This was a contract with a delegated authority consultant, but we wanted to make sure that it was done right versus having a piecemeal type of agreement. So with that, I do apologize for the delay, but I still feel that we were actively involved through the entire process. It was just the additional back and forth with the bid process, the renegotiations with the consultant, and some of the contractual issues that we faced towards the end of the contract process, and having to renegotiate all of those.
So knowing that, is your department going to be working to support data collection for departments so that we can accurately track and manage the employees that are teleworking to ensure we're adhering to policy when maximizing efficiency? Because that's something else that we don't have in place.
It depends on what data is in the system, but we've already met with Michelle and provided her with the data extracts. I think that's the data that we're also going to be providing to the consultants. But if there's additional data that needs to be compiled, it all starts off with how you key in the data into the system, making sure that you capture the additional elements in order to extract the data and report on that data. So we may have to sit down as part of this, engagement, if that's going to be one of the recommendations. How do we leverage the system in order to provide either additional fields, to capture additional elements in order to provide quantitative information to the board or to management?
Okay, because I look to you, Felicia, because I know that as we move into negotiating new leases or other things that are coming up where we're building for additional space for employees, we don't know whether we need that space or not. And what I've learned today from all the departments that have come here that are submitting is that we're not even getting full reimbursement for the cost of the service that we're providing, because in the past, the subvention would offset the cost of our leases. And remember, we'd do the build to own, and then by the end of the time, we would be able to use the subventing funds to pay for it. But we're not even getting that now. So my concern, and that's why I'm really anxious to get the report back, is that as we move forward and we know we're going to have to look at, you're talking about hiring freezes and things like that, I would hope that we would be looking at ways to maximize office space where we may not need it. I don't know, because I don't really know who is coming. I don't know. And I just, hope that you all work together on that, because I think it's important as your department, Mr. Cook, looks at leases that are coming up.
Yes. So we will work with Auditor-Controller, and we'll work with departments. I believe that in our we have like a checklist that we use when we are vetting leases, and I believe that in our checklist we also include information on teleworking and availability of other space. But if that is not included in our checklist, we'll make sure to start including it moving forward. There's a question on the table of, we are teleworking now, and I think one of the questions looking into the future is, will that always be our reality? And so we can potentially give up a lot of like real estate, in our current environment, and then 5, 6, 7 years from now, we may be going in a different direction. So we're trying to be mindful of that as well.
No, and that's smart. But I mean, again, I don't even think we have a baseline for department. And I don't even know that departments have a baseline for what the standards are for telecommuting, which is what I also want to get out of this, because it's not a uniform standard across I mean, human resource kind of gives you something, but there's no checks and balances in some of the departments.
So I agree that there's not a baseline standard, and I think particularly coming out of COVID and depending on what was happening, their messaging was sometimes it was maximize telework, sometimes it was allow telework, and so I agree that there's not a standard. We allow the departments to use that benefit based on their operational needs, but what we will do is we will work with Auditor-Controller's audit, look at the numbers, and see where the gaps are in terms of compiling that information on a regular basis. So not only does the board have it, but we could also use it to better inform our leasing portfolio.
Great. See, that was why I was so anxious. So is because as we move forward, I just feel we need to have that information.
So Super, with regards to the funding gaps for department full cost versus what we're actually recovering, we'll definitely work with the CEO's office in evaluating the cost allocation plan, the current methodology, what can be done, to ensure, basically central service departments, which is not just my office. You have county council, purchasing, HR, that are basically providing services, and we do calculate those costs and identify what the allocation is, but we really need to look at the methodology of recovery, and that's usually 3 years in the rear, so that also introduces a gap, how the cost allocation plan, but we'll definitely work with the CEO to try to explore options.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Go ahead, sorry, Celeste.
For CEO, what is our current policy for telework? Does it vary by department?
So it does vary by department because not all the departments are the same. So some departments have jobs where, like DPSS, they can have a virtual call center and they can allow folks to telework, and they can also have positions where folks work from home. Their home is basically their daily office. Then you have other departments where, because of the nature of the job, the staff is unable to telework. And so what we have done, DHR has issued a policy. We have a teleworking policy, and it's not new. We've had a teleworking policy for many, many years. It was amplified during COVID and right before COVID. And what it does is it instructs departments to allow teleworking based on operational need.
I know today, I think I heard on the news that Gavin Newsom has implemented a return to work, and they get 1 day off, and it won't start until I think maybe next year or something. But nonetheless, I think it helps us if we get an idea what that means, Because I mean, we get calls from constituents who say, I'm calling a department and nobody responds, or it takes too much time for someone to get back to them, and that certainly doesn't help our situation. So I think we just have to do
I
an
agree.
analysis.
I think also that I think it's a double-edged sword, and it has both its benefits and its disadvantages. One of the things about, when you have a lot of teleworking in your office, I think it slows down the transfer of knowledge, particularly with new employees. There isn't a lot of ability to crowdsource solutions. I mean, you can do that over the computer screen, but it's not exactly the same when you're in the office. Sometimes it degrades the amount of camaraderie between staff, and so I do think that a very balanced approach is what is needed, and it is incumbent upon all the department heads, including in my department, to ensure that telework remains a benefit and that it's not degrading a service delivery.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for following up on that, Supervisor Sleece. All right, with that, no other questions. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from the Chief Executive Officer, Vicia Davenport. Our Chief Executive Officer will make a presentation.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Today, I will be joined on the dais by Cherie Todoroff from our Homeless Initiative, Kevin McGowan, Office of Emergency Management, Amy Clark, she's the Admin Deputy for the CEO's Office, and Albert Nafas, who is our CEO Fiscal Manager. Every department that you've heard from over the past several weeks, supervisors have shared the very important role that they play in making our LA County government work for the people that we serve. The Chief Executive Office is same in many respects, and we are also a little bit different. And we're a little bit different because some of our regulatory functions, like budget, classification, compensation, employee relations, risk management, they touch all county departments and budget units. We also have in our department implementation coordinating units like the Homeless Initiative, the Center for Strategic Partnerships, ARDI, our jail closure implementation team, the Department of Justice Compliance, our Poverty Alleviation Unit, our Office of Emergency Management, just to name some of them. As a reminder, some of the new responsibilities that our office has taken over just in the last couple of years are our Probation Compliance Office, our jail closure implementation, our poverty alleviation, and of course, ARDI. So I am mindful of the irony here today that CEO wears two hats. One, we are here as a department, joining my colleagues and fellow department heads in this departmental budget presentation process, and then we also have this countywide regulatory function, which is primarily budget. So I'll start with this first slide. This slide, I think it's very apropos, I should say this, that we follow the Auditor-Controller and the Treasurer and Tax Collector, because often, not anyone in this room, but oftentimes people get their functions confused. What was missing probably today is the assessor. So the assessor generates the revenue. The Auditor-Controller divides it up over 600 taxing entities. The Treasurer and Tax Collector collects the money, and then the CEO's office prepares a spending plan for your board's consideration and adoption later in the budget season. In the county, this was a question earlier, we do incremental budgeting and not zero-based budgeting. Zero-based budgeting is what happens when you start a budget process with zero. You assume that the department will receive no funding, or the entity, and then they are required to justify all of their requests. What we do in the county is incremental budgeting, where there is a certain amount of funding that was provided in a prior budget, and then what you're seeing before you are the incremental requests, the incremental changes. So that's why the department templates that you've seen in this process focus on the implemental changes and not the entire budget. But I thought it might be helpful if I walked through the full budget picture to provide context. So if you look at the bottom left-hand screen of this template in the blue column, For the CEO's fiscal year 24-25 final adopted budget, which your board approved last September, it's reflected at the bottom, and it tells you what our entire budget is. It gives you the overview, the complete budget picture. So the CEO's total adopted operating budget is a little bit over $224 million. That is what we have the authority to spend, to cover our obligations, and to pay for all of our uses. We receive a little bit over $48 million in what's called intra-fund transfers, meaning funding from other departments or budget units for services. We also receive a little bit over $64 million in revenue, which is funding from other sources outside our department or from other budget units. So if you take the appropriation amount, subtract the intra-fund transfer amount, and then subtract the revenue amount, you end up with a number that represents our net county costs. It's the net costs for which there is no other funding source. And so for our department, the CEO's net county cost for our fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget is a little bit over $111 million. So the request that you'll see today reflects fiscal year 25-26 incremental changes to our fiscal year 24-25 budget, if that makes sense. Like many other county departments, the things that we focus on in the CEO are dynamic. Our priorities change often, and so the priorities that are listed on this slide, page 1, are our 5 highest budget requests at this time and priorities. So at the top of the list, you see the Office of Emergency Management with a request for 10 positions. This is the first part of a 2-part request that I'll talk about the second part later. These positions are being requested to help optimize our Office of Emergency Management. And as we pay closer attention to climate change and our sustainability efforts, we can and should expect more natural disasters. We don't want to wait for the next disaster to occur, and so we are prioritizing, focusing on optimizing the Office of Emergency Management team. Let me tell you a little bit about what they will do. These positions will support a number of things, including coordinating major events like the Super Bowl and World Cup and the 2028 Olympics and Paralympics. They will also do a very important role, which is revenue recovery. And so revenue recovery is how the county and cities that have been impacted by disasters, when there is federal and state assistance that is made available, that is how we recover that funding. It's probably an understated, but a very, very important function. We are also requesting positions to help with hazard mitigation and to optimize our disaster response and recovery efforts against all of our other county departments and continue to play that centralized coordinating role. Next, we have the Homeless Initiative and Affordable Housing. If approved, there is a request for 23 staff. You see the RO next to that. That means revenue offset, so there is no NCC being requested to support this request. If approved, 10 of the staff would work in our Emergency Centralized Response Center, working across all 8 of our spas to link homeless individuals to our homeless services as well as our mainstream services that are provided by our county departments. This small unit was established last year by a board motion and hit the ground running, as I think Cherie Todoroff can attest. 4 of the 23 staff would support the Executive Committee for Regional Homeless Alignment, which we call ECRA. This body was designed to create a regional approach to homelessness planning so that the county and cities are not doing different things and working at cross purposes. Basically, it's an attempt to bring some regional alignment to what we do as a region here in the County of Los Angeles on the area of homelessness. This team will, among other things, establish and manage an evaluation agenda to support innovation and improvement in our services delivery. The next, of that 23, there's 4 staff that's being requested to help manage the Measure A revenue. These 4 staff are standard back office administrative type folk. They'll work on budget, fiscal, and contracts work driven by Measure A funded program expansions. Next, there is homeless encampment protocols. While we dismantle our homeless encampments, we know that we have other encampments which are slated to be dismantled at some point in the future, but we have not gotten to them yet. So we want to make sure that we clean up those encampments, and we started this work actually last year. So these staff would help us actually expand and expedite the encampment cleanup program. And I think we talked about this a little bit when our Director of Public Works, Mark Pastrella, presented his budget. And then to round off the request for the 23 staff, there would be 3 staff to support cities. We call this our local solutions. I call it our local solutions unit. And what these folks would do is, we sometimes have cities that are very interested in doing something around homelessness, but they are not safety net services providers. They don't know what to do, they don't know what is possible, and what they really require is some hand-holding and some funding. And so that will also be included in Measure A, and so these positions that are being requested would actually expand some of the work that we're already doing in terms of supporting cities and local solutions. Next, I will go to employee relations. So we are requesting 4 new positions to support a very active period of labor negotiations that is already underway. We have already expanded our employee relations team to be able to timely respond to our obligations at our 42 bargaining tables. Just by way of perspective, we have probably less than 10 to 11 county employees who are dedicated to bargaining, and they manage about 42 tables collectively. During the last contract period, we had an issue with clearly documenting our labor agreements. So in response, and in parallel actually, because some of this work was already underway, we did a number of things. In addition to changing out the management, we developed a new document management system. We brought on additional staffing resources to help with the bargaining work. We also developed a new process where, as discussions are happening at the tables, we haven't always had a person who is dedicated to just tracking and note-taking, like what's happening. And so as discussions go back and forth, particularly when you do it online, there is an opportunity to miss something. And so one of the things that these 4 positions, these folks would do is they would support folks that are at some or most of those tables, not only to do coordination and scheduling, but also to capture like what is happening. We now receive at the end of each day, maybe within a day, a summary of what happens at all of our tables when in our current bargaining environment. And so we are looking for 4 permanent staff to help with that effort. Next, I'm going to go to the Department of Justice Compliance, DOJ compliance as we call it. This was an initiative that was placed in the CEO's office probably about 2 years ago. So we are seeking 3 new positions to strengthen our compliance team. And this is a NCC net county cost request. The unit was established with a number of staff with a time-honored tradition in the county that we call loan borrows. So you either loan the staff to another unit or you borrow the staff from another unit. And loan borrows are great when you have to stand up something quickly. It allows you to identify a person and bring them into your organizational structure to start doing the work. However, it's not a sustainable solution. So the county's DOJ journey, you might recall, started in 2016 with a consent decree and with the Department of Justice, and with the county infusing large amounts of staff and resources into the Sheriff's Department. And so for many years, we assumed that that was all that was necessary, that all of the provisions and compliance with the provisions under the DOJ would happen without any additional oversight or monitoring from the CEO's office. But we know that that is not the case. Although we have made great progress on many of the provisions in a consent decree, we have a number of them that are still outstanding, and it requires a high level of coordination and monitoring to help us get it over the finish line. It's not a matter of simply throwing money at the problem. So this team needs to be dedicated to all of the moving parts, requests around capital, construction, facilities, budget, service delivery, amongst an array of departments, but particularly with the departments of mental health and with Department of Health Services. And then finally, we are requesting one new position to provide dedicated services to the Department of Public Works. So we know that the Department of Public Works, particularly in this era of coming out of the fires and supporting the recovery efforts, will likely continue to do a lot of hiring. The Department of Public Works at any given time has roughly 400 to 500 vacancies in the department, and they are constantly hiring and promoting. We know that there are things that the departments want to do in terms of reorganization, and so this request here, again, you see the RO revenue offset. The Department of Public Works essentially is agreeing to fund a dedicated person that would only work on their requests. Next slide, please. So next I'm going to spell out our unmet needs. And I'll take them in order. So first we have ARDI's Prevention and Promotion and Coordination and Implementation Team. This is a body of work, and actually I should say for the Tier 1 critical unmet needs, those are all in response to board motions. So we have the PPCIT, that is under the auspices of ARDI. They have been working diligently with a number of core departments, DMH, DPH, multiple units within the CEO's office, including homelessness and CIO, to develop basically a county-wide prevention plan. We have our jail closure implementation team. We recently hired an executive director, and there was staff allocated to the jail closure implementation team in last year's budget. They are requesting staff to continue to coordinate all of the moving parts around jail depopulation and community safety. Chief among them is a dedicated person to do data. So you may know that we have an uneven level of data maturity amongst our county departments, and when you're doing this type of work, you can't assume that just requesting information such as data will happen. You actually need a person or persons who are going to stay on top of it, make sure that they are working with each department who you're requesting data from to work through any issues, why they can't provide the data or why they need to provide it in a different way. Number 3 is our racial equity strategic plan and homelessness portfolio. This is also under the auspices of ARDI. We know that African Americans in the county are disproportionately represented among unsheltered homelessness, and we also know that Latinos are one of the highest and one of the fastest growing segments in our unsheltered homelessness space. Finally, in this section, we have our faith-based partnerships. This is an initiative that is designed to establish a portal within the CEO's office that members of the faith community can come to ask questions, to receive support, but it's also is intended to work the other way around, where county requests are coordinated and sequenced. So what's happening right now is we are almost wearing out the faith-based group because you have multiple and sometimes conflicting requests coming from county departments. And this faith-based partnership would be a small unit within the CEO designed to help address that, very similar to the Center for Strategic Partnerships. Tier 2 and the priority unmet needs, we have the Office of Emergency Management. I said earlier that this was two parts to the staffing request. One was, the first part was 10 staff. The second part is 15 staff. And again, what we would do with the staffing is phase it out during a multi-year phasing plan. So essentially, when we have requests, whether it's within my department or another department, and we have a large number of staff, one of the questions we'll ask is, can the department hire up that quickly? That's one question. And then the second question is it better to phase out the staffing so that you do your first complement of staff and see if your conditions and your needs change? Maybe if you start off with an initial complement of staff, your second complement of staff, maybe that number changes. But for right now, we have a request here for 15 staff. The Equity and Diversity Fund and Identity-Based Hate Training, this is also an initiative under ARDI. This is actually really designed to supplement our existing efforts on education and awareness about hate-based language and actions. And it will also supplement the work that the Human Relations Commission is doing within the executive office. And so this is not a request for positions, it's really a request for services and supplies to help amplify that effort. Number 3 is risk management. So risk management does a number of things. They do, as indicated on this screen, HIPAA audits, investigations, risk assessments, and ensuring compliance with certain federal regulations. What I'll say here is this request is for 4 staff. Our insurance portfolio has grown dramatically over the years. We're in a situation where we used to insure about 100 properties. Over the years, that number has grown to 1,224 properties. And so what's happening is, as the request and the need to insure properties grows, and those requests come from departments, that requires more work by the folks that are in this unit. So even though the requests have grown, the number of staff in the unit has not grown. Another request or another work stream that these staff would be doing are what's called risk evaluations. And so are handling issues, certificates of self-insurance, conducting insurance compliance, et cetera. The workload has also increased over the last 5 years. So we used to do 400 assessments annually. We're now doing almost 800, and that number is as of 23-24. So this request is really to try to right-size the department so that they can keep up with the need and to provide timely services to the departments. Lastly in this section is classification and compensation, which is a very, very important unit. People talk about it all the time. So classification is the tip of the spear to budget. And it is a very important line of work. It's very nuanced. Not many people understand it. And in a nutshell, the work has outpaced the staff, the staffing complement. So you have heard other departments in their presentation share that as they fund their front line operations, their backline operations haven't kept up, and that is the same for classification and compensation. So that's really a request that's driven purely by workload. And then the last two are asset management and the tier 3 unmet needs. Asset management, enhancement of master planning. This unit several years ago had a lot of vacancies and they had a lot of backlogs in leasing and in other areas. And we have worked really hard to clean that up. The request here is to allow for funding so that they can optimize master planning along the lines that Supervisor Barker, you mentioned earlier. And so it's not just looking at one lease in one department in isolation, it's looking at what the department's needs are from a geographic location as well as countywide. And so we have done master planning in that unit, but we don't have staff that are dedicated to it. So they're essentially doing it on overtime. And then our last unmet need request is legislative affairs, budget and bill analysis. And again, this is purely a workload driven request. We know that the requests and the needs of the board and of the departments continue to increase. And so this is a request for one position to help support our fundamental requirements and obligations in our legislative affairs unit. Next slide, please. So here are our challenges that we have listed. I will not go through each of them in equal detail, so I'll call out some of them. We have already discussed in the memo that I issued to the board on February 26th the challenges around the loss of our ARPA funding. When we received both our CRF funding and our ARPA funding, we made a decision, and this board adopted it, that we would not hire permanent staff with the one-time dollars because we knew that the funding would go away. And so now we are at a moment in time where that is starting to happen. And what you are seeing in some of the budget requests are departments requesting funding to basically extend some, very well implemented ARPA programs. More frequent disasters. I stated earlier in my discussion regarding Office of Emergency Management, the hope is that the devastating Eaton fire and the Palisades fires and the other fires, and even what we've seen in your district, Supervisor Hahn, in the Palos Verdes area, the hope is that those are like once in a lifetime, once in a generation, once in a century events. But we know that that is not the case. And so as we look into the future and try to look at what's on the horizon, we know that and suspect that there will be more disasters on the horizon that will place extreme pressures on our budget and our staffing resources. We have talked previously about this nuanced point, and I want to make sure that I'm very clear about it. And it is reductions in the amount of funding that the county will receive under the new Measure A. So Measure A provides more funding for homelessness overall for the county region. And the money is divided into these different buckets. The bucket that the county will receive for the services that we're providing under Measure H is somewhat smaller. At least in this upcoming fiscal year, by about $10 million. And so we have been working with departments, and we have provided information to your board staff about the need to right-size the Measure H, now Measure A budget. Labor negotiations are underway, and we are very appreciative of our labor partners and our countywide workforce. We also know that the proposals that we are receiving at our tables are not in alignment with what our budgetary and fiscal reality is. And so that's additional pressure that my office will need to manage. And then I'll just say the last one, which is state and local policy changes related to criminal justice reforms. These are things that are not within our control, but we will have to address through our, it'll impact our CEO DOJ compliance team, as well as our jail closure team. And what I'm talking about is Proposition 36. So we have heard, I think, from our sheriff that they have already started to see an uptick, or maybe it was our public defender, in filings for criminal cases. And so we anticipate that that will just continue, and that it'll make the work of our CEO DOJ compliance team and even our jail closure implementation team that more challenging. The federal environment related to equity initiatives casts a cloud over funding for efforts related to ARTI, and so that is something that we are mindful of and that we'll continue to manage. And then the last bullet related to our disaster costs. We have been, and we continue to be asked, we're trying to provide the information on a flow basis. What is the amount? What is the impact of the fires on the county's budget? What is the recovery effort going to cost? How much money have county departments expended to date, and what do you expect them to expend throughout the recovery effort? So we have, excuse me, we have some initial numbers that we have provided to the LA County delegation and that we have shared with our partners, but we know that this will be an ongoing need and an ongoing request. It presents an optics issue. If someone asks you, how much does this cost? And the response is, well, we're continuing to work on it. But the reason why we're continuing to work on it is because it's a work in progress. Every day, Mark Pastrella and his team are out there doing, supporting debris removal and working on roads, and Norma Garcia from Parks is doing like child care camps. Those costs are being incurred on a flow basis. And so what we have to do is to be mindful to stay on top of them and make sure that we have the right infrastructure in place that we can capture those costs so that we can convey them to our legislative partners in both Sacramento and DC. And then I'll take the last slide. So I think I've covered those, the unanticipated costs due to recovery activities. We know that with our FEMA partners and our federal reimbursement, when the county does our capital outlay, we're paying money. We know that it'll take probably a couple of years for us to get reimbursed from that, and so front funding our FEMA costs is additional budgetary pressure. And let's see, I will stop there. I talked about asset management and their desire to have a master planning, be more proactive and comprehensive in our approach. They have had growth, as you can see. They managed 719 capital projects with a total budget of about $2 billion and 705 million square feet. And they are requesting also the 3 additional staff that would support the master planning unit that I discussed earlier. And so with that, I will conclude my presentation, and I'm here and available to answer any questions as well as members of my team.
So I'll start out, and first of all, thank you, Fezia, and I'm happy to see the positions for Office of Emergency Management. I know, Kevin, how many staff do you currently have?
37 FTEs.
37. I mean, we're seeing more and more frequent activation of your Office of Emergency Management coming into play year-round, whether it be earthquake, floods, fires. And so I think there's a strong justification for that. My question is, when, for example, this fire, do you bill against FEMA for any of the services provided?
There are elements of our full-time employee counts that we do seek reimbursement on, and then also a portion of the recovery team that Fezia had mentioned is part of our reimbursement process. We collect funding from the federal government for eligible costs as we do cost recovery.
So it says NCC, but it's actually probably more blended, right? I mean, it's not necessarily a straight NCC.
I think it's a hybrid. So when we're not in a disaster recovery incident, then it's NCC, and then when we do, they have to activate, then we would be able to recover some of their costs.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think there's a justification for it, given just how important a role they played with this fire that took place both in 3rd and 2nd or 5th district. So I think that that's an important one. And then on the classification and compensation, Amy, that's under you, correct? Or what division is doing the classification and compensation?
So it used to be Amy's unit. It is now under Ann Havens, and she is actually here today. I was going to say, I don't believe she's here.
No, that's okay. I mean, my question though is, and I'm oversimplifying, but it seems like we always reinvent the wheel with classifications and compensations. Can you explain to me why it's so complicated and it takes so long?
Yeah, so let me try my best attempt at this answer. So one of the things that the classification system does is it keeps in place your civil service system, and it is designed to produce inequities. It is designed to eliminate situations where you have two people who are similarly situated doing the same type of work, and then one has a higher level item and they make more money, and then the other has a lower level item and they make less money. So part of the process is sometimes we'll receive a request and a department will say, I need an attorney. Just using this as an example, Don. They'll say, I need an attorney. I need an attorney to prepare legal papers and to serve them. And that's a higher paid position. And what we'll say is, this is part of the back and forth. Well, you could have a paralegal who could prepare the legal papers and serve them, and so you don't need an attorney. And so part of that is that back and forth. Sometimes it's educating the departments, sometimes it's negotiating with the departments, sometimes it's fighting with the departments. And so it's not a one-off, it's not transactional. Part of it is us saying, help us better understand what you need. We have over 2,200 classifications in the county, and we don't like to create new ones because it exacerbates the problem. And so what my team will go back and do is say, hey, can any of these 5 other classifications, can any of these 5 other positions do that work? So that's a very simplified example, but it gives you the back and forth of what would be in a simple transaction. And also, when the department and my department, when we're going back and forth, this isn't the only thing that they're working on. They might have X number of other classification requests that are pending. So they're moving the work forward as the information becomes available. So they might have 14, we respond to one, then we're working on the next one. We respond to that one, we might go back to the first one. So part of it is an information flow and information exchange. The second thing I'll say is, sometimes you don't have a classification request, you have what we call a reorg. And so what happens in a reorg is, when you're moving staff around, you might have a manager position. In a reorg, you might take half their staff away and move them somewhere else. We call that descoping. So now there's a question, well, if you have this manager who's doing 50% less of the work, how does that manager and their obligations relate to all of the other managers who's still doing 100% of the work? When you have a descoping issue, it's not obvious, but we hear about it on the back end, where we'll receive a request from a department, and the department will say, the other department, they have a manager, and that manager is only doing these 4 or 5 things. How come I can't get that level of person? So that's probably not a clean example, but those are some anecdotes.
It is, but I personally, just because, I mean, this has been long before I was elected, I've never understood why it takes so long to do it.
Yeah, I think they need more staff too.
Yeah, well, okay, because to me, it's like, sometimes it's been over a year to get, yeah. And I'm perplexed, and so when I see one staff member, one position, I don't know, how many are in that unit, Joe?
In the unit is,
And I'm not pushing back, I'm just trying to
no,
understand.
I get it. So how many are in a unit? I'll get that information.
That's fine.
Yeah, we have 39 in the unit. We have developed a system where we're able now to more accurately document when we receive a request and when a request is actionable. Sometimes we'll receive a request and we don't have sufficient information. We might spend 2 weeks going back and forth saying, can we obtain a actionable request? And so we're trying to document now when we receive requests versus when we actually start working on them, and then some of the back and forth.
Okay. And then last on the HI, I know that is a revenue offset, increasing 23 positions for housing and for, where is it? Right here. To support HI programs pursuant to the passage of Measure A. Is any of that duplicative to what LASA is doing, or is this looking at moving some of the services from LASA over to the county?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Sheree Todoroff, the Director of the Homeless Initiative. These requests are specific to our current functions as they're expected to be right now in fiscal year 25-26. So it's for current operations and current funding streams that we administer within the Homeless Initiative.
So is it because of the La Casa as well, adding that on as a, or?
Yeah, so there's a combination of things. One are related to some board motions, so specific functions related to the Emergency Centralized Response Center, the Executive Committee for Regional Homeless Alignment are some of the expansion areas. There are some areas that are specific to the administration of Measure A. So we have new data accountability and research requirements, and so some of those are related to that. And we also have some positions that had been contemplated by this board as part of our board motion as well, where we're now getting them into the budget process, which is for the expanded and expedited cleanups, often focusing on RVs in unincorporated areas. So those are the areas that we're talking about here.
So when you increase by that number, 23, do you have the office space to accommodate additional?
So we do. We do a combination of, a lot of our team actually are working in the field. So we're juggling office space as it relates to both field-based work and office-based work. And we do support teleworking for our staff for whom that's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam CEO. I appreciate your framing your presentation a little broader and helping us understand that what you're presenting is the kind of incremental application, if you will, of new NCC dollars. So that was very helpful. I also appreciate your Measure A kind of statement and clarification, because as often the case, new money comes available, and then you get sometimes mission creep, which is not easy to do when it's a ballot initiative. But when proposed cuts are in some areas, then people look to this new pot of money and try to help redefine what it's supposed to be for. And I think different from Prop 1, as we heard Dr. Wong frame it earlier today, where a pot of money was reduced and redirected, Measure A is different from Measure H. And so I hope that we are able to move at some point away from the comparison to Measure H and the perception that we've taken a loss. Measure H had a 5-year sunset. Kind of period, hard stop. It's unfortunate that it did, but it did. So I'm glad that we had that clarification. We had, public comment at the last La Casa meeting pointing to prospective budget cuts from homelessness initiative and coming to Measure and coming to La Casa. Well, if they're going to cut it from here, can you give it to us from over here? So, and I said, no, go back over here through this budget process and advocate for yourself here. So I think that we're going to continue to have some of that back and forth for a while until we get real clear in terms of what Measure A was designed to fund and pay for. I also appreciate the reference to emergency preparedness and that it is our new normal. And what popped up for me are two things. First of all, my binge watching of Paradise yesterday on a cross-country flight, where I'm now convinced the world's coming to an end tomorrow. And you'll have, you know, permanent employment forever because all the things that could potentially happen. Coupled with, you know, today's Washington Post, where there are lots of people with lots of opinions about how government fails every day. And so what that also reminded me is that there are elements of government's function that only government does. That's why government exists in terms of infrastructure. And so as we acknowledge that this is our new normal, government will continue and the county will continue to have a role to play in terms of helping our residents navigate, be prepared, and recover for whatever disaster comes our way. So I appreciate the acknowledgement and the importance of emergency preparedness. One question, when I consider the amount of time we as a body talk about the federal government and what they're doing to us, talk about the state government and what they're doing to us, and we have this constant love-hate conversation back and forth with ourselves, that layer is funded in Tier 3. I don't think that's based on what we're facing at the federal government and our needs from the state government. I think we need as strong an advocacy presence as possible to make sure that we are engaging in advocacy to meet our fiscal and programmatic needs. So I would just want to put that up there, that the amount of time we talk about where was Lair, where is Lair, thank you Lair, Lair fell short, whatever it is, we need to make sure that they are appropriately resourced to meet the needs of the county, because we're relying on them to be successful on our behalf through budget actions as well as public policy actions. We are passing 5 signature letters on a regular basis, introducing bills ourselves, so it concerned me that they were in Tier 3. And then I'll just wrap up, Madam Chair, since this is our last presentation. We've spent this past month, based on my true back-of-the-napkin notes, 5 meetings. We've heard approximately 25 hours of testimony from 39 departments. I've listened attentively, taken notes, acknowledged the absolute real, very real resources that it took departments to put all this together. I appreciate that. And I'm also clear that the county has great needs, a lot of needs. We saw a total of over $770 million in new NCC requests and over 2,000 new positions requested. And I am balancing that with information provided by our CEO. The loss of our American Rescue Plan Act dollars, and I frame it as a loss because it was one-time funding. Now it's $2 billion. AB 218. The fires and all of their ripple effect impact, reduced property tax roll, potential impact on county sales taxes. As you said, Madam CEO, labor, DOJ consent decrees. And last but certainly not least, our new reality with regard to the new federal administration, which was brought home to me even clearer my last 3 days at NACO, in sharing in space and conversation with our fellow supervisors and commissioners, as they're called, in other parts of the country, acknowledging that 13% of the county's current total budget comes from federal dollars. So recognizing all of those expanded needs of the county and county residents, as well as our, that's just a short list of all of our potential growing liabilities. And in balancing that, I know that I never want to experience what I experienced at the state, which is when we were broke and had to cut and eliminate critical life-sustaining programs that Angelenos rely on. All the more reason to make sure that we have a budget that stays in the black. So my question, Madam CEO, having said all that, how do you help me? How do you foresee this experience informing our upcoming budget process, which is separate? This was Measure G driven presentations by department heads. How does this, for me as a board member and the general public, how should we use this information, or should we, to inform our upcoming budget process?
Thank you for that. I think that this was, we spent a lot of time with my team when we were trying to decide where was the best place to include this process in the budget. Is it before recommend? Is it after recommend? Is it, and we settled on before the recommended budget. So when we're doing budgeting, there are things that my team always says, things that we're married to. So, DPSS came in and talked about their maintenance of effort. We're required to do that. So there's not a big decision-making exercise there as to whether to fund that. Then we have other things that are unfortunate, but they are realities. We have things like lawsuits and settlements, which unfortunately drive funding priorities or realities for the county. If we have a legal settlement or a judgment, we're required to pay it. Then we have board policy initiatives, oftentimes in the form of motions, where there is a formal directive to act and do something and potentially fund it. And so the way that we view these departmental presentations is it was and is another opportunity to get a glimpse from the board as to priorities. One of the things that the board does in our current process is the board offices will issue letters to my office identifying their needs. But as you can see from this process, budget starts in November or December with the budget instructions. The budget requests that you see here oftentimes predate those letters. When we have stakeholders, community members come down to the board and they advocate for their needs, sometimes those are not aligned with the departmental budget requests. And so I think placing it at this point in the process was a good thing. I think it helps inform me better and my team to what the board is prioritizing almost in real time, which is different than, let's say, a motion that may have been introduced some time ago. So for me, it's additional insight. My entire budget team has watched. We do 39 pre-meets with the departments. We do 39 budget presentations and then 39 post-meets. And then we have this process that gives us additional information to help inform the recommendations that we would come to the board on April 15th. As part of the recommended budget process.
Thank you, that's helpful. I didn't see this exercise as the space or place for me to communicate to department heads my priorities based on the needs of the 2nd District, so I didn't do that. I listened, asked clarifying questions, push back if there were areas that I really needed to understand, how they got there. But I am clear that we meet with department heads, and it's the budget process where it is my job to then advocate on behalf of the needs of the residents of the 2nd District. And so I really saw this, as I understood from the proponents of Measure G, their intention was to allow the public to have access to information and to have the department heads proactively share their budgets. I'm glad that we got clear that it's What they shared was new NCC allocation and not the entire budget. So I hope everyone, including the public, understood that. And I appreciate kind of hearing your perspective. I'm sure was a daunting challenge, and the kind of the scaffolding you created that people filled was helpful and different in many instances. You know, I recall, there were so many, but I recall public health listing actual motions that she was attempting to fund. You know, not everybody did that, so they were presented differently. And that's to be expected. They're all different departments, different sizes, different mandates. So thank you. I just wanted to hear from your perspective how you thought this would roll into kind of our overall budget discussions and deliberations.
And just for clarification, in the budget requests, you do have requests from departments to, let's say, accept for the board to approve appropriation of revenue. Like DPSS came and said, you know, we're going to get this $78 million. Only 4.9 of it is NCC. And agree with you that the purpose of the presentations were to provide the public information and be more open about the budget process. But even in the questions and the comments that the board makes during the presentations are sometimes insightful, and it's more information that we would have had we not done this process before recommend.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much. I appreciated you highlighting in the blue column the total budget for your department. And does that account for all the funds in the CEO department that you're responsible for?
No, this is our the operating budget. And so departments have operating budgets, and then they'll have money that's in, you'll hear us say PFU sometimes.
Yeah.
And so this budget figure is what's in our operating budget.
Yeah, so no, I know, like, for example, with Department of Public Works, they talked about, you know, the roles, the various roles and hats that they wear and the various funds and, you know, corresponding ways that they pay for all of their different responsibilities.
Yes.
So for you highlighted the operating budget, but there are other components to your department's
So we have,
budget.
for example, like capital projects. And so the board may establish a capital project. We might put some money in PFU, but that money is not in the CEO's operating budget for us to use. It's designated for a specific purpose.
Okay. And some of what I wanted to ask about was already touched on, but I want to go back to the homelessness question because I know that the public expects that Measure A is delivering. You know, we heard from Auditor-Controller what they see as almost a doubling of what income is, you know, is coming from Measure A. So we're going to have to figure out how we communicate what I think your perspective is. And I guess I would ask you, how do we meet the public's expectations with the financial realities that we face? Because there is more money coming in. It might not just be coming to the county. So how do we make sure that we are actually using those dollars as the public has directed us in Measure A to more effectively address the homelessness crisis and emergency?
Yes, so I'll start off and I'll let Cherie place a finer point on it. One of them is to do the work that Measure A requires. The second is to measure it, and I think built into Measure A is a measurement schema and request for ongoing evaluation. And then 3, I think, is to communicate it broadly and effectively. And I realize that not everyone goes to their local government, you know, website to get their latest news and updates, but we know that we have to do better about that, because now that we do have the funding and the expectation is there, if people are not, if they can't see the improvement, or there is no communication channel about what's happening, why they're not seeing the improvement immediately, then from their perspective, it's a waste of taxpayer dollars.
So I do think we need a more robust communications channel, and that's not just with the county, that's with La Casa as well.
Yes, thank you. So the allocation formula for Measure A is complicated, and you are right. It does get sort of challenging to communicate about sometimes. There is absolutely an increase. We know we're going from a 1/4 cent sales tax with Measure H to a 1/2 cent sales tax with Measure A. The amount of that sales tax that the county is getting to administer services is actually comparable to H, so that part has not changed. The nuance here is that the sales tax collections are down. So that's the issue that's impacting our funding level in terms of new revenue coming from A. That's anticipated for 25-26 as compared to 24-25. But there's tremendous opportunity with Measure A, which we know. We know that there's significant investment, an anticipated amount of over $382 million that will go to La Casa for really important work, both tenant protection and support programs, as well as affordable housing preservation and production. Those areas are a piece where we have made major investments, and your board has made major investments in those areas. But we know our issue impacting homelessness, the biggest issue, is affordable housing. And so with the new expanded areas with La Casa and those new dollars, there will be an intentional focus with dedicated resources to supporting tenants with staying in the housing that they're in, and with creating more affordable housing, and so that people, once again, are able to stay in housing or able to get back into housing quickly. So those are our big growth areas with Measure A, as well as the Local Solutions Fund, which is almost $96 million. That's going to go directly to cities and councils of government and our unincorporated areas. These are expansion areas that will be new investments that will make a difference, as well as within the framework of what the county is administering and what HI is administering for the services. We will be bringing to your board, you're likely familiar with the work that's underway by the leadership table that will be going to the Executive Committee for Regional Homeless Alignment, specifically looking at goals with metrics, with targets for each year about the improvements that we want to see that we will be held accountable for. Not only the homeless initiative, but all of the partners that we provide funding to and all of our service providers. So we will be tracking our movement toward hitting those metrics, and they will be available publicly in dashboards for everybody to see as well.
I think it's important that we track how much sales tax revenue is coming in, but I think it's also important to identify that there are different places where that revenue is going, because it is an increase. Yeah. And so while the money might not be coming to county services specifically, we have a whole new stream of funding to build housing and prevent people from falling into homelessness. Some of that service funding that has been increased is also directly going to our cities, so we are expecting them to meaningfully step up by using those dollars. And we also know that there are allocations that we give to LAHSA, for example, and other agencies to fund work that's being done. LAHSA, I think, is close to $1 billion. So there is a lot of money out there, and it is a county ballot measure. While it was initiated by the citizens, it's ultimately a county-wide ballot measure that we are responsible for. And so I just want to make sure that we are doing all that we need to do on our side of the house to make sure that money is being used responsibly and we're not jeopardizing it, because if people start asking questions about how we are managing having that increase of funding and they're not seeing the results, the only entity that's going to be challenged in a court is us. And so we have a very strong fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we're honoring. So there's a lot under your umbrella, and I'm glad that you've highlighted so much of it. And I think that was an important component of this exercise, is really understanding what each department is responsible for. I know in there being an overlap with some of that, there are sometimes shared resources, shared admin, shared personnel, shared all kinds of things. And sometimes when you share them, you don't have their full capacity to, say, bring in new revenue. So there may be new funding streams that we could apply for, but if we don't have the people to apply for that funding to bring it in, then we can't generate the revenue that we would if we weren't sharing resources. So sometimes there's a cost benefit to having the shared resources, and sometimes we miss out on opportunities as a result. So how are you going to make sure that the shared resources, especially in this climate, are delivering the resources and the opportunities for us to increase our revenues that come with some of what is under your umbrella?
So I think one great example of that, and we may have touched on it in our recent report back with the new homeless and housing department, relates to LAHSA. We have funding that LAHSA is administering for the county for services right now, which if we were doing that administration and the service delivery, we could actually draw down federal revenue, Cherie. It's either federal and or state revenue. And so that's an example of, we do have an arrangement. The arrangement has been in place for a very long time, but now because there's an opportunity to grow the funding pie, that would be a great way to bring, it would be great to bring that back into the county so that we could administer that program and those services so that we can grow revenue.
You mentioned the Olympics. I know that in all of our presentations, I really saw a lot of the Olympics funding identified in the arts department. Where else do you see us investing in the Olympics countywide?
Yes.
And
so
what other departments will need that funding?
Yes. So we have been meeting with our partners at LA28 and our LASIK probably for over a year. I think what has become clear in that process is that from their perspective, there is not panacea of funding. If the board is interested in, and I know that you are, using the Olympic to leverage economic development, youth employment, providing access to folks who are not going to be able to drive down to a venue, the board is going to have to self-fund that. And so one of the things that we have talked about, my office has already held a very large convening of multiple stakeholders, and we are scheduled to do a follow-up. We're going to have to self-fund that. And so the fastest way to do that, I realize that we are in a moment of austerity at the moment, but the most readily available source of funding would be one-time funds. We always have more one-time funds than we have ongoing funds. And so after we negotiate this austerity season that we are in, we will be looking to identify one-time funding. We are working on developing the plan now. So we need the plan in place, what each department would want, what do they want to do, FanFest, how is Director Garcia going to use and leverage county parks, right, to provide access to view these events. And so we're working on the plan now, and the idea would be to leverage one-time funding to support the efforts.
Okay. When we went to New York, as you know, it came up, and you sort of pointed to me when the question came up around climate and how we are investing in climate resiliency. So obviously we've given the directive to create a climate budget. Some of our departments have the seedlings of a growing climate budget, but really since you are the chief architect of the budget, I'd love to see what that architecture looks like countywide. Yeah. So where in your budget is the climate budget, and what should we expect to see of a climate budget in this forthcoming budget?
So I don't think the climate budget exists yet. I think what you have, and I like the word that you use, is the seedlings. We receive feedback from the Chief Sustainability Officer on individual budget requests. So a department will say this supports sustainability. We defer to our local expert, which is Rita, our Chief Sustainability Officer. And so one of the things that we're trying to be is more intentional about when, sometimes when the board has a priority, the character of that priority then colors budget requests. And so then everything becomes a sustainability initiative. So what we do is we do rely on the CSO, the Chief Sustainability Officer, to help us gauge, is this sustainability within the meaning, with the vision that the board has laid out? And if so, how would you rank that? So that's sort of a manual way to do it. I understand that the climate budget is underway and that we're looking for a more systemic approach. And so what I would say is in our recommended budget, and what we will do is to be sure to call it out, we will call out, here are sustainability initiatives that we are recommending for funding in the 25-26 budget until such time as we have the full robust climate budget plan that we can implement.
Yeah, well, and you have, I mean, yes, it's good to work with our CSO to make sure it's legitimately a climate resiliency relationship to whatever we're funding, but you have the insight into the whole budget in a way that they don't. So as long as you're driving that, and then it's sort of they're checking what you're offering as opposed to saying, come up with the climate budget, because they just don't have that insight that you do.
Oh, absolutely. So and just to put a finer point on it, so what's happening is we're receiving requests. We don't have the expertise really to rank them. Like, where does this rank? Even according to our own, our county sustainability plan. And so what we're looking to CSO to do is tell us on a scale, I think it's from 1 to 5, how closely tied to the sustainability plan is this request. I think the second piece of that too is sometimes we'll have a request that's not ready for funding in the upcoming budget, but it's on our radar screen. So we know, like, maybe next year, they will have finished the plan, the consultant, the stakeholder engagement, whatever is needed, so that the request is fully prepared to receive funding. So that's another thing that we keep on our radar screen.
Okay. And finally, you have highlighted OEM and the role that they've played, obviously this year. Thank you for all that you have done. And I also appreciate that in between the emergencies like the ones that we're facing now, you use every opportunity to make sure that OEM is constantly operating, improving, and innovating. So whether there's a small action outside the hall, or there's, a rain event that, seems pretty typical, we've seen how something that could be typical turns into not. So I really appreciate the work that you're doing. The position requests are significant for OEM, though I wouldn't say unjustified. So I would say, I would ask, are these in any way, how are we seeing the difference between the two requests of there's 10 positions within the priority budget priority section and 15 within unmet needs?
Yeah, I divided them in that way. The request was actually for the full 25. I divided them in that way for a number of reasons. One, I know what our practice is when we look at other departments that have large requests. We want to see them fill the vacancies, and once the vacancies are filled, we want to see if the work changes. Maybe you don't need the additional number that we're sort of putting in the parking lot. And so we see it as a phasing approach. Bring on what we have now. Let's see how that works. Maybe the needs change. Maybe they decrease. We don't know. We go back and reassess and reevaluate after we've hired and trained.
Well, I would just say, I don't know what specific duties you have in mind based on that response, but one thing that we are tracking is the FEMA reimbursement responsibility that sits with OEM.
Yes.
And so they're going to need positions to keep, we keep talking about, and you've highlighted that the number keeps changing. We're tracking what does or doesn't qualify. I was on site at the Franklin fire to see how, in the height of the fire, their line item budgeting with CAL FIRE, they have a whole budget trailer, and not the trailer bill, but like a physical trailer of all the people who are handling all of the receipts in real time. So making sure that you have the staff to process what is, the largest fire disaster in Los Angeles County history, making sure that you have that staffing is critical.
And that function would be included in that first cohort.
Okay.
Yes.
And I just want to thank you. I know that this is our first go-through of departmental budget presentations. We've heard a lot of feedback about what worked, what hasn't, and I think that feedback will be given to the task force as they convene, because they will give directives around, you know, what the full realization of this process ought to look like based on best practices. But I know we put at your feet, you know, what is the best way to implement, you know, the directives were to implement it now. And so I thank you for stewarding what is the beginning of this process. I think we've gotten insights into what exists inside each departments and maybe left us with even more questions than answers in some cases. But I think it's given us insight into what all we have, you know, and what you face in terms of the requests that are incoming. Because I think sometimes there's a barrage of letters that get circulated and what is an unmet need, but until you surface it in this way, especially with the public to be able to weigh in and say, great that you're thinking about that priority, here's what we actually need on the ground. I think this will be helpful to inform those future conversations. So I just wanted to thank you for the role that you've played in this process.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just follow up, Supervisor Horvath, with what you said, being the co-author of the motion that put Measure G on the ballot. I understand this was the first time we did it. I don't think this was the spirit of Measure G in the transparency of budget presentations. But I do hope the Government Reform Task Force will look at this. I mean, the language, I believe, in the measure just says departments will present their budgets at a public meeting, not at a Board of Supervisors meeting, where the public is limited to such a short period of seconds to, at the end of the meeting, to respond. It was my understanding that part of this was really to engage the public in this public presentation of the budget. So I think hopefully going forward there will be a better way. I mean, honestly, they could present it at cluster. That would be a public meeting where there would be more interaction, I think, with the public, with the departments, because I don't really think they've had an opportunity to say, oh, this is what we think. So I'm hoping it really is more accountable to the public than the next time around. But yes, we certainly learned a lot more, but I don't think that's the spirit of Measure G personally.
I'm glad you announced that on the last day of all the department heads, because I just asked my chief of staff about the input, and I thought that the chief of staffs all worked with FESIA to come up with this concept.
No.
Because this is the last day for this.
No, we didn't.
So what can you, I mean, I'd like you to elaborate. What is your expectation? What was your expectation?
My expectation is not presented to the Board of Supervisors. It's like we have our opportunity when FESIA presents her budget to us starting mid-April. That's where we get to ask all the questions we want to ask. We get to weigh in on it. It was my understanding that Measure G was trying to create a public system where the public actually got to ask the questions maybe of the departments or give their feedback to the departments. That was my understanding. This was not how I think the voters envisioned this kind of budget presentation. And again, it just says they're to present at a public meeting. It doesn't say a Board of Supervisors meeting. It just says a public meeting. And I think limiting their input, stifles the idea of interaction with the public and their departments. So I hope the Reform Task Force takes this and looks at it and comes up with what I hope is a more interactive and accountable process for the public. That's just my feeling. And I also would like to Fija, one of the things on the HI or Cherie, and I agree, I do think we need to have a better positive way we talk about Measure A, because it is true, it is doubling the amount of money coming to the County of Los Angeles as a region. It was $500 million a year under Measure H. It will be $1 billion, give or take, a year to the region of LA County. And in your sort of challenges, you talk about the reduction in revenue supporting homeless services, and that you're going to meet that by focusing on the most critical homeless services and supports with an emphasis on demonstrated outcomes. I think a better line there would be focusing on now working better with the cities where the local solutions are going to lie, working with La Casa, where, again, a great deal of revenue will be going to support all the values that we've had under Measure H. Prevention, the building of housing, the preservation of affordable housing. So I would rather see us have a posture of not lamenting that we're getting less, but a posture of there's more money coming to the region. What we need to do is probably work better with the other entities that will be getting the money, so we're not duplicative, or we can work together to see who's filling in the gaps where. I think the public would appreciate that posture more than us sort of lamenting that we're getting less. So, Fisa, one of the things about I think the public would probably be curious about the 78 positions that you're requesting. And maybe this is also Cherie, the 23 that are specifically for homeless initiative. I know I've had feedback in the homeless world, and they're curious that you have 15 vacancies in HI, and yet you're requesting 23. How do we reconcile that?
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. I think you may have seen a report that indicated that we had 11 vacancies at the time it was run. 2 of those have been filled. 2 of those are student worker professional positions, which we value and appreciate, but in full transparency, we've been prioritizing hiring on the other positions, on the remaining 7. One of those, we extended an offer and thought was going to be filled as of this point in time. Unfortunately, that candidate's situation changed, and they did have to rescind that. So we are actively recruiting on those remaining positions. Those are they're all intended to do functions that are vital to the board's priorities and various motions of the board. We have been stretching our team in order to cover those functions. So it's been a priority for us to do the work, even as we're feeling some strain on the staffing side. But it will be, we will need to fill those positions, and we are prioritizing that in order to be able to continue to do this work.
So it's 3 positions?
Which?
3 positions vacant.
Right now there are 9 positions vacant, not including those student professional workers, so 7 with them.
Okay.
So not.
I'm sorry, backwards, yeah.
So not 15.
No.
Yeah, that's what I had heard. Okay. Okay, good. Well, thank you. Appreciate that, Madam Chair.
If I could just make one response, supervisors, because I know that the members of the governance reform task force will be looking at this process. My understanding is that the language of Measure G does require that the budgets be presented at a public meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Yeah, so the governance reform task force, I think, can make recommendations on how to improve the process, faster, more efficient, What I don't think that they will have the authority to do is to obviate the need for these presentations to occur with the Board of Supervisors.
But I mean, we can have another one out and you can have the public come and talk if you want. That's fine. Nope. No, it's the statute states it has to be the Board of Supervisors meeting. That's
Okay.
what Fiza just said.
I stand corrected. I thought it said just a public meeting.
Yeah. Is she done?
She's done, I think.
Are you finished? Or do you want, oh, no, because I was going to call on Solis if you weren't, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, I know. This has been a long day already, folks. But I do want to thank all the deputy department heads for coming before us. You know, I didn't realize we were spending a lot of time, Supervisor Mitchell, and I did appreciate the format. It just gave me a different perspective on what some of their immediate needs are, right, for this coming fiscal year. But in totality, I think it would be better at some point, I don't know how we figure that out, that people get a full-blown plan and perception of what does DPW do, what does DPSS do. So we just took little parts here because of efficiencies and all that. But I do think that maybe something to think about for our CEO is, with all this information that we have obtained, can we put it up so that the public can see it on our channel and make it available so that we don't just show it once, but here's a capsulized format, and you can go through and pick up what department you want to hear from or whatever, and maybe see what the public response is on that. Because I'm interested in, a lot of people don't come here during the day because they can't make it. And not everyone calls in, as we can tell, even though sometimes it feels like it. But I think that there's a way for us to continue to express to the public that we want them to see that we're not hiding anything, you know?
So Supervisor, I think one of the things so I think that these are already on the
channel?
Not on the channel, but on the board's, the executive office website where they post all the regular board meetings. I think one of the things that we can take a look at is doing two things. We can take the hearings and also post them on the CEO's website, because I think that's where people would logically, for folks who are inclined, that's what they would logically go to find budget information. And then we'll work with countywide communications to see if we can figure out a way to put the presentations on a loop on the county channel.
Yeah, and I know, just for reference, at Metro, they have typically a board town hall meeting. I mean, board members can join, but the public can join, and the CEO at that point even just gives an overview of what's happening with the budget, and there are questions that are taken, not all of them, but it's a way of saying to the public, you have access, you can watch us, you can go virtual, and that might be something to think about. Look at what Metro does. Their audience is quite large as well. I'm just saying. But I think we still have a ways to go, because the governance model is tricky, and we've got to figure all that out. But
I think the Governance Reform Task Force, by the next time we get into recommended budget, that would be for 26, 27, that they probably will have made some recommendations by that time.
Good. And on this budget, you know, I was glad to see that HI Sherry's unit was getting very specific on what some of these positions are. But I do have a question with duplication with LASA. And I think that, for me, is kind of like the dividing line here, because if we have more control and direct, you know, availability for metrics and data and all that, and can handle the ups and downs, and that's what I have found with HI, that I have much more responsiveness and ability to really change things at the local level immediately, and not waiting for some other process that I'm not even fully aware of. But I appreciate the positions that you're asking for, and I know that this is hard business to get our cities, the local solutions, which I think is interesting, but also to marry it with La Casa, what we're going to do with the housing, because if they don't want to build, say, interim housing, okay, here's another option for you. But to bring those kinds of resources to them in a way that they can make that decision and we can help give them the TA, technical assistance and whatever they might need. Because I think that has been missing, to be honest. And I know you do it, I know LASA does it, and then we have other organizations that are out there, and it tends to be somewhat convoluted for the public.
So Supervisor, we recently issued our report back on the new homelessness and housing department. One portion of that report talks about functions that the county would ingest from LASA. In going through that process, we would have to ensure that we are deduplicating processes so that when we look to bring back functions, we want to make sure that the functions that we are bringing back, at the very least, are functions that would be funded by Measure A going forward. There might, and I'll let Cherie talk to this point, there might be some functions that LASA may continue to do as the continuum of care, but the report calls for ingesting into this new county entity all of the processes that are funded by the county.
Do you want to say anything to share?
Yeah, thank you. I think as you have said, there certainly is the opportunity for creating some efficiencies, alignment on the deployment of resources, the braiding of funding, which we have significant experience with here in the county, and been able to bring in some additional revenue streams that will help us in terms of sustaining and growing our response, but also just give us some more flexibility in how we're managing programs and services. Certainly with the alignment, with this type of alignment and some of the work that we were talking about in terms of data and accountability and metrics, that would also support those efforts as well.
And I'm really, focused on the encampment removal because we have been waiting and waiting for someone to come out to the San Gabriel Valley. You made it at East LA, and I think we got 35 people housed. 35 out of how many? I don't even want to say the number. But so we are woefully behind, and I want to see that moved up, and so do my constituents, and I think a lot of constituents in the county. So I appreciate that, but I think there's got to be a little bit more, and I don't put it on you, but I think as we look at the new Measure A, we should be thinking about that, how we can fix that in some way. So I would ask our CEO to do that. The other question I have is on the OEM. I get it that we have been faced with fires, freeway closures, mass shootings, a lot of things that go on. And this year has taken us, back to that point where, well, you just can't predict them, but they happen and we have to be prepared. And I'm wondering if our CEO would think about considering maybe establishing a reserve fund specifically for emergencies. I mean, we have an emergency fund for when things happen financially, but thinking, what do other counties do? What do cities do? Is there any thought to that?
So I think what other entities do, particularly counties, because we're always asked about it. So there's the rainy day fund. And then we have another fund that's called appropriation for contingencies. That's actually required by county code. And so that's what we have built, institutionalized into the budget.
What is that amount? I have no idea. So
I'm sorry?
I mean, what is the amount, and what are we talking about here? How is that? What's the lever that allows that money to be used?
So it's within the board's, basically it's within the board's discretion. When we do our TRAN trip, our tax revenue anticipation note, basically our bond rating trip every year, that's one of the questions that they look at and they ask us about, and it is a factor in terms of our credit rating, so that when we borrow money, when they see that the board is putting money into the rainy day fund, it reduces the cost basically for us to borrow.
But I'm just thinking if there's a way to carve out something that keeps us, on top of whatever is necessary and immediate. Because I think sometimes the immediacy happens even before, say, 24-hour span, media span, and you may need to have resources deployed immediately. And I would hate for us to say, oh, geez, we didn't get to it. It took a meeting. It took a meeting or a motion or something.
Two things, Supervisor. I know some of the departments have requested like a PFU fund to address emergencies to make sure they have capacity. That's number one. Number two is I think in some ways that it's a question about leadership. So when we had the fires early on and we needed to send folks down to the call center or to supplement 211, departments that had restricted funding, like child support, DPSS, and a couple of others, they just sent staff. They didn't wait to get basically the green light from the CEO to see if their costs were going to be covered on the back end. Of course, we are going to cover those costs because they can't claim them to the state. So I think it's like a combination of both those two elements. One is the departmental leadership, knowing to send in resources when there is a need. And then two, we'll go back and look at the requests for those departments that have requested like very similar to what you're asking, like an emergency fund. But from a countywide perspective, I feel like it's already built into our budget.
I would just identify it. That's all I'm saying, because, there are some departments that will be reluctant to maybe move things because they're already strapped by their budget. And I think whatever that might be, there may be things that you come up with, an OEM, collaborating with your other partners that no one thought of. And, oh, geez, we don't have enough money. I got to talk to Fija about that. But at least having accessibility, of course, with approvals, checks and balances, but making sure that something's there. This is not going to stop. We're going to continue to have disasters, fires. We're going to have a storm that's coming in this week. And then after that, Lord knows it's going to be a heat wave and maybe some more Santa Ana winds. And then who knows, and possibly an earthquake. Who knows, right? I'm just saying these things are happening as we're speaking. But I think we need to be ready. I don't know.
We'll look into it.
Yeah, okay. And the other thing is, I want to piggyback on what Supervisor Horvath said about sustainability. And of the positions that we're talking about in OEM, could we not look at some of the things that they may look at when we talk about heat events and establishing cooling centers and trying to provide respite areas for our most vulnerable populations? That's equally important, and that is also something that impacts many of our communities, especially communities that are disadvantaged, that don't have pools, cooling centers, or malls anymore. And I would think that, I would hope perhaps maybe of the, over 20 some staff, 25 staff, maybe somebody in there, because your staff's going to grow now, right? Any comment on that?
Thank you, Supervisor. So currently, as it exists, LA County OEM's responsibility in the heat component is coordination and maximizing resources from a variety of our departments. So for example, the Department of Public Works, Parks and Recs, libraries all provide cooling centers. And then we coordinate with them. We also coordinate closely with HI and our LASA partners. And so as these positions, the first 10, portion of them go to operations and planning, and they will be heavily involved in that aspect along with contingency planning in all these different other areas.
So I raise that because I know when I have asked for cooling centers in my district, well, there isn't any park available. There's no staff at the park. There's no one that's going to turn on or turn off the air conditioning, and their budget's limited. So that's the kind of thing that concerns me, that when these things come about, and we can get up to maybe 115 degrees. We've been there, that these things we should prepare for. And there should be a contingency, whether it be Parks and Rec or community center, whatever it is, or, our OEM director having the ability to say, hey, here are the resources.
So we will, as you mentioned that, I do recall Director Garcia mentioning her utilities budget, and I suspect that it's probably similar for libraries as well. So we will look into that and work with them, Supervisor.
Great. And lastly, I really want to give a shout out to your team, the asset management team, who I think are all here in the back. I don't think they get enough credit. They actually, you know, their increase in workload came about because the American Rescue Plan funding. And thank God that was a lifesaver for the county. And we were able to apportion some of that money to be able to do some fantastic things, but also build up beds, clinics, things of that nature that we have sorely been put behind. And I know that they work very, very hard. And I noticed that on the unmet needs, they're way at the bottom. And I would encourage you to put them at the top, because as we start to look at our properties, our leasing contracts, and figuring out what empty buildings we have and how to get rid of it, we need to make money. We need to make money. And I think you have very capable staff that can help us do that. And I know they need staff. I happen to know that. They didn't tell me, and I didn't ask them. I'm just saying that I know they work very hard. And they're some of the smartest people that you have in the CEO's office. Okay? Is that okay? Yes, no? Madam CEO?
I didn't have my, thank you, Supervisor.
Right.
So let me just explain a little, and it's, you know, he's here and all of the CEO managers are here. And so what I would say, Supervisor, is within the existing budget, we know that they have staff. No unit ever tells you that they have more staff than they need. And I think the request that they have on the table is to maximize this service, which is master planning. And we've embarked upon it, but they're sort of taking it out of hide. My thinking here is that, and you know, John, this might be his first time hearing it, we have other needs in the department that are, we have a timeline to establish the new Housing and Homelessness Department. I think it's in our report. We want to be mindful. We've seen a lot of the fallout from the disasters, and we know that they are going to keep coming. I recognize that that is a very, very important component because it provides services, almost a concierge service to the board. And so if we cannot do it and recommend, particularly in our budget environment, it is definitely on my radar screen for a subsequent budget phase. But I do hear you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, seeing no other supervisors would like to talk, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Cheryl Stubbs, Cesar Vega, Mary Grace Barrios, Patricia Santana, Pearl Gonzalez, Rafi Bezjan. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 33, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Colin Campbell, your line is open. You may begin.
Item 15 and 33, the South Pasadena City Council will meet March 5th for Planning Commission. I was told they should respond to my presentation for February 19th for doing an initial pilot of U.S. Cyber Command's database for South Pasadena Fire Department at the request of Anthony Maroney and Catherine Barker for federal assistance from January 21st. Last week, South Pasadena Mayor Braun requested an investor to assist with the Arroyo Seco Park enhancements, which has requirements for increasing the water table and quality. I am requesting permission to use $56 million of the $238.5 billion federal fund for DOGE fire relief for park enhancements, provided South Pass agrees to do the pilot with fire and planning departments so DOGE AI can assist with construction, plan checks, permits, inspections for homeless population in the Arroyo, as well as DCSF prevention care. Brendan Nichols' budget is $12.96 billion.
Che Lu, your line is open. You may begin.
My name is Che. I'm a supervisor for NLS's Lawyers Preventing Ending Homelessness Project, otherwise known as PEP. I'm here to share the impact PEP has on our community. We serve community members facing housing instability, where about 60% of our work is focused on serving the homeless. There are discussions of moving legal services overseen by LASA to La Casa. La Casa will only focus on prevention and not on serving the homeless. PEP is a collaborative of legal services agencies led by ICLC that's funded at $3.2 million. We do not want to lose 60% of the funding that helps some of our most vulnerable homeless community members. I will close with an example of the impact PEP has on our homeless community members. Our client was a single mother with no support. She shoplifted so she and her child could survive. She was arrested and received 5 convictions for shoplifting. 13 years later, these cases were still preventing her from being housed. PEP successfully obtained expungements on all 5 cases, and as a result of our advocacy, our client is now housed and starting college. Please continue to fund this essential work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Anna Lee, your line is open. You may begin.
With all the talk about cannabis and the potential tax revenues, I'm hoping that, unfortunately, it wasn't mentioned. The ugly side of putting cannabis into practice are all the illegal, unlicensed businesses, and all the mentions of complexities of the collecting tax revenue and the complexities of a system. You might not need a system because all the revenue that you are going to end up getting will be to use to close these illegal operations. I'm hoping that as much effort is going into the immediate expediting of closing illegal operations, thereby allowing those businesses who are going through the proper channels to benefit, and the city also benefit with the tax revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Byron Jose, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Byron Jose with the Translatina Coalition and Reimagine LA. While we appreciate the CEO's position in trying to balance a almost $50 billion budget and all the different department presentations, for it to be, with her own department's $200 million budget, for there not to be a way to better expedite these processes, to, as Supervisor Han mentioned, right, to make sure that it's providing the budget transparency that Measure G sought and that the community keeps asking for. So we look forward to the CEO using one-time funds to prioritize Care First and True Initiatives, and not just using it for the World Cup and the Olympics and all these other corrupt institutions and priorities. That is all to say that we want to make sure that the board continues to uplift the voices of the community through these processes and ensure that we're actually funding care and not or continue funding our carceral systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
And thank you for all the good things you do. And I've been watching this over the hours on your budget and so forth, and it cries out that you spend 1 penny on the 10 million Biden illegals who have crossed into this country. I hope and I pray that ICE will come in and put you both, or put all, especially the Gang of 4, in federal confinement and try you as the criminals that you are and the disgrace that you are to this community, this county, the state, and pray that Trump stays healthy, and so does Doge. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. I also have been listening. It's been very, very interesting. I have to say, and I want to be supportive of you. I think you know I'm a longtime supporter. I think we have to do some consolidating. I mean, the idea that we're going to add so many positions to deal with Measure A is not what I think the people were expecting. I think we were expecting that the more resources would be pushed out into the existing framework. And I think the Auditor-Controller, when I was listening to it, finally, and I don't know if it's Doge or not. I mean, I'm not a big fan of throwing people out, but I think we have too many people doing the same kind of thing. I think we may need to set up a Measure G task force that is going to look closely at how we can not get rid of, but redeploy and consolidate because I think it's just, I don't know, maybe it's a different period of time, but you got to be kidding me with all these positions. And the micromedia supervisor, so that is a how do you do to the folks who are very, very supportive. We don't want to get the micromedia involved. We want actual public access. And that's what I want to say.
Next
thank
speaker,
you
please.
to the board for finally.
Thank you. Now we'll go, I think, to
Madam
public
Chair,
speakers. Yeah.
there are no other remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Okay, we'll go to public speakers. Go ahead, sir. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, good afternoon, board. My name is Cesar Miguel Rivera Vega Magallon. I'm here speaking today as a FSP enrollee or former FSP enrollee who was enrolled without my consent or notification by Al Otro Lado, your former exclusive asylum contractor. Before I was attacked by the Wildflower Project and canceled the contract, another county contractor. And before I was illegally denied services and discriminated against by Mental Health America of Los Angeles, yet another county contractor. As you look at the contracts, as you look at the budget, I implore you, look at the oversight of your contractors because you have human smuggled and human trafficked people. I have called CAST. I was just at Palmdale Sheriff's Station demanding to speak to a deputy because I was a victim of human trafficking and smuggling. It has now been 7 years since I last addressed the board when Supervisor Hahn was destroying the legal framework of Lancaster. And I'm here to beg for your help because your contractors and your staff refuse to assist me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Pearl Gonzalez, and I have been a caregiver for about 20 years, if not longer. And I am here to ask the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, the Los Angeles County cannot continue to overlook the workforce that makes independent living possible. More than half of California counties have shortages of IHSS providers, leaving thousands of recipients without care they qualify for every month. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Mary Grace Barrios. Good afternoon to all the supervisors. I think 4 of you, I've lived in your districts. Hilda in District 1, I've lived in Holly, and of course now it's Lindsay Horvath from BOS3. I've been an IHSS provider for my daughter for more than 15 years and now for a friend. So it's very, very important that we give these services so that our consumers can be given the care and dignity and respect that they deserve, which actually saves the county, state, and federal a lot of money. Because if they were put into facilities, it would cost nearly $280 a day. On an average, we only get paid 4 hours a day per consumer, which would only roughly be about $74. So please help us we have sacrificed so much to care for our loved ones in the
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. And my name is Rafi Bezjan. I'm a home care provider. I care for my mother for more than 20 years. And I'm in this District 5. I would like to summarize in 2 points my notes. And one is we need to attract and retain the long-term care workforce that Los Angeles needs. And that's important because the county must invest in care. And this is essential for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Stubbs, and I'm here representing home care providers who live in District 2. I am to talk about your budget proposal. Investing in care and care providers would be an investment in Los Angeles County as a large. Also, the IHSS program county is one of the largest and oldest self-direct personal care programs providing a range of care for services for Medicare recipients who would otherwise be unable to stay in their own homes. So I'm asking you to please remember us in your budgeting as home care providers, for we prepare care for the most vulnerable disabilities, and seniors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Patricia Santana.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Santana.
Quiero pedirles a mis compañeros si se pueden poner de pie, por favor.
I would like to ask my sisters and brothers if they can stand, please.
Una de las cosas importantes, les quiero agradecer a los supervisores de la Junta, Holly Mitchell, también Hilda Solís, Janice Hahn, Lindsay y Catherine Berger.
One of the things I would like to thank the board, Holly Mitchell, Hilda Solis, Janice Hahn, Lindsay, and Catherine Barker.
Una de las cosas importantes, este año nosotros estamos negociando el contrato con los trabajadores de cuidado a largo plazo.
One of the important things is this year we are bargaining the contract with the home care workers.
Y una de las cosas importantes es que necesitamos ser vistos dentro de su presupuesto, ya que estamos nosotros cuidando a la parte de la población más vulnerable.
And one of the important things is that we need to be seen within your budget because we are taking care of the most vulnerable population.
Sé que nosotros como proveedores de cuidado en casa tenemos su apoyo. Ustedes son mujeres como nosotros. En este mes de la mujer estamos pidiendo este contrato.
I do know that we do have your support as home care providers, and we're asking, you know, it's a board of women, and being that it's the month, the Women Month, then we ask for that support as we are taking care of our family members.
Nosotros estamos cuidando una de las creaciones más preciosas de Dios. Estamos cuidando el ser humano.
We are taking care of one of the most precious creations of God, the human being.
Y nosotros estamos aquí, sabemos que contaremos con el apoyo y el respaldo de ustedes, ya que esto es vital para todos los trabajadores de cuidado en casa, que nosotros podamos poner comida en nuestras mesas.
And we are here when we do know that we will have your support because we are home care workers. This is a vital job that we do so that we can go home and place food at our families' tables.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work.
Next speaker, please.
Muchas gracias. Yeah, go ahead. I think your mic isn't on yet.
No.
There you go.
There we go. Good afternoon. My name is Manuel Lira. I'm here representing SEIU Local 721 and our more than 55,000 dedicated members who work for LA County. Our union has repeatedly attempted to work with county leadership to schedule a legally required public hearing on county vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts to no avail. Since we have been slighted on making a full presentation, we provide the following summary. As of December 2024, the county has an overall vacancy rate of 17%, which equates to more than 12,000 SEIU Local 721 represented positions left unfilled. The county's consistently high vacancy rate manufactures a staffing crisis, which creates an excuse to hire temporary employees or contract out bargaining unit work to private contractors. From 2014 to 2023, the county almost doubled its spending on contracted services, increasing from $3.2 billion to $6.2 billion. We demand the county promptly schedule the public workforce hearing required by California law as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Greetings, Honorable Board. My name is Jesse J. Morales, resident of LA County. I'm here today to speak on the, first of all, they had me listed as public comment under item 33 for the budget. But what so I approve of what you're doing, but I want you to please remember that in the next fiscal year coming up, you're going to be planning your budget. Think of the Department of Military Veterans Affairs because we have a proposal to build a multi-purpose parking structure that is being supported by the veterans organizations of the city as well as the department. Now, I know that General Wong put it in her budget and it got discussed, but it never got happen. But we have a plan that'll pay for itself. And also to invite all of you to the Women Veterans Month display in our lobby. It's beautiful. It features the veteran women of Los Angeles, and I think all of you should come and see it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? No further speakers?
There are no other speakers to address the board.
Okay, very good. That concludes our time for public comment on this item. These reports are received and filed, and hearing no objections, that will be the order. So, members, now we're going to move on to item 11, proclaiming March as the Arts Education Month and empowering future creative leaders through the launch of the Bloomberg Arts Internship Program, which I held for members of the public on the telephone. Press 1, then 0 now to comment on the item. I will present the item quickly. Thank you to members of the board. Today I ask for your support on a motion that will have a lasting impact on our youth and community. The motion not only proclaims March as the Arts Education Month, but also launches the Bloomberg Arts Internship Program, which will empower the next generation of creative leaders in Los Angeles County. The arts education is essential for nurturing creativity, critical thinking, and collaborations, skills that are key to success in education and future careers. And research shows us that students engaged in the arts have higher academic performance, improved graduation rates, and a stronger social emotional development. The arts also foster cultural understanding and empathy, helping students build the confidence to thrive in a rapidly changing world. While Los Angeles is a culturally vibrant county, many students, particularly from underserved communities, still lack access to quality arts education. The arts are not only enriching, but also a vital economic driver, significantly contributing to our local economy and creative industries. Expanding access to arts education ensures that all students, regardless of the background, have the opportunity to grow and succeed. The Bloomberg Arts Internship Program will offer high school seniors hands-on experience in arts and cultural organizations across the county. Students will receive mentorship, explore career pathways in arts, and gain invaluable experience through paid internships. The program prioritizes equitable access, ensuring that youth from all communities of Los Angeles County have an opportunity to participate. This initiative is in line with the Los Angeles County Cultural Policy, which promotes an inclusive arts ecosystem and strengthens the creative economy. By creating sustainable career paths in arts, we're broadening opportunities and ensuring that the arts continue to reflect the diversity of our communities. We're very fortunate to have the generous support of Bloomberg Philanthropies, who has agreed to fully fund this program, meaning there will be no financial impact on the county's budget, or NCC. Their partnership allows us to offer transformative opportunities to youth across the county, making a lasting impact on their future. The motion represents a unique opportunity to empower our youth, strengthen the cultural sector, and invest in the future of arts in Los Angeles County. I ask respectfully for your aye vote, and I will recognize Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I really appreciate you introducing this motion and for your advocacy, Supervisor Solis, in making sure our young people not only have access to arts, but also for supporting opportunities for them to gain exposure to careers in the creative sector as well. Proclaiming March as Arts Education Month recognizes the value of arts in our communities and its profound impact on our young people. The importance of arts education cannot be overstated. It nurtures creativity and critical thinking, and importantly, the arts give students a creative way to express their feelings and are an important outlet to process their emotions, something that's critical in the rapidly changing and challenging world we live in. It's an exciting step for the county to take as we look to the future with the launch of the Los Angeles County Bloomberg Arts Internship Program. And this program builds on the success of the county's Arts Internship Program, which has been crucial for cultivating the next generation of creative leaders and professionals. Providing high school students with arts internships aligns with our broader cultural goals to be a county that is home to inclusive arts ecosystem, strengthening our creative economy, and ensuring that every community has access to arts and art opportunities that reflect their unique identity. We can empower the next generation of creative leaders who will shape our culture right here in Los Angeles. I'm grateful for the partnership of Bloomberg Philanthropies in helping us realize this program, and I look forward to seeing the Department of Arts and Culture implement it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other members wanting to be recognized on the dais, let's go to callers that we have on the line.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Summer Burke, C. Vega, As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 11, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Hello.
Letitia Evans, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Letitia Fernandez-Ivans, and I'm the Senior Director of Civic Strategies and Partnerships with the Music Center. I'm addressing the Honorable Board of Supervisors in support of Supervisor Solis's motion, item 11. The county has an outstanding decades-long record of funding and leading transformative undergraduate arts internships. This initiative builds on proven success by expanding valuable opportunities for high school students across LA County who are eager to gain hands-on experience in the arts and open the door even wider to careers in creative industries. At the Music Center, we have a long history of producing robust arts education programs throughout LA County, primarily with K-12 students and teachers. And we recently launched an intensive workforce development series called Studio Creative Futures for high school students interested in off-stage careers in the arts. We see this internship opportunity as a significant additional step on the continuum of their growth. We wholeheartedly support Supervisor Solis, the Board of Supervisors, and the Department of Arts and
Next
Culture
speaker, please.
in pursuing this program.
We'll go to the line of Leticia Soto. Your line is open. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Leticia Soto Flores. I'm with the Alliance for California Traditional Arts, and I'd like to speak in support of Supervisor Solis's motion, item number 11, proclaiming March as Arts Education Month and empowering future creative leaders through the launch of the Bloomberg Arts Internship Program. I'm a product of an LA County arts program many years ago where I had the opportunity to learn to play the music of my tradition. Fast forward many years, even though I came from an underserved community, I received a PhD in ethnomusicology at UCLA as a result of this small seed that was planted. I can personally attest to the importance of having a formal arts internship and mentorship program, and it is vital for young people's academic and personal development today. I applaud Supervisor Solis for supporting programs that ensure all students, regardless of background, have access to arts opportunities and can become amazing future
Next speaker,
creative leaders.
please.
Thank you.
Jocelyn Treese, your line is open. You may begin.
Please begin.
Hello,
Next speaker,
Jocelyn?
please.
Yeah. Jocelyn, are you there? Hello, Jocelyn. She's not there. Move on.
Moderator, can we have the next speaker, please?
Rafael Gonzalez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Rafael Gonzalez, and I am President and CEO of Grant Performances, where we inspire communities, celebrate diversity, and unite LA through free access to global performing arts. I would like to speak in support of Supervisor Solis's motion, item 11, proclaiming March as Arts Education Month and empowering future creative leaders through the launch of the Bloomberg Arts Internship Program. As we all know, this initiative will provide valuable opportunities for high school students across LA County to gain hands-on experience in the arts, mentorship, and open pathways to careers in the creative industries. I know firsthand the transformative power of the arts in fostering creativity, critical thinking, and collaboration. As a child of immigrants growing up in the shadows just west of downtown LA, music and the arts were my salvation. Throughout grade school, I sang in my school choir, wrote poetry, drew, strummed the guitar, and played in the band. This experience gave me the heart, discipline, confidence, and self-expression that developed me into the person I am today and the life-changing model I'm passing on to my children.
Thank you.
Camille Delaney McNeil, your line is open. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Camille Delaney McNeil. I'm with the LA Phil, overseeing our educational initiatives as well as our beloved YOLA program. I would like to speak in support of Supervisor Solis's motion, item 11. As we know, arts education is a right for any young person, let alone the scientific evidence of the importance and impact of the arts on brain development, social continuity. It is the nourishment of individuals who can use this creativity in their contributions to society as a whole. I am in, and we are in support of fostering this creative development in our future leaders, and I applaud Supervisor Solis's motion in identifying the need to build upon the arts internship program. Mentorship is the invisible force that ignites and nurtures a young person's path to self-development and realization, something we know very well with our YOLO program. The arts exponentially accelerate this development and pathways to careers in creative industries. Prioritizing equitable and inclusive arts and learning opportunities is one of the most impactful mechanisms for investing in the youth of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Joanna Reynolds, your line is open. You may begin.
Hello, Joanna, are you there? Joanna Reynolds? Or are you on the line?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? I'm
Yes,
here.
go
Hello?
ahead.
Yes. Sorry about that. Hello, my name is Joanna Reynolds, and I am with Arts for LA. I would like to speak in support of Supervisor Solis's motion, item 11, proclaiming March as Arts Education Month and empowering future creative leaders through the launch of the Bloomberg Arts Internship Program. At Arts for LA, we do many things, but we are also working to strengthen the creative economy through the Creative Jobs Collective Impact Initiative with the goal of building 10,000 jobs in the creative sector with a minimum living wage in Los Angeles County by 2030. Creative jobs and arts education are integral to the culture, well-being, and future of Los Angeles. Providing intentional arts education and mentorship opportunities to our students is a critical part of building Los Angeles' economic future. This initiative will provide valuable opportunities for high school students across Los Angeles, gaining hands-on experience, mentorship, and opening pathways for careers in the creative industries. I applaud Supervisor Solis for supporting programs that ensure all students, regardless of background, have access.
Donna Marie Manano, your line is open. You may begin.
Go ahead, Donna. Oh, she hung up. Hello, are you still there? We lost her.
Moderator, can we have the next speaker, please?
Public speaker.
Madam Chair, there are no more remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Summer Bjork, and I'm with the LA Phil. And I'm here today to read a statement from Kim Noltemy, who's our CEO. She couldn't be with us due to another conflict, but she wanted to express her support for item number 11. So Kim says, the LA Phil strongly supports Supervisor Solis's motion proclaiming March as Arts Education Month and launching the Bloomberg Arts Internship Program. From my almost 30 years in the arts, I've seen firsthand how arts education can be transformative for young people, an opportunity to nurture creativity, collaboration, problem solving, and resilience. Such growth also encourages further development in academics, interpersonal skills, and community connection. And we see this in our YOLA program and our other education programs, tenfold. The hands-on education gained through internships can also be life-changing for young people, opening doors to creative inspiration, mentorship, and general career networks and opportunities. We're grateful to Supervisor Solis for her enduring support for the accessibility of the arts for students of all backgrounds and for being a staunch champion of the arts overall. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Honorable members of the Board of Supervisors, I must address you and I must warn any of your collaborators, including private philanthropic organizations, that working with the County of Los Angeles is an open door to litigation. The Wildflower Project, which was funded through DYD and who met with Holly Mitchell and Hilda Solis to put—
Sir, you're off topic? This is the Bloomberg Philanthropies plan?
Yes, I believe Bloomberg is also a philanthropic organization who might be exposed to litigation by working with you. Thank you. As I mentioned before, the County of Los Angeles met with Hilda Solis, the Wildflower Project with
You're
Hilda
off
Solis and Mitchell.
topic. I'm sorry, sir.
Excuse me, this is a Brown Act violation, Ms. Solis.
No, it's not.
Sir,
No, it's
the
not. You're
item
off
is
topic.
proclaiming March as Arts Education Month. That's the subject matter that you need to be speking on.
I believe you want to be proclaiming philanthropic organizations who are exposed to county litigation.
You can speak at the public comment.
May I have my minute because this was violent? I didn't get a chance.
Cut the mic, please. Let's move on. Thank you. Sir, you are off topic. Okay, let's move on. Are there any other speakers in the queue?
There are no other speakers to address the board on this item.
Okay, members. Item 11 is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Horvath. To approve the item, Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Members will now move on to item 14, a report on the strategic plan to curtail street racing in Los Angeles County, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. And for members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on the item. And we have several departments making presentations. I believe they will introduce themselves. Phasia Davenport, you are also a part of this, but I would turn it over to you, Supervisor Mitchell, and then the panel can make their presentation.
Yes. Good morning, Supervisors. So at our December 3rd board meeting, your board asked my office to come back with a comprehensive action plan. I place emphasis on back. Come back with a comprehensive action plan for reducing street takeovers in our unincorporated areas. You also asked that the plan include objectives and strategies. You wanted us to identify lead partners and timelines and resources needed, if any. My office has worked closely with several other county departments, community partners, and affected residents to develop the action plan, which we are here to present today. I'll turn it over to Carrie Miller, who's our branch manager for our Policy Implementation and Alignment branch, to walk us through the plan, and several of our county partners, including law enforcement, sheriff's department, as well as Dr. Freire from public health, as well as LAPD, are also here today to answer any questions that you may have about implementation efforts that are already underway. So, Carrie.
Thank you. Carrie Miller, branch manager of the Policy Implementation and Alignment branch for the Chief Executive Office. I'm here to walk you through the plan. Next slide, please. So as Phasia mentioned, we have worked with multiple stakeholders, community partners, advocates, resident advocates, multiple county departments and city departments on really the goal of significantly reducing illegal street takeovers and racing events in our unincorporated areas. We took a multifaceted collaborative approach to making sure that we're addressing this appropriately because we know it's a really complex problem that's going to take multiple efforts to move it forward. Next slide, please. So I'm going to walk through briefly, there's 6 goal areas. The plan that was submitted to the board has a lot more detail on it. This is just a high-level overview, but just wanted to give you a sense of the type of things that are in this plan. So under goal 1, which is increase youth outreach, education, and prevention programming, we have a number of efforts underway that work with youth who are in schools as prevention measures, education, outreach, looking at increasing educational resources and materials for teachers and those who are working with youth, and just looking at other types of prevention programming that we can implement. Next slide. Goal 2 was install infrastructure and technological solutions. We've been working very closely with our Department of Public Works to look at what types of centerline extensions, vertical delineators, medians, all types of stuff that we could implement in our intersections that we have identified as high need, high impact, that would have a difference. In the plan, they actually outline, I think it's like 5 or 6 different corridor areas of where they're going to start with. A number of those fall in SD, Supervisorial District 1, 2, and 4 as a starting place, and then we will go from there. Next slide, please. Goal 3, we're looking at how do we expand enforcement options. We as a county want to make sure that we're taking a care first, jails last approach to all efforts, but we also understand that there are types of enforcement efforts that are important as part of this strategy, as part of a comprehensive approach. And so we're very thoughtful about how do we do this in a way that stays within that framework. I think we've identified a number of strategies here that will do that. We have members of law enforcement who can talk about this regional task force partnership across law enforcement agencies that they are working on expanding together. We have some work that we're doing in terms of amending county code to increase misdemeanor fines, looking at broadening definitions of reckless driving, and looking at how do we create some type of enforcement through administrative fees, as we talked about at the last meeting, for event organizers and spectators. Along those lines, we have done the research to show that we actually already have on the books methods to administer these administrative fees. So now we're in the process of figuring out what are those procedures and protocols that we can put in place to make sure that we use this, as well as continuing to work with our DA on pre-filing diversion programs. Next slide, please. Goal 4 is engage our community in communication strategies. We want to make sure that we're working with our community partners, that we are working with public to help reduce these events, that we're looking at other ways that we could publicize these, what's happening in terms of successful enforcement that might serve as a reduction for people who are thinking about doing this. One of the things that came up as a suggestion that we are going to explore further is requesting that the board send a 5-signature letter to the main social media platforms requesting that they demonetize and remove posts that promote illegal activity. And looking at other types of venues where we could provide testimony with our jurisdictional partners to raise the awareness of this issue and need for other types of state and local support. Next slide. Goal 5 is identify safe and legal alternatives. This is something that we did explore before. We are in the process of creating a work group. We've identified partners who are interested in helping with this effort. So we will be exploring with our partner facilities who might have an interest. We did try for Irwindale Speedway. It was on this list. We removed it because we did get a hard no from the owners of that. But we did try. So we're going to though consider other types of opportunities and places where we might be able to find some willing partners. Next slide, please. And then the last goal area, we call it a goal area 6. It's really additional ideas that we want to research. When putting together this plan, as stated in our board memo, we really looked at other best practices from other jurisdictions. We did literature review. We reviewed the laws. We tried to figure out what's happening, what's working, where are people seeing some success, and what are things we want to explore further. So this list are things that, as you see, that we want to just research more. We want to get some more information. We want to collect the data to see, is it working or not? And if so, then it would be something that we would explore implementing here. So there's a long list here and on the next slide as well. Other types of things that we want to look at in terms of live feed cameras, potentially looking at different types of ways of partnering with the DA that came up at our last meeting that we're going to look at, whether or not noise limits within neighborhoods makes a difference or not. We don't know, but it's something that we want to explore. Next slide. And additional things we talked about creating a data dashboard and trying to look for, can we identify some trends or things that might lead us to knowing what works, looking at, the recent state laws do support impounding cars. We've heard that there's some success in some state areas to do this, something we're going to explore. We're going to look at the research and see what we can learn from there. And then finally, we'll consider whether or not additional statutory changes are needed as we are moving this work forward and trying to figure out, are there any gaps or other areas that we haven't covered. And next slide. And so in terms of our next steps, we have this action plan. Our work group meets every other week with all of our collective partners, many of whom are here, but there's probably at least twice as many of our partners that are in the work group itself. So we are going to move forward with implementation of these strategies. We will be tracking data on the effectiveness so we can figure out what's working, what might not be working, how do we tweak that. We have said that this action plan is a living, breathing document. We expect it to be that way so that we can modify and adapt it as we get more information or learn from the efforts that we are putting forward. And then we want to continue to look at exploring emerging and promising practices that other folks are having experience with, or any type of success that, again, we want to look at here. And with that, that is our presentation. We will open it up to questions from the supervisors. I did just want to mention with who we have here in case you have specific questions for folks. We have David Carroll, who's Director of DYD with us. We have Steve Barger, who's the Deputy Director from DPW. We have Commander Jones and Captain Bell, both from the Sheriff's Department. We have Deputy Chief Graham from LAPD. We have County Counsel on hand, who has members of our work group, who's been very helpful in all of this. Dr. Barbara Ferrer from Public Health is with us. And we also have one of our community partners, Damian Kevitt, who's with Streets Are For Everyone. So with that, open it up for questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And yes, Madam CEO, I did ask that you come back, and frankly, I'm glad I did, because this is what we were looking for and what I think the community was looking for in terms of a report that is actionable. What are those points you're supposed to, you're supposed to hit? Actionable, smart, it has smart objectives, measurable, actionable, timed, and so I really appreciate the work. And looking at the multi-jurisdictional government, community-based organization, law enforcement, public health, DYD, the panel is a reflection of the complexity of the issue we're trying to address and the fact that it is going to take an all-hands approach for us to come up with a solution. I don't know how many of you were here earlier, but my colleagues and I in general public comment heard the heart-wrenching pleas of a mother whose son was killed violently at a street racing event. And so it is a further reminder to all of us about the magnitude of this problem, the number of innocent people whose lives are impacted, and how we have got to do all that we can to create a solution. So thank you all for the role you're playing. I really appreciate that. And I held the item because I think it's an important opportunity for the public to hear and witness in this public forum how seriously we're taking the issue, and all of the parties that are engaged in an effort to come up with a solution. A couple of questions. The current report continues to be alarming for me. It shows that there was an increase in takeovers of about 55% in the 2nd District between the 3rd and 4th quarter. Now, I recognize that the efforts mentioned in the report hadn't been established then, so it predates it, but there's still a significant increase. And so I wanted to know if that measurement was for only unincorporated areas of the county or if it included cities.
Well, good afternoon, Supervisors. This is Captain Bell from Compton Station, and excuse me. So that number does include both city and county for those street takeover numbers.
Okay.
So it was not separated, so it was
City and
inclusive.
county.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I know my team has asked if in future reports we could have a breakdown by unincorporated area and contract cities, because I just think it's important for all of us to be very clear and understand the specific communities where this is happening and exploding as we, try to have the tough conversation about, and as you all focus and allocate resources. So if that in future reports, if we could have that breakdown by unincorporated community and contract city, that would be really helpful. I appreciate that. To the CEO for clarification, because it's an actionable report, I appreciate that. Can you walk us through which of the recommendations that actually require board action, so I'm clear about our homework assignments?
So I can answer that.
Okay, good.
There are two.
Okay.
One is the amending of the county code, which is under the enforcement area. So there's a number of code sections that we're looking at doing an amendment with. We are actually currently working with county council on outlining what those amendments that are needed would be, so that we could then come back to your board with that recommendation. And the second is would be a request for a 5-signature letter to the social media platforms requesting that they demonetize these, which is something we also can draft and come back to your board with.
Appreciate that. Another idea I had, and I'm spitballing, so just, if it doesn't work, just tell me. I have heard and have said publicly how deeply I resent the fact that we hear that there are people from other counties who like to come to LA County because it gives them some extra whatever. Is that indeed still the fact? And if so, are we in a position to enhance the fines, do some kind of different treatment for those who are not LA County residents who come into LA County to destroy LA County streets? and Compton city streets in areas that they are not tax-paying residents? Is that, I see county council's like, oh, she's gone off the rails again. Is that legal? Is that a way in which we could approach this?
Well, I can defer to the county council on the legal piece of this, but to address the first part of your question, yes, it absolutely happens. I'm Don Graham from LAPD, and let me first extend my thanks to the county and to you, Supervisor Mitchell, in particular, for the level of urgency that you've lifted this up to, and including the city as part of this conversation. Our intelligence consistently tracks migrating groups of street racers who move from San Francisco, from San Diego, from Arizona, into the Los Angeles area, because to go back to one of the action items that your board has to take action on, the monetization of the social media piece plays a tremendous part in the motivation of this activity. And so to be an Arizona car spinning club, and get social media posts with the Hollywood sign in the background, with the Staples Center in the background, with SoFi in the background, it leads to the cred of that particular organization. Now, LA organizations do that too. They go up and spin at the Golden Gate Bridge so that they can expand their reach in how that works. And I think that, and I applaud the working group for identifying that as a step to curtailing this activity. Because not only are they monetizing it, they're glorifying it. And it just leads into that culture.
County Council?
You may not be prepared to answer the question, because I know, like I said, I just pulled it out of left field, but can we generally create a different penalty based on residency?
Actually, no, because that would create an equal protection problem. If it applied ubiquitously, then clearly there wouldn't be an equal protection problem, but all folks would have the right to have their laws applied to them equally, notwithstanding the county in which they reside.
I got you. Yeah, you know, we are looking at the motion to increase the fines, but in an effort to specifically address people who come here from other areas, I was just looking at another stick versus carrot approach to try to reduce that likelihood, but.
If I may, one of the demotivators for having somebody come here is the ease with which we could impound and hold cars. So if you came all the way here from Utah to spin and you ended up with your car in a 30-day impound, right? That's going to be a very demotivating thing for other Utah car clubs to come out here. So one of the initiatives that you're working on, something that LA has been working on for the last 3 years, is to sort of ease the loopholes that deal with that 30-day impound. Because if you and I are in a car club together, I'll register your car as my car and vice versa. So if I get popped and the car gets impounded, you show up at the impound yard, well, I'm the registered owner, and we would have to turn it back over to you. So we're exploring with our own city attorney ways to overcome that loophole so that that 30-day impound can become much more of a deterrent.
Interesting. Okay, well, we will continue to follow up on that piece to make sure that there's alignment between what you're doing at the city and the county. I appreciate that. To Public Works, I know that there are any number of infrastructure deterrents, and we listed them on the chart, or you listed them on the chart. I saw that. I want to make sure that you're measuring the success of the deterrent. So if something doesn't work, we're not continuing to use that strategy versus something else. Is that a part of your plan as well?
Yes, Supervisor, it is. We use 3 things to determine the success of the deterrents we put in place. The first one is partnering with law enforcement on the number of calls they get and whether whether this has made a difference. The second thing is, and unfortunately, some of these deterrents get damaged when people come in. So we monitor, we track the repairs we have to do, and the damage to the things like crosswalk paint and things like that. And even an aerial shot or just an observation, you can see the tire marks and see whether it's continuing or not. So those are the methods we, and then the third is community. We do interact with community, we listen to them, and we have some connections with local stakeholders, and we get follow-ups from them. Is this working? How is this going? And I will mention, we are seeing that some of the interventions work. As I'd mentioned last time, it's the larger intersections where we're having the challenge. It's just we can't shrink them enough to make a difference. But we're working on that. We're looking at Avalon and 135th, which is a very popular location.
Yes, it
We're
is.
going to be coming in with new interventions. We're actually taking out a right turn lane. We're shrinking that intersection some more. We're going to be doing that this month and next month. And we've got another large intervention on Compton and Atlantic. We had success on Compton and Lime, but it moved right over to Atlantic. So we're going to be putting something in next month there as well, and I'm very interested to gauge that and see how that works. It's part of the tools in the toolbox, but it's like I said, we work and we just constantly assess. But yeah, we are gathering information. We do want to work with law enforcement to get as much information from them as we can. Put it in a geographical sort of dashboard so we can keep track on that. Look for the hot spots, the heat maps.
And I appreciate in the report that you have a timeline and geographic areas. I wish that some of the areas didn't have to push out into first quarter 2026, but I appreciate you having that so I and my constituents, our shared constituents, can track and know that perhaps their intersection, their community is on your radar screen, and we're going to get to them as quickly as possible. I appreciate that timeline. To public health and DYD, and to our community-based organizations that are here, I know that we're on the prevention side. We're looking at intervention in schools and parks and other public places. Can you kind of expand on kind of the highlights, what excites you most about what those interventions might look like?
Sure, and thank you for having us here today, supervisors. DYD is actively holding community workshops to listen, engage, and influence the behavior of youth and community. We're focusing our efforts to address the many young people involved as spectators to ensure their safety and prevent participation in the activities. We have partnered with Street Racing Kills, SRK, our Bloom Alliance partners, the DYD Youth Development Networks, and we have identified and coordinated opportunities for educational classes and community engagements, again, aimed at preventing interest in street racing. The engagement utilized methods such as victim testimonials, awareness videos, police Q&A, situation reenactments, and driving safety tips. Currently, we have 29 workshop commitments confirmed at 22 school sites and 7 community-based partnership locations. We are also in the process of planning 5 larger community-based events in partnership with our youth development networks that are in each one of the supervisorial districts, as well as the LA City 2025 LA Youth Expo to continue to get the word out. Additionally, we are supporting the organizations that are working with us with their data collection. We've created a QR code so that we're able to help see what the impact and what the reach of each one of those workshops is. Many of the workshops are already underway, and I did bring the most updated list of dates and locations and schools, et cetera, for each one of the members of the board. So I'll distribute those in the best way.
I appreciate that.
I'll hand it off to Dr. Ferrer.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. As you remember, the Public Health Department did get a grant, a small grant from the California Office of Traffic Safety. We're working very closely with the Department of Youth Development and also working to contract out with similar organizations, because Street Racing Kills is one of our big partners. And we are currently focused, because of the grant, in South LA. We have 4 schools where we're going to facilitate these collaborations, again, working a lot with David and his team to support these funded efforts. We're doing work directly in schools. We'll be at the Augustus Hawkins School, Duke Ellington, Washington Prep, and Morningside. And these are more than just one touch. This is really staying in the school and really trying to make sure that we're bringing along a cadre of young people that are going to school there to be able to support this effort. Our model is a youth development effort, and the same thing applies to this work. Youth leadership is what's most important in the way we're moving this forward. We also have connected with 4 other interested schools, Gardenia High School, Bell High School, Firebaugh High School in Linwood, and the Narbonne High School in Harbor City. We are hoping that, again, we'll be fully enmeshed in those schools. I want to, again, acknowledge all the support from DYD and our community partners. Our effort also depends on working with families and parents. And again, we do, through Street Racing Kills, help organize the community forums, the community events, and educational presentations. I think working with parents is an area we're particularly interested in. As we know, most parents would prefer that their young children are not engaging in illegal activity. But I think they need also a toolkit about how they can work most effectively with young people in their lives and their families.
Thank you.
As an advocacy organization, we bring
Tell us who you are.
Sorry, my name is Damian Kevitt. I'm the Executive Director of Streets Are For Everyone. Thank you, Supervisors, for having me here. I do want to say, as an advocacy organization, we're in the grassroots. We're in the communities. We're talking to the victims, the family members who have just lost their sons, their husbands, their daughters, etc. We work very closely with Street Racing Kills on this issue. And this program is the most comprehensive, but you do have to realize there's been 24 years of Fast and Furious. 24 years that they have been inundated, our youth have been inundated, and the youth of the first Fast and Furious movie are the ones that are buying the cars and are doing the modifications. Wow. Those are the ones that grew up on Fast and Furious. So all of these things are vital, and we have to take it to a 10x level because they've already been inundated with these types of popularization. And then there's TikTok, and then there's all the social media. And that's even more reason why this letter with the 5 signatures saying, hey, you need to demonetize this stuff. You need to devaluate these statements because they are literally, these posts, because they are literally resulting in kids being killed. So that we can start to turn that tide using the education and using all of these touch points. And it needs to become popular, not to street race. We're working with this group on that. We have other things we're doing, including building a toolkit out for parents and families and teachers to be able to do this anywhere, anytime, talk about street racing, wherever they want, whether there's an event or not.
Thank you for that. It's hard to imagine that that's been 24 years since that change started. And now I'm really going to sound like an old fogey. That, in addition to the gaming, what's the gaming system that you drive fast? Somebody help me.
Grand Theft Auto, yeah.
Exactly. So the two of those accumulatively, plus, as you said, social media, it's like it's just a perfect storm that we have to figure out how to break that cycle. Thank you very much. Last couple questions, Madam Chair. Thank you for this opportunity. To our law enforcement partners, and again, I want to acknowledge this multi-jurisdictional strategy and approach, and that we are showing that we can work together collaboratively to solve for a shared problem. And so I want to thank LAPD for giving the opportunity for my staff to join you on your on a street racing ride along. They learned a lot of information. Can you share about how you're organized and if your structure model has allowed you to be successful in, from your perspective, addressing the takeovers?
Absolutely. So LAPD has been actively engaged in street racing enforcement since I was a street cop, and literally half the man I am today. But the problem has evolved. And so it has caused us to have to evolve. So the Street Racing Task Force is organized at a citywide level. It's directly supervised by a lieutenant who oversees citywide operations, and he's given support by my commander of traffic group for executive oversight. Our task force is broken down into 2 major sections, the metropolitan area and the valley. And that's for 2 major reasons. One is geographical. But also the second is that there is a cultural difference between the activity that's taking place south of Mulholland and what takes place up in the valley. The valley's wide open, straight streets continue to lead itself to traditional street racing. Yes, there are takeovers. I live up there and I am very familiar with the intersection of Balboa and San Fernando Mission. But For the most part, we're seeing traditional street racing activity that happens up in the areas that it's happened since I was doing that enforcement back in 2000. And so that task force is specific to that area. But the municipal area, the metropolitan area has seen the proliferation of sideshows since the pandemic. And so we've changed the enforcement model there from simply just being uniformed enforcement to a blend of uniform enforcement, undercover intelligence gathering and video gathering, follow-up investigations by detectives so that we can find, after the fact, vehicles that have been involved in this and go and do impoundment and enforcement action when it's much safer for the community and much safer for the officers. And a cyber component, because a lot of what's being done is being shared, a lot of intelligence is happening on these platforms. So we utilize that multi-layered approach. Now, LAPD has a standing task force that involves about 20 police officers, supervisors, and follow-up investigators with that. We have great partnerships with our law enforcement partners across the county. The Sheriff's Department plays a major role in not just our operations, but also we share ideas about what's working for strategies and tactics. The discussion about the success of the civil fines in Compton came up from that combined discussion and is now being, we're exploring that in the city of Los Angeles. And so we have other police departments that are being affected by this. But as you can imagine, especially with the smaller cities, once the activity gets out of that smaller city, then they drop off and we sort of lose the ability to collaborate at that level. So, and the street racers don't care about boundaries. They don't care if they're in El Segundo or the city of LA. No, they go where their cell phone tells them to go, right? So the idea behind, the vision behind a standing countywide task force is it is a large enough regional area so that the shared intelligence and enforcement activities can allow us to attack this as a unified region instead of well-intentioned but still siloed partners throughout the organization. Now, every law enforcement agency, as is well known, is dealing with staffing issues. And some of the ways that we supplement that in order to reduce the footprint, because I can't just produce police officers. The guys who work my task force are police officers who are normally assigned to traffic duties. So we bolster that number when we have actionable intelligence by using our overtime to hire officers who have gone through that training, who volunteered to be part of that cadre, and then we hire them on overtime to minimize the impact they would have on regular operations. And so the vision would be moving forward would be a countywide effort that would involve investigators and even law enforcement, field enforcement officers from various departments throughout the county, where we could move throughout the county as a group so that we're not chasing somebody into another area of the county and just letting them be there. And cohesively utilize all of the strategies that the CEO presented to you, again, in a unified regional manner. So that's the vision behind the task force.
I appreciate that. Two questions, Madam Chair, for Captain Bell. Last time you were here, you mentioned that there was a new state law that would assist you in towing vehicles using takeovers. And in this report, we see that Compton Station is leading the way. Can you elaborate on how you have made this happen?
Yes. Okay, as you looked at your last quarter report, you didn't see that increase. Now, as of January 1st, 2025, as of till March 3rd, 2025, we've had 67 towed vehicles. That's just only in Compton. Now, that includes the city and the county area, our area of responsibility. But those vehicles were towed based on the new laws that Governor Newsom signed into law. So it is working, as the Deputy Chief eloquently stated before, that we are working together. These are type of operations that we recently conducted with LAPD on a recent recent task force. We've had 84 street takeovers in the city of Compton and in the county area combined. And that's just, like I stated, from January 1st to March 3rd.
That is awful.
It is awful. But unfortunately, we're not bringing a carrot. There's been 39 arrests, 9 felony arrests, 30 misdemeanor arrests, 95 citations, all right? And that includes some of the California Vehicle Code citations and the county code citations. So we are now implementing those county code citations too. As I stated before, 67 towed vehicles, 17 administrative citations, that's only in the city. And then there's been 21 parking citations. This is a collaborative effort that we've done with California Highway Patrol, with the Los Angeles Police Department, and we're going to continue to do these. And we've seen great success. And I will definitely have that breakdown in the future, in the next quarter.
Perfect.
For the county area and for the city.
Perfect.
But you can see that that new law is definitely taking effect.
Help me, because we noted that there weren't, that the report showed that there were 0 vehicle seizures across all stations in the report. So is towing and a vehicle seizure 2 different things?
Yes. So as you stated before, the towing is when our deputies are there at the scene of a street takeover or something of that nature. They tow the vehicle or impound that vehicle. Now we're talking about a vehicle seizure. That might be a little bit later on when, well, let's just say a vehicle that flees the scene, that leaves the scene. We can't catch that vehicle because of they got away. We didn't have enough personnel. So at a later time, we identified that vehicle. And through investigative efforts, we're able to obtain a search warrant and go seize that vehicle. So,
got it.
That's how you would say a seizure occurs. However, right now, the Sheriff's Department does not have a street takeover task force. So we are, in the midst of working with our partners, such as LAPD, and LAPD, who does have a task force. We're going to collaborate with them and try to address those concerns as far as when vehicles flee the scene. We might be able to use our partners if they can help us out with that aspect of as trying to investigate to seize that vehicle. So that's how we're working together.
I appreciate that.
Yes,
my takeaways from the presentation, I'm clear about the board actions based on this report. We'll follow up with that. Following reports, you'll have it broken out by unincorporated area and city. I wondered, I don't even know who I would ask, if we could quantify the collective loss and damages, because as we talk about loss of human life, that's significant, but I don't know that the general public just understands what this is costing all of us in terms of property damage and just the tearing up of the streets. And I don't know if there's a way we could do that, Madam CEO. I'm not trying to create extra busy work, but just as a part of our public education efforts for people to understand it costs us all.
Yeah, I think it's possible. And I think we could definitely capture like our staff costs. We could definitely capture the costs associated with DYD and our community partners. And then on the issue of like the towing and the damage to the street, because then the question is, well, when is the street going to be repaved and how often is that, we probably could provide some estimates that are directionally correct. And then maybe, I'm saying maybe, and I'm looking at Carrie, maybe those numbers could be trued up later. So we could say, here are some medians that were damaged and the street, the curb was messed up. Later, we could try to find out from the jurisdiction in which the repairs were made, what are the estimated costs. So it would be like a report with sort of a lagging indicator on a data piece.
I just think that would be valuable as a part of our overall messaging in terms of the fiscal implications on everyone, separate from individual families who is, that's the loss of life can't be measured, but these others can.
If I may, one of the long-term visions of the warning to the social media platforms is the potential of liability on their part for proliferating the activity that is causing the damage. So building the structure in place to capture the recovery costs, if we were successful in showing the liability of monetizing clearly illegal and dangerous behavior, and then going after the social media companies for the cost of the repair of the streets, for the losses that are incurred by the county, by the city, by whoever else is incurring losses in this. I mean, there's no better place to kick someone than the pocketbook. So.
Agreed.
In terms of quantifying, there's obviously the monetary quantification, but if there's going to be a quantifying, there should also be the individuals, the community members, and this is something that comes on our lines quite a bit, the communities that are affected, the mental health issues of having street racing night after night in their communities, even if they're not personally impacted, they are impacted by being in that community. And the population, just the number of people that are affected by it as a result of a single takeover, that might be quantifiable without having to get into monetary. So just bringing that up.
Or it certainly shouldn't be lost. It should be added to the conversation and the equation. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Very good. Okay, Supervisor Hahn.
Yeah, thank you. You know, listening to the task force and understanding what a serious issue this is for all of our communities, I think my district has the second highest street takeovers. And we're kind of like on a dual track, right? The deterrent, the enforcement, the squashing of it. And then we have this very aspirational side where we're actually seriously thinking about finding alternatives for this. What's the thinking, and I'm not sure which one of you can respond, on the value of the alternate possibilities, like is allowing street racing legally somewhere else actually deter the illegal street? Is it the same group of people we're targeting by finding a safer place to do this versus just squashing it when it's happening?
So I know one of the groups that participated with the task, with the work group, and that we have, they presented at Supervisor Mitchell's Compton Symposium, is a group called Street Legal. And they're immersed in the culture. I am not a car guy, which would make sense why I'm in charge of traffic for the city, right? But not a car guy. But I know people who are passionate about the automotive, the industry, the technology, and the idea and the culture of racing certainly predates any movie that's come out. I mean, we've been racing since we figured out we had two legs and one person's faster than the other. So that thrill has just been a part of the human experience. To think that we can enforce our way out of that, I think, is disingenuous. And so the ability to give a legal alternative to people who want to participate in the culture but don't have another alternative except to turn to the clandestine is the people that we're trying to save with this. Now, the people who run the Street Legal are absolutely confident that they have legitimate legal insurance, sponsors, and people who are willing to mentor kids who are attracted into this car culture in order that they can seek careers and productive lives in the culture rather than being on that dark periphery of only having to experience this through illegal activity. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, a little bit. David, did you want to answer that?
Sure, I'll jump in and then I'll hand it back
Yeah.
to Captain Bell. So to piggyback, the individuals and organizations that are part of the legal culture are absolutely convinced that young people will gravitate towards the legal options. It won't attract every person that is part of what's illegal currently, but they are confident. Many of them share their own testimonials that they were illegally participating until a legal option became available, and they actually became a part of that legal option. So I think that's one of the beauties of this work group, is that we come with, again, different perspectives, but again, our community partners are very, very confident that those legal options will draw
So would the working group say that with limited resources, we should put equal amount of resources both in the deterring and enforcing and finding the legal alternatives?
Well, Supervisor, just to make a quick comment, speaking for this California Highway Patrol that I know, that I work with, Deputy Chief Joe Zizi, who presented before, he's their commissioner. Their stance on street takeovers is that they have a zero tolerance for it, because they're not going to try to find an alternative approach to this, because it's illegal. And as you know, at the Sheriff's Department, we are working with everyone here at the CEO's office and this working group, obviously, to find alternatives. But I do also kind of share that also sentiment that it is illegal, because, as you know, let's just take retail theft. Retail theft, there hasn't been let's just say a death from retail theft. Well, street takeovers, we've seen numerous deaths. And this is, when we're talking about crime, actual crime and death, this is something that we need to focus, curb, and as you know, the supervisor did state in SD2 that a lot of the constituents, I don't really hear any constituents stating that they're promoting. They say this is a good thing from the community. Any community town hall that I go to, that no one is advocating for a street takeover to occur in the city or in the county. So with that being said, I would, as being the subject matter expert for my department, we definitely need to focus on enforcement to eradicate this problem.
And I would just add that I think one of the things that we are looking at as a work group is, and it's a wonderful question because this is something we've actually debated multiple meetings. We've looked at this as a whole and a collective, and what we really come back to is we need a multifaceted approach because it's a complex problem. Creating legal alternatives will not solve the problem, but it will solve it for some people. And if it solves it for some people, then we're doing something in the right direction. And that's the idea, is that the different pieces and the different goals we think will hit different targets and hit different populations for different reasons. And that's why we need to do all of it and bring it all together so that collectively we can see a reduction in this. And we do know that for some people who are immersed in the cult culture and who just want a place to go do donuts, for those particular people, it will do something. And we also have heard a lot from community that part of what is attractive about this is that it creates community. It's a place for people to come together, to see their friends, to get involved in car culture. There's a certain aspect of people who are involved in this that are attracted to that piece. So we're hoping to do it to help with those folks. But I wouldn't say no, and I don't think anyone here agrees that equal resources across the board on everything. But we do want to try multiple things and see where we can get some traction.
Yeah, you were going to say something. Yeah, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you.
I think one of the other reasons why we have to do
what's your name?
Sorry, my name is Damian Kevitt.
Yes, Damien. I think Damien was trying to speak, and then Dr. Farrar.
Sorry, I'll be very fast here. There is precedent set on the providing alternative locations, not within the County of Los Angeles. So pre-COVID, last time this was done was 2019. There were regular organized street racing legal meetups done in the parking lots of a large stadium down in San Diego. Per the organization that was setting this up, they had usually single-digit fatalities year over year and serious injuries in San Diego due to street racing. And once they started doing legal meetups, it went down to 0 or 1 periodically. Every now and then they would have a fatality or a serious injury. So they had a measurable, and this is per the organization, so it's their reporting, measurable decrease in the number of serious injuries and fatalities. That stopped in 2019, not connected with COVID because they lost their funding. But it is a precedent set, and it is done in other cities. Should there be a equal enforcement versus this? I think no one has the correct answer. This is a work in progress. How much should be devoted to diversion education versus enforcement? None of us have a correct answer on that, but it does have to be multifaceted.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Farrar.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to add that, another compelling reason to look at the alternatives is we have young people that are not yet involved in this culture, and we need to give them, I'm talking about very young people, we need to give them a pathway and some activities that are going to appeal to them that are in fact legal. So it might not, I completely agree with law enforcement that there's a problem in front of us right now. It has to get dealt with.
Yeah.
And we need strong law enforcement for that. But, I'm going to be on the prevention side, and I'm going to say, you never change a culture if you don't start somewhere and start offering some alternative activities and some alternative
Yeah.
ways to meet some of the needs that are getting met through this illegal activity. So
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I like the idea that we're all on a task force together because I think we can support each other,
Yeah.
recognizing that the goal of prevention is still a worthwhile goal.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. I mean, when I was much younger, of course, we had the Big Willie Raceway on Terminal Island, and at that, that was over 20 years ago, maybe 30. And I remember that was the place to go, and that really was a diversion of a lot of activities that those young people could have engaged in, but they had that instead. Speaking of that, every time we have this report, you do keep throwing out the port, Terminal Island. I see in this report you threw out Long Beach Airport. Have you actually had conversations with Long Beach Airport or the Port of Los Angeles for the use of Terminal Island?
Not yet. We have them on the list because these were, for the folks who are into that and who are trying to assess what would be places that could do it, those were the places that were mentioned. So those are just places to start, and it's
I mean, part of me feels like you should just go ahead and start, because this is like several times now, it's like they're on a list. I feel like you should either rule them out or start. You need to like make the ask.
Correct. I totally agree, and that is why we actually started with Irwindale and ruled that one out. And so now the next phase is to approach these others. We've had a few conversations with folks from Terminal Island. Some people get one answer, some people get more of a yes, potentially, some people get a no. So we're trying to.
I mean, you'd have to go to wouldn't you have to go to the leadership at the Port of Los Angeles? I mean, you probably have to either talk with the commission or Gene Soroka. I mean, kind of have to go right. Or speak with the leadership at the city, the mayor of Los Angeles, right? So I just I keep hearing about this, and I just kind of think you should go ahead and either count them in or count them out. Just about deterrence, I was going to ask Steve from Public Works about the rubber median, the report for the construction and installation of the deterrence. Is a bit unclear in terms of the timeline. And also, again, my district has the second highest number of illegal street takeovers, but I noticed that most of the deterrents in the report were not in my district. So, and I know we're only sort of doing unincorporated, but wondering if what the timeline is, and if it isn't incorporated, are you reaching out to the community? And if it's not unincorporated, is this an opportunity to talk to some of our cities? Because I'm pretty sure they're experiencing the same level of angst that we are, and they might be interested in the deterrence as it relates to the infrastructure in the street.
Right, and that is a great suggestion, working with the other cities. We did start looking and testing for, like I said, the data-driven. We saw that was an area that was happening. We did find one intersection in particular, that's Pacific and Hope in Walnut Park. If you go on Google Maps, you can see the tire marks. It's there.
Right.
So that one we've identified. We think in September we're going to have improvements in place there. That same thing. We're anxious to see how that works. We're going to look at the rest of the corridor to make sure we don't move that over somewhere else. And then,
so you think those deterrents in Walnut Park will be by the end of the year, or?
I'm sorry, what's that?
The timeline is by the end of the year?
September is what we're shooting
for.
for.
September?
Yeah.
Okay. And have you reached out to the community on this?
That we're starting that right now.
Okay.
So those communications, interactions with the community, which is important because there are eyes and ears. Law enforcement is one part of it, but the community knows where this is happening and what will happen when we put in these interventions. So it's partnering with the local precincts there, and then working with the community.
Thank you.
And then, like I said, our maintenance folks have a good idea on where this is happening as well.
Thank you. And the suggestion or the recommendation about the 5-signature letter to social media platforms, I think that's a good idea. Will you, and I think Supervisor Mitchell kind of talked about it, well, will you be bringing that forward to us? Will that come to us as a board letter? Or?
Yes, we will. We are working with county council on what that language would look like, and we absolutely will return back to your board.
I also think all of these recommendations, even the letter to the social media platforms, should be shared with our 88 cities in the county. I think they would also probably want to add their own 5 signature letters from the individual city councils and the mayors in our cities, because this is an issue that affects them greatly, and I'm just not sure they're aware of some of these solutions and recommendations from this working group that I think they would embrace if they knew about it. So I think we should find a way to do that, whether that's through contract cities or independent cities. One of those organizations I think would really embrace the work that you've done and appreciate the solutions and the recommendations that they too could join in with us on. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions, and thank you so much so far, learning a great deal of what you all have been working on. And I know, for me, I think I'm trying to figure out, is it street takeovers or it's racing? Because, you know, that's one question.
Same culture, 2 different aspects. Sideshows literally came from the cars that were waiting for their turn to race, got bored, and started doing donuts, which before the explosion of social media was just a waste, just a way to kill time. But that particular activity has become so exciting when you're up close to it with a cell phone that it has overtaken in many of these areas. That's overtaken the actual racing as the point of the activity.
Right. I just wanted to ask, I know in my district, the 1st district, that we see in the 1st district, street racing, there was a drop in street takeovers from 13 to 4. And I understand that there were 2 arrests related to 4 incidents in East LA. Do you have any information about that at East Los Angeles?
You know, Supervisor, I don't have any information, the reason why it dropped, but I can just tell you that you know, active enforcement, where the information that we gather from Los Angeles Police Department, from California Highway Patrol, we follow that information and then we track these car clubs and these groups. So if they did not make it their way towards East LA and they made it somewhere else, and they're always trying to find, I guess, some of the, let's just say the kinks in the armor, because they're trying to find, okay, like let's start in Compton. The next thing you know, we're heavily out in Compton, so they'll move to the unincorporated area. So we're following them, and doing our investigative methods. But my whole thing is, as far as the 1st district, I can't answer the real reason why it dropped. But
I guess I would like to know, maybe at some point, you know, what happened? What did we do? What was the behavior change? Or, you know, is there something else going on, you know, in East LA right now? People are afraid of ICE, immigration enforcement. And people may not want to be out in the streets, right? That's something else that's, I'd be interested to see what's going on. But one of the things that I also wanted to find out about is, especially with DYD, your department has confirmed, I think, 28 street racing prevention workshops across the 22 schools, and I think you have a list of more organizations. Will these workshops be held countywide or in particular areas where they're most impacted?
We certainly focused on some of the areas that were most impacted, but they're countywide. So there's an emphasis on some of the areas where we kind of overlay that map of where the most instances were. And then obviously partnering with public health, which is focused in South LA. So there's a higher concentration, I would say, in SD2, but certainly it's all across all the networks, all across all the county, and our networks are in each supervisorial district. Okay. So that's why we're making it a point
that could be helpful,
larger events.
Because I know while we're concentrating on unincorporated, I live in the city of El Monte, and believe me, I've been woken 2, 3 in the morning and can hear the screeching and the crash. Yep. And I'll never recall when I think it was one weekend, following day on a Sunday, an entire maybe 5-foot brick wall was smashed, and it's happened 2 or 3 times. And I'm hoping that the cities will come up with ideas, City of El Monte, to think about putting preventive measures in the streets that are attractive to the folks that want to do the donuts, because this is happening. And it is a cultural thing too. I mean, I'm finding it not just in the Latino culture, but with the AAPI community, where they fix the cars up, and that's their whole purpose, is to do that between the hours of 12 midnight to maybe 5 in the morning. And it's really disturbing. I hope that we can share some of this information with some of the independent cities, and especially in the San Gabriel Valley. And I know some of our cities have gone well beyond putting up cameras so they can read things and putting up, everything that they could imagine. But the cost to society and to our environment in terms of just peace and quiet and safety, I think there is a cost there. And that's something that I think all of us really are concerned about. And prevention, how do we get the newbies from getting into that, and even young girls? So that's another question I have too in terms of prevention, because I've seen where some of young ladies have been also engaged in that, and also involved in some of the donuts, whether it was standing outside. I mean, they're half their bodies outside the window, and they're going around, and it's something that I think provides them with some immediate gratification in one way or another for them, but it's misplaced. I hope that we can get this done, but I look forward to seeing the results of the report and how we can improve in communities like mine as well. So thank you very much, and I thank everyone. If there's, Supervisor Horvath, you have your...
Thank you very much. You covered a lot, so I just wanted to touch on one aspect, which is the proposed interventions that are part of the action plan items. I think I read it to be funded by CFCI dollars. So are we talking to the CFCI group about the use of that funding?
Are we talking about the educational interventions or
some of the action plan items? So maybe I have it wrong. I just read that it was CFCI funding. So maybe you could tell me what you're intending CFCI to be used for and whether you met with the CFCI oversight body.
Yeah, so we fund the Bloom program through CFCI dollars. So that program is already operating, in a lot of the schools. The resources that we're using to fund SRK are not necessarily CFCI, but I do have Jai Phillips. Can you answer that real quick? The funding, how are we paying SRK? Sorry, thank you. He leads our diversion and development efforts.
Yes, so Jai Phillips, branch manager for development and youth diversion. So we are using CFCI dollars to fund our Bloom partners, but in addition to, we are also funding SRK through CFCI dollars. And that is because we're wanting to be able to track that data that CFCI funding actually requires in order to understand the impact, specifically because we know that the folks who are involved in these are mostly of Black and Brown, which directly correlates with the CFCI programmatic funding structure.
As part of that, we certainly, and Jai, you can expand, we met with CFCI folks before we engaged in that effort. But Jai, if you want to speak to that, sorry.
Okay, and that's the only component that's being, okay, great, thanks.
Okay, very good. Thank you to the panel. I see no other members wanting to ask questions, so thank you very much. And at this time, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who've signed up to speak on the item.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Jonathan Lawson, C. Vega. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 14, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Lori Agmeta. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Hi, everybody. Good morning and good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lori Agmeta. I serve as the Community Relations Director for Street Racing Kills. I just want to say we're committed to preventing illegal street racing and takeovers through education, outreach, and advocacy. If you did not know, our executive director and founder lost her daughter due to a street race, and I lost my niece in the very same way. So our mission is important to us. We want to prevent another family from experiencing the same loss we did. We know that this is 100% preventable. One of the things we didn't talk about that is actually does not need any funding is we have a reckless driving intervention program. It's a diversion program that is through the courts by individuals that have been cited for reckless driving. In particular, a lot of those individuals are street racers or people that attend takeovers. If we can get in more of the courts, we have seen a significant drop in people. Actually, we've only had 2 people reoccur come through our program, and we've been working with the district attorneys and also to and law
Thank you.
enforcement.
Next speaker, please.
Next, we'll go to the line of Anna Lee. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
It doesn't seem like it's the street takeovers anymore. It's the willful and purposeful destruction of public and private property causing distraction for law enforcement. How about we ask legislatures to make this part of a permanent record? There's so many programs expunging records. Let's make any conviction of participating in street takeovers part of the permanent record, so these few moments of pleasure will follow them for their whole life, or just support criminal activity by allowing it to be expunged from their record. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Yes, and listening to this, it brought back the time in the 80s and 90s when Ted Ebenkamp and I helped bring the county into the world of realization. And the bottom line is, and everything that has been said here today was said that on graffiti, my God, what was going on then. And guess what? When they finally came to the realization of pleasure and pain, that is, well, all this other goody two-shoes stuff, put it aside, pleasure and pain, and make it stick. That's what we did with graffiti, and the situation changed dramatically. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next, we'll go to the line of Liliana Trillo. Your line is open. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Lily Trujillo Puckett, founder and executive director of Street Racing Kills, and we truly appreciate the county's efforts to address this critical issue. Besides our fantastic partnership with the Department of Youth Development, which has been something great, I'd like to also highlight our ongoing collaboration with Supervisor Janice Han, where we have focused extensively on the Southway region, and with the support of Supervisor Holly Mitchell, we have expanded our reach, particularly in the Compton schools, where we mentor our young drivers and educate them on the dangers of reckless driving, specifically street racing and takeovers. And regarding takeovers and street racing, just to let you know, guys, they race as well from one venue to another. So ones that are at takeover doing their donuts, they also race to the next venue. So they're street racing at the same time as they're doing their donuts and takeovers. So a track, I know it's hard to do, but find them a little place to go. I think we might not get rid of everyone, or at least we can save some lives by taking some people off our streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mike Sanchez, your line is open. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you to Senator Hahn for bringing up the idea of legal way for enthusiasts to participate in racing, drifting. All of the local drag strips have been closed with Irwindale. Maybe there's a way that the county can capitalize on offering these offering a venue for things like this to happen, where we can generate revenue for having these events. Now a lot of these venues, motorsport places are being closed due to sound restrictions. Also, drag strip, half of their oval track is gone now. Maybe there's a way for Pomona to step up, and we can have more races for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, we have no further in queue for comment.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Honorable members of the Board of Supervisors, first of all, thank you so much for this extremely urgent matter before the supervisors today. As a lifelong resident of the 5th Supervisorial District, where Paul Walker famously died playing Mario Kart, this is obviously something that concerns us specifically. I would like to thank County Council for their valiant defense of the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution today. Might I recommend that Article 3 of the California Constitution and the Brown Act require immediate, urgent attention as we address this matter today. As I came before the Board of Supervisors just a couple of seconds ago to complain about Supervisor Solis's Brown Act violation that everyone witnessed and that I alleged before the full board today, I would like to go back to the fact that, again, I'm here to ask for your support regarding the human trafficking and human smuggling.
Sir,
that includes...
Sir, this is on street takeovers. You need to keep your comments to the item that you're speaking on.
Often seen during street racing events where gangs and organized crime often take their survivors as human trafficking. And again, thank you, County Council, for your violation of the Brown Act. I'll wait for the next item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Jonathan Lawson. I am with Slide District. I have actually started, well, on December 7th, I did an event for legal takeover. I'm actually working on doing another event in April to be able to actually bring the people that like to actually race. I'm part of the racing community. I build cars, custom motorcycles, all of that. And I have gone out into the actual racing community asking these kids why, where, what, how, why, you know, and just keep asking them. And they just want a place to be. I believe that if we put, just like the group here, and I've been in the meetings with them, if we can put efforts in properly, we can separate the sheep from the goats. There are some people that find opportunities to engage in criminal activity no matter what it is. And there are other people that didn't want to engage in criminal activity, but now it's become criminal. Just like baseball in the streets, what do? You build a park with a baseball field, and what happens?
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other speakers to address the board.
Thank you. Seeing no more members of the public wishing to speak on the item, then this report is a receive and file. Hearing no objections, that will be the order. We'll now move on to item number 12, implementing the pilot to enable county libraries to better serve their unhoused patrons, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. And I believe we have a panel or departments. Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Do you all want to present or just wait for questions? What's your expectation? Questions. Okay, thank you. So I want to start by thanking both Library and Department of Mental Health for all their efforts on this thoughtful report back with really so much helpful data. And I want to thank Supervisor Hahn for co-authoring the motion. The motion is in response to the growing homelessness and mental health crisis and the burden that it places on our library staff as they are asked to manage their daily tasks with the growing needs of unhoused patrons. On September 24th, this board requested a report back that identified the high needs libraries throughout the county that are frequented by unhoused patrons who also have mental health needs and have reported incidents that are beyond the bandwidth of the library staff to handle. According to the library's report back from October 2018 to December 2024, there were just under 20,000 security incidents that involve people experiencing homelessness and or mental health issues in our county public libraries. Some libraries have higher rates of incidents requiring more intervention than others. Roughly 54% of the incidents happen in libraries in the 2nd District, and my team and I have received countless requests for help in some of those libraries. Our county libraries have become a de facto kind of adult day facility, if you will, for the thousands of unhoused individuals who are seeking respite from extreme weather conditions and unsafe streets. Libraries provide a safe space for our unhoused to rest, drink water, charge their phones, use computers, restrooms, and often complete applications for jobs, housing, and seek other resources. So it's in the spirit that this motion intends to reestablish the pilot from 2018, in which mental health clinicians were placed in our county libraries to help de-escalate severe mental health crises and provide mental health support for our unhoused patrons. This pilot was very successful prior to COVID-19 pandemic. Clinicians reporting having made 3,700 contacts with unhoused library patients in need of services in less than 1 year alone. So I believe we've got the responsibility, as we often talk about, to provide our unhoused residents who are in crisis, as well as our library staff, to make sure that resources are equitably allocated according to the highest need, and to ensure that our libraries are a safe space for everyone, other patrons, as well as our county staff who work there. So I ask for your aye vote today to help us achieve this goal. And I don't have any questions for the library or mental health, but they are here to answer questions if people have them. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for allowing me to co-author you on this. The truth is that some people who visit our libraries are facing challenges, whether it's homelessness, mental health struggles, or addiction. And our librarians do incredible work, but this is not their first core mission to address complex social or behavioral issues. So I think it's important that we bring social workers into some of our libraries. I think we can better help people who are struggling, and our librarians can focus on their jobs. Just a couple of questions for Dr. Wong. With the limited number of clinicians that we're putting into this pilot program, how will they be available in these libraries? Are they going to, I think each team is covering 2 libraries. Are they going to split their time? Is it going to be hours? It's like morning in one library, afternoon. Do we want people to know when they're there, like advertise that? Or we just want them to be there and respond to issues?
We're going to have a rotating schedule of clinicians in the libraries to maximize their usage. And we are also going to post what their hours are going to be so that it's known. People need to know when they can count on having somebody from mental health in the house, whether it's a librarian or a patron who might be seeking services. So for those library patrons who do have mental health needs, the DMH teams can provide clinical screenings, interventions, case management, linkage, and referrals to community resources and services. And DMH really supports the development of library programs to assist patrons experiencing homelessness to connect to necessary services and supports like shelter and food, clothing, mental health treatment, et cetera.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, they're going to be like mini caseworkers, right? They're going to be there to make sure that they, first of all, are aware of all the county resources and being able to steer people to the right resources. Will these social workers be equipped with cell phones?
Yes, they will have cell phones. All of our field folks have cell phones.
And will they have all the right numbers for, we know they're going to have the right numbers for DMH referrals, but what about all these other homeless resources, shelters? Will they know exactly, will you equip them, will you make sure that they're equipped with the right numbers and that there'll be actually a real person on the other end who will answer their phone? Because some of these situations could really be, we need to take care of it ASAP.
We will definitely have them equipped with resources that they can access readily, as well as literature that they can distribute to library staff and patrons who come in. And I think, part of our work there too is really to support the library staff. So, part of what we do is not just provide these clinical services and case management, but we will also support library staff with trainings and how to, work with different kinds of populations.
Recommend good books to read. Lisa, where's your sense of humor? I know it's late in the day. Okay, thank you for that. I was just wanting to know how exactly they're going to be deployed. So thank you. Sky, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Sure, thank you, Supervisor. I just want to echo what Dr. Wong has stated. Our Our staff really felt supported when we had the social workers before, not only just the presence, but having that expertise on hand, teaching them how to de-escalate major issues that you said it, we're just not equipped for. So I welcome this program back in the libraries if you choose to support it.
Thank you, Madam
Great.
Chair.
I just had a question for Dr. Wong. How are we going to pay for this?
We'll be able to pay for the program through claiming on the services that we provide.
Okay.
I think that with the coming changes with Prop 1, it will be more challenging because we previously used SBA 82 dollars as well as prevention dollars, and we'll have to kind of turn the focus on that to early intervention work and have a different mechanism for claiming. I think one of the bigger challenges is going to be meeting the staffing needs because as you know, we're stretched for staffing throughout our system and we really have to prioritize where our highest needs are. We really believe in the library program and we want to support libraries as much as we can, but with every decision we make, it comes at a cost.
Right. And maybe for Sky, how did we select the libraries?
So we have two different mechanisms. We have an SIR and an SIL. I feel like I'm really loud, I'm sorry. An SIL, and so the libraries that we have a lot of logs, security incident logs, is how we designate the library. So I think we're looking at roughly 50 to 55 of them served each week.
Wow. And do we, Dr. Wong, know how many hours, or will it just depend? You'll have set hours, but it won't be 8 hours. It'll be maybe 4 hours or something, but it'll be set.
It will be one full-time clinician for every 2 libraries, so their hours would be split. It will be probably that we will find more need in one than another, so I can't say that it'll be evenly split, but we'll definitely look at what the need is there. And I think, even with the security incident logs and security incident reports, I think it really needs to be noted that not all of these are related to mental health issues. Some of these are just behavioral or security kinds of issues that our staff are not going to be able to intervene on.
That's true. Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much. When I saw the statistics of what is going on in District 2, I was alarmed. So I understand why this pilot and continuing to provide that service is critical, and I'm glad that we are finding a way to do it. And we heard earlier today from you, Dr. Wong, hard to believe, that the IHOP teams are very critical to the work that we're doing on homelessness generally. And so if we're relying on those teams that would otherwise be out in the community in some of the areas where we're not seeing that impact potentially in our libraries as much, I just want to make sure we have the flexibility to deploy them where they're needed. It's clear that there is some demonstrated need based on the numbers that I saw, and I want to make sure that we have those resources deployed throughout the region, as you described earlier, for all of the reasons you described.
We will be very carefully monitoring the need and the deployment of the necessary resources. And one thing I should probably clarify is that the assignment of IHOP staff to the libraries is a temporary assignment. This is something we want to put in place because we recognize the need is now. And so the total number of staff that'll be temporarily assigned from the interim housing outreach program to the library project is 10 plus a portion of supervisory time. And this constitutes roughly 6% of the total staffing for the IHOP program. And given that the program is just rolling out and we're doing it in phases, we will temporarily reassign staff slotted for the later phases of rollout on services for interim housing sites. And we think that we can minimize any impact then on the program by focusing on staff that are already hired for the later phases. And then to sustain services in the library, the Department of Mental Health will request dedicated staff through a budget process. And once dedicated FTEs are allocated, the lone staff from IHOP will be returned to their original assignment.
Thank you for that. And I'm excited to see what progress this pilot is able to make. I'm glad to know that you're also posting your availability because we know consistency is also key. And so knowing when people can count on you and where your teams will be will also be a critical component to success. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you for being here. And seeing no other questions from the board, then we'll go to public comment, or those members that have signed up.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up for this item. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Okay, very good then. I'm sorry.
Moderator, we see 4 speakers on the line. Moderator?
Martin Delgado, your line is open. Please go ahead.
Martin Delgado, are you
Los
there?
Angeles Library, part of our LA County Library, and my thanks to the board for entertaining this important motion to help our libraries better serve our unhoused neighbors. Now, before the pandemic, my library hosted EMH social worker as part of the original pilot program, and the program here was very successful. In our case, the assigned expert indeed regularly approached library users in obvious need and informed them of useful resources and the relief available to them. And among other successes, she was able to arrange housing assistance for at least 5 persons, probably more. And if the program is restored by our board, I can only see more positive outcomes like that. And I appreciate the chance to speak about the past program here at our beautiful library in Supervisor Solis's district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mariko Fernacci, your line is open. You may begin.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mariko Fernacci, and I work for LA County Library. I'm here to voice my full support of Supervisor Mitchell and Supervisor Hahn's motion to bring mental health clinicians and homeless outreach teams to help the library staff with our unhoused patrons, as the issue has become increasingly unmanageable for us, and we want to make sure that we are treating our unhoused patrons in a mental health crisis with trauma-informed, dignified manner and connect them to resources. Our library staff wear many hats and continue to serve our patrons the best way possible. One of these ways is to bring mental health clinicians back into the library to meet the people where they congregate. With mental health clinicians embedded into the library, our in-house patrons of all ages, families, transitional age youth, adults, and older adults will be able to receive streamlined, tailored resources from professionals trained specifically for the issues our patrons face on a daily basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Karina Castellanos, your line is open. You may begin.
Good evening. My name is Karina. I am the library manager at Lenox Library, part of LA County, and I wanted to share that we were fortunate to have a DMH clinician during the pilot program that ended. We had a great experience with our clinician. He was able to approach situations and deal with patrons with mental health needs. He also taught staff techniques on how to approach patrons and de-escalate certain situations. Since he was assigned to a few of our libraries in the area, we were able to reach out to him to assist us with situations prior to calling police. And in most cases, he was able to de-escalate and assist the patrons understand the library guidelines and connect them with resources and services. Therefore, I fully support this motion to bring back mental health clinicians and homeless outreach teams at our libraries to help us help our patrons who are in need of services and resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sharp Peters, your line is open. You may begin.
Good evening, everyone. I'm calling in full support of this motion to provide mental health clinicians and community health worker teams to our high-need libraries. We work really hard to ensure our libraries are safe and welcoming places for everyone, and this has become more and more difficult due to the unique and varied needs of our unhoused neighbors, needs that our library staff are not trained or able to consistently handle effectively. It's no secret that our libraries are places of refuge for the unhoused, offering protection from the weather, outside dangers, a safe place to rest, and a reliable place to get help and resources. We need this resource desperately to ensure all of our neighbors, including families and children of all ages, feel safe and confident that our libraries can continue to provide the community support everyone has grown to expect. Thanks so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Okay, thank you. Item 12, members, is before us, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. To approve the item, Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Great. Okay, members, we'll now move on to item number 29C, hard hiring freeze and freeze on non-essential services, supplies, and equipment purchases, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 to comment on this item when we get there. So now, Supervisor Horvath.
Yes, thank you. I know that this board letter came to us on Friday, and it is for a hard hiring freeze and freeze on non-essential services, supplies, and equipment purchases. And it's my understanding that if we approve this today, that it would delegate authority to the CEO to implement a hard hiring freeze countywide. I know in the past, Contract Cities has raised concerns with our office, among other community members and organizations, about what hiring freezes have, how they've landed in the community, their perceptions around them, how we've communicated about them. So can you tell me exactly what is intended by this and what your plans are with delegated authority to implement a hard hiring freeze?
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity to explain, Supervisor. Let me take the second part first. What we intend to do with the delegated authority is it's sort of a multi-step process. First, we would develop a hiring freeze and services and supplies protocol. I have mentioned to some of your offices that not all hiring freezes are the same. It's not necessarily like a one-size-fits-all situation. So we would develop a protocol. We would meet with departments, and we've had this conversation with departments prior to today, so they know that it was on the radar screen. At some point, we would then implement the hiring freeze. And so here's what it means. Right now, a department, as long as they had the budget and the position, they could hire onto those positions. With a hard hiring freeze, what you have to do is you have to go and ask for permission. So a hard hiring freeze does not prevent a department from hiring. What it does is it includes an additional step for departments. And I know that that has been a point of confusion, misunderstanding, in the county up to this point, both with the Sheriff's Department and with the Probation Department. And then on the first part, in terms of what it would actually look like, I think that was part of your question. We would actually, one of the supervisors today asked a question about positions that were grant funded or revenue offset. We would exempt those from the hard hiring freeze. And the reason why is because it does not help us save any money in terms of net county cost dollars. The purpose of the hiring freeze is there are a couple of things. We have a large amount of uncertainty in the budget. And when you have uncertainty, one of the things that you do is control spending. And so hard hiring freezes and freezing S&S is one way to do that. And then for this particular request, we have a plan to fund some legal obligations of the county. And that plan requires us taking a large amount of our fund balance, the balance that we end with every year. So it requires us having a large amount of fund balance to be able to take that and use it to pay our obligations. And so one way to make sure that we meet that is to implement this type of freeze along with other strategies. So it's not the only strategy that we're relying on.
Okay, so a couple concrete examples that have risen up for our office. First, you mentioned public safety. Does this mean that service levels will be reduced? And if so, will cities who contract for those services see a decrease in the rates that they're paying?
So the hard hiring freeze would not affect the rates that they are paying because the rates are set by contract.
But if they have fewer, they're contracting for a certain
so
amount
the payment
of hours.
Yes.
So if they're not getting,
so the rate would stay the same if they were impacted. Actually, let me say it this way. Contract cities are paying for a service, and that is not, that would be considered revenue. Our office would consider that revenue. And so we would not include those positions in our hard hiring freeze, number one. Number two, the Sheriff's Department continues to have a deficit still, and so we would not include them in the hiring freeze in our other plans regarding curtailments, because it would essentially it would not help their deficit. So there are two things that are happening here. We intend to exempt sheriff, but even if they weren't exempt, we would probably, even if they weren't exempt because they didn't have a deficit, we would exempt them from the protocol anyway because they have revenue for their positions.
okay, so so Sheriff's Department is entirely exempted in all cases from this hard hiring freeze?
They are definitely exempted on the sworn side, and then my team and I will have to go back and look on the civilian side.
Because I know another component that we're dealing with, and we heard from the sheriff's presentation, was that with their severe understaffing, it causes mental health concerns, extreme overtime, leading to, deputies being challenged, and that creates other issues out there. So so no hiring freeze on sworn, but maybe hiring freeze on non-sworn?
That is correct. And so what we would have to do, Supervisor, as we sit here today, and this is what we normally do when we develop a hiring freeze, we get the authority from the board, and then we develop what it looks like. That takes some time to do because we're looking at different classifications. I mentioned we have over 2,200 classifications within the county, and then we come back and issue basically the memo and the instructions to the departments. And so if we wanted to do what we've always done before, I could answer you today definitively and say, yes, the non-sworn positions would be included. But we don't want to do that. We're trying to take a more thoughtful process than what we did last time that we had to implement a hiring freeze. And so we're going to have to go back and work with the team to figure out what the recommendations are for what should be included and what should be excluded.
So another category of emergency is obviously the ongoing fire related issues. So debris clearance, permitting impacts both public works and regional planning, we heard, if they're not staffing up. So are they going to be impacted by this hard hiring freeze?
So we would work to exempt those folks who are responding to the recovery and the relief efforts in those departments.
And would the proposed cuts, the hiring freezes, the curtailments that you're speaking about, would they just be for this fiscal year, or are they ongoing?
So generally speaking, I don't think having an ongoing hiring freeze would be helpful. You have to assess that year over year. And so what we want to do is look at the end of the fiscal year, and I'm talking about fiscal year 25-26. Do we have sufficient funding to meet our needs? Hopefully that answer is yes. Hopefully our overall budgetary picture looks different and better so that we can eliminate the freeze. So you only keep the freeze in place as long as you need it.
But the curtailments would continue?
Same answer. So curtailments are usually just for a year. And so we would go back and reassess after 25-26 to see where we are. If we are in a different and a better place, then we would not do another curtailment for the second year.
Okay. And how do you plan on notifying the board about how the progress of the impact of the hiring freeze and, all of these particulars that you're outlining for us now?
So there are two ways. One obviously is budgetary, and we could, share with the board, when it is appropriate during the budget process. Here is what we are seeing from departments. This is the way that would show up in a department is the amount of money that they have at the end of the year that would drop to what we call the fund balance. So if they're dropping funds to fund balance because they didn't use the funding to hire, pay salary and employee benefits, then that would help us with our overall obligations. So one way we would tell the board is to provide the board an update on our budgetary outlook. Things seem to be progressing well. This is where we think we're going to end the year. Then there's a programmatic impact on the departments. And so that is where we would have to do something where we get feedback from the departments to say, this is, helpful. Well, no one's going to say decreasing or restricting their ability to hire is helpful. But we can get feedback on, here are some unanticipated consequences. At the time that the hiring freeze was implemented, I didn't think that we were going to be impacted if you froze the ability to hire on these classifications. But now that it has been implemented, we have some real life experience and want to share that with the CEO's office, which we can certainly compile in a memo to the board.
Okay. I recognize that these are difficult times for the county, and we are facing unprecedented challenges as two simultaneous emergencies, homelessness and the wildfires, are impacting us, and the potential loss of significant federal funding, potential litigation payouts in the billions. It's a lot that we're facing right now. As we've concluded our first ever budget hearings earlier today, we're also well aware that the challenges we face have on the fiscal health of our county. And we heard presentation after presentation that noted that some of the things that are most critical are reliant on ability to hire. And so we're also aware of the responsibility that we have to meet the challenges that we're facing and keep the county solvent. I would say even in the most difficult times, I think transparency and process shouldn't be sacrificed. A policy with long-reaching consequences, such as a hiring freeze, no matter how fiscally prudent, can't be done with little detail and on short notice, given that our county family and our labor partners are watching. They're concerned as well. They have, a vested interest in how we are proceeding and doing the work while we are facing these unprecedented challenges. And I certainly understand the logic for bringing forward this board letter. I'm clear from our discussion, you just mentioned again, Madam CEO, how it works in the county, that we give the authority and then you come back with the protocols. But I think it would be better if we actually were voting on an item as consequential as this, with clearly defined implementation protocols and guidelines, and understanding of what the exceptions are to this policy. I think somebody has a clear understanding of what those things are, and I'm concerned that if we're flipping a switch today without really understanding that, there will be impacts beyond, I think, what this board is aware of today. We should also have built-in transparency for approved and rejected requests from our departments, and a comprehensive understanding of the long-term consequences of this freeze on the policies and programs the board has prioritized. I would also like to see us get report backs if this does get implemented on a regular basis. And I don't know from your board letter that was included, but I do think that, to your point, under really monitoring what the ongoing progress is or isn't, I think to both have a fully developed plan and a reporting structure so we understand what the ongoing impact is, would be helpful, I think, for me in making this decision.
So if I could just respond really quickly. So the authority that's being sought is to implement the plan, but the freeze, but we're not implementing a freeze today. So it's not flipping a switch in the sense that if the board were to approve this board letter, then the hiring freeze would be implemented immediately. It's going to take us some time to develop the plan. As I mentioned earlier, we will work with the departments, make sure that we have the right classifications either included or excluded. So I just wanted that point of clarification.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, and thank you for holding it so we could have the opportunity to drill down and get clearer. You know, I appreciate the questions around safety positions. I think critical health positions, based on what we've heard from a number of departments today and throughout the course of these budget presentations. You know, as I understand it, when I saw the term hard hiring freeze, just in my mind, that connoted for me like across the board. But what I understand is this is a strategic, more of a scalpel approach. And I think what's equally as important to me is like, to what end? What's our goal? And so I know that the county did something similar in both 2008 during the Great Recession and 2020 as a result of the COVID pandemic. So I'm curious if you have an annual kind of cost avoidance target for this hiring and purchasing freeze. I mean, you know, my question is, to what end?
Right. Thank
What's
you
the
for
number
that.
we're trying to get to?
So there isn't a specific target in this regard.
Okay.
We have a financing plan, and we need to be able to identify a certain amount of fund balance
Okay.
at the end of the budget year. Our data in the county from home sales in 2024 tells us that our home sales in that calendar year are down from the prior 3 years. So we have some concerns. This is even before the fire, even before the impacts. And so what we need to do is, we know that we will have some fund balance. We're not sure exactly what that's going to be. It's going to be late in the budgetary schema in August to say, oh, we didn't have enough fund balance, and therefore let's figure out a way to, you know, find additional funding. And so what we're looking for in the hiring freeze is to push more money down to fund balance to make sure that we get over the hurdle. In our financing plan that we have previously discussed, that I cannot discuss those terms here publicly, we do have a target. We know what that amount is that we need to hit each year.
Okay. That's helpful. So this is one tool in your overall toolkit.
Yes, yes.
Got it. Just to give us context, don't have to have the number now, but since you have implemented similar freezes in the past, 2008, 2020, if you could tell us what you saved through those cost avoidance strategies in those past, just for context.
Yes.
If you don't have the number now, that's fine, but at some point.
I don't have a number now. Not sure if we could pick up the number from 2008. I'll see what we can do for 2020.
That'd be 2020 would be fine. Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Hahn?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for Supervisor Horvath for holding this, because I think it's critical that we have an opportunity to ask questions. I mean, first of all, I'm not, you know, whether or not a hiring freeze is the appropriate way forward, I think we'll vote on that, but I will say I was a little uncomfortable getting this on the green sheet Friday night. I don't understand. I know you proposed it in closed session, but that was Tuesday, and so I mean, if anything, it could have been filed Wednesday, so it could have at least been on the agenda long enough. But even that for something so significant, I think is too short. I think it should have gone through the regular process, like through cluster, you know, the 3-week process that we all have to go through when we're proposing something. Because as you said, you're not going to implement it anyway. I don't think that timing would have changed that. And I think there's too much in it that we don't know, that wasn't explained in the original green sheet. I mean, you did a subsequent email sort of trying to explain some of what was in there, and I think a lot of that should have been in the board letter. What I'm and I think the protocol and the exemptions is important for us to understand before, in my opinion, before we vote on this. I'm particularly interested in all the departments that are involved in the recovery will be exempt. Okay, well, that's a lot of, so far I've seen almost every department up here on the dais when we talk about fire recovery. It is mental health. It is parks who are holding the camps. I mean, the libraries. I mean, it is a lot of, almost all of our departments are animal control is involved in the recovery. So even that comment from you makes me wonder, well, then who would this apply to if all of the departments who are involved in the recovery are being exempt? I just think, for me at least, I can't speak for my colleagues, just for me, Feja, I think a little more meat on the bones, explaining exactly who would be exempt, who wouldn't be exempt, how would it impact the services that I think we're, obligated to, give to our resident probation. Look at, that's an emergency order, and all those departments that were involved in probation are obviously very critical right now, as this board deemed it an emergency to try to make sure Los Padrinos was compliant. So I'm just wondering, when you get down to the brass tacks of actually who this applies to, I think it will be easier for me to know one way or another whether I think it's the right step forward. And I realize that you have a lot of tools in the toolbox, and I'm thinking that you might need to, once you realize how many are exempt from this, I think maybe some of your other tools to achieve your budget goals might be better exercised at this point. So for me, it's hard to support this without a few more details. So
Understood.
Yeah.
I'll just clarify, it's not every single employee in a department that is responding to recovery. You could have a department that has first-line responders, engineers who's working on permitting, but their secretary isn't doing that. And so maybe, the freeze could be on secretary. So
again,
it's
good information that we don't have.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Feja, I know that we are struggling right now with our budget, and it's kind of ironic that we're going through this discussion, and at the same time we just heard a bunch of our departments telling us what they were asking for, and there are a lot of positions that they want us to move on and we know are essential. I too was concerned of how this came about, and I think I shared that with you in our check-in, and just the different pieces that are moving, the moving parts. I would hope that what we can learn from this, hopefully, is that we have much more conversation and communication. I think that's going to be helpful, because I know we all have an obligation. We have a fiduciary obligation to help this county. And yes, we're facing some major financial hurdles. And I'm not clear that everybody, and I know we can't say a whole lot, but we should, in our negotiations with the unions and other folks, partners, talk about what all that means, so they understand. My sense is that they're reading probably into things, because this hasn't been explained, and I think that we can all probably benefit from that. So I would ask us to do that at this time. Vija, you, I don't know.
So what we could do, Supervisor, since it doesn't seem like there's support, we can ask that the letter be referred back to our office, County Council, and we will work out the details, brief the offices, and then bring the board letter back. And as the board pointed out, there are remedies, there are other strategies, but they're less desirable. So on our curtailment exercises, we had departments do a 3%, 5%, and an 8% curtailment. We could do a 5% curtailment. That's where you actually get into impacting positions that are filled with staff. And so this was an attempt to be less impactful in that way. But I'm requesting that the letter be referred back, and then we'll come back with the details regarding positions that'll be excluded and included.
Right. And I think Supervisor Horvath outlined some areas that I think there may be some, agreement on to provide all that detail, and maybe I see.
Do you want me to restate it, or
yeah,
okay? Implementation protocols and guidelines, understanding of any exceptions to the policy, built-in transparency for approved and rejected requests from our departments, and a comprehensive understanding of the long-term consequences of the freeze on the policies and programs the board has prioritized. And then we would have, should the freeze be implemented, that we would have regular report back so we understand on an ongoing basis what the impact actually is. And I think I appreciate that you're going to refer it back and come back to us with those details. I think that's going to be helpful. I know you said you met with, you had spoken with department directors in advance, so they had gotten a heads up. I think if I had heard that in budget presentations, that I'm like, it sort of sits funny with me that they were in many cases asking for lots of positions if they knew that you were asking them to have a hard hiring.
The reason why that's happening is the last time we did a curtailment exercise, Supervisor, we did the budget and then we did the curtailment because there was such a short turnaround during COVID. Here, we know what needs to happen, and so we're folding the curtailment into the budget. And so we didn't tell departments, well, you're going to take a curtailment, so don't ask for anything. We said, proceed down parallel tracks. We may or may not have to take a curtailment, so submit your budget requests and also give us a curtailment scenario.
And I think that's fine. It's just nobody said, and I recognize that we might not get them because I know that there's a proposed hiring freeze and we've talked about, there's just no acknowledgement of that. And that's okay. I think the more important part is that we're coming back with the detail that you've committed to, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Is that acceptable?
Yes, we will work on that, Supervisor.
Great, thank you. Okay, Supervisor Mitchell.
Since we're talking about process, I would just offer that it certainly makes more sense to me that the curtailment conversation would be on the front end of the budget versus the latter, because that suggests to me that we actually have identified a hole we're trying to fill as opposed to using it as a tool in the event it's needed. So I appreciate you bringing it on the front end as opposed to after the budget is closed. I think that is when you get into problems. So I appreciate that being inherent in your process.
Okay, seeing no other comments from the board or from our CEO on this, that's it? No other?
So we'll bring it back. Thank you.
Okay, very good. With that then, let's turn, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who've signed up to speak on the item.
Will the following individual please come forward and staff will assist you? Christian Halling. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 29C, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the first speaker, please?
At this time, we have no one queued up for comment, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Good evening, honorable supervisors. My name is Christian Hewling, speaking on behalf of SEIU Local 721 President David Green and over 55,000 union represented LA County employees. We are firmly opposed to item 29C and its harmful proposal to implement a hiring freeze. Our dedicated public employees have provided life-saving services to our communities, and the recent emergencies have shown the critical role our members play. Before contemplating a pause in hiring, we urge the county to explore reductions in other service expenditures, such as contracted registry at the cost of $268 million in 2023, consulting services spending $278 million in 2023, or a $200 million acquisition of the gas company tower and near property. We request serious consideration of other avenues to address budgetary pressures that are not at the expense of the county workforce and public services. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other speakers to address the board.
Okay, very good. Without objection, then that will be the order. Thank you. Okay, members. Let's see, do we have specials here? Any specials? There are no specials today. So we will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on general public comment. Members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 and 0 and 0. And Executive Officer, please read the call-in information and call those members of the public who have signed up to speak in general public comment.
Madam Chair, before we proceed, just want to make sure for the record that Supervisor Mitchell would like to be recorded as an aye vote for the item not held for discussion. And now, members of the public, you will have 1 minute to address the board on general public comment. Please state your name for the record. You may only address the board on general public comment. We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Moderator, can we have the first speaker, please?
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
We now have ascertained that the LGBTQ lesbian homosexual has gone to 10% of the population of the state of the United States of America. That leaves the 90%. And yet, look at the attention we're getting that the LGBTQ get a month when our veterans get 1 day. How obscene is that? And we have to congratulate the Hawthorne Public School District in taking on the state as far as this no disclosure situation. If I got the name wrong in that, I apologize. And then we go to the situation with the Senate and Democrats and the House Democrats. Democrats, you are ashamed, a disgrace to this country and this state, and we just can't wait for the midterms to kick you the heck out. You're undeserving
Thank you.
to
Next
be
speaker,
in
please.
public office.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Elder Watson Diggs. Your line is open. You may begin.
Please begin.
Looks like they put their line on hold. We have no further in queue for public comment.
We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Yeah, I want to say Holly Mitchell. She did a very good job, and all the supervisors. And I got a plan in my mind that they can give somebody a grant to help the seniors for hacking their computers and stuff like that, and messing them up, and then the kids taking their property and stuff like that. And I see if Kenneth Hahn, daughter, I've been knowing him a long time when I was a little boy, and he was a fine young man. He's super. And I just want to see if get there because downtown at the assessor's offices, downtown, they play games and then they start hollering at you too, you know what I mean? And I want that to be addressed. And plus the Bar Association, they play games with you. So I'm just letting you know that because it's not right for these seniors. And then you send a whole bunch of papers in, and you worked out my papers for a long, long time.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening, honorable supervisors. My name is Alejandro Estela. I'm a retired U.S. Navy and a veteran of the Vietnam War. Also, I'm a former employee of the LA County Department of Children and Family Services. This is my second time being here. I was here last January 7. I am here for the same reason, requesting the assistance of the Board of Supervisors to review the validity of the county policy of equity findings to my complaint, that their final result of investigation is indicate that it does not fall under the CPOE jurisdiction. However, the purpose of the CPOE is to protect the right of employees to be free from discrimination and that inappropriate conduct toward others based on a protected status are contrary to the values of the
Thank
company.
you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker.
Supervisors, good evening. My name is Anthony Allman. I'm an Army veteran, former 3rd District Commissioner, and current Executive Director at Vets Advocacy. First, I would like to thank Supervisor Hahn for her comments at Bob Hope Patriotic Hall on January 31st. I too believe LA County can end veteran homelessness by 2028. I look forward to the introduction of your motion and putting those Measure A dollars to work housing homeless veterans. Second, Supervisor Horvath, I've been briefing your office about the misallocation of limited project-based vouchers at VA West LA for nearly a year. Before Dr. John Sharon ran LA County Department of Mental Health, he was the principal advisor to the therapeutic supportive housing neighborhood identified in the 2016 Draft Master Plan. That plan, Dr. Sharon's plan, is in jeopardy. I hope you will take time to meet with him and other veteran stakeholders who have repeatedly voiced concerns about VA's modified plans for the campus since
Thank
2020.
you. Madam Chair, there are no other speakers to address the board.
Thank you very much. That concludes our time for general public comment. And now it's time appropriate to hear adjournments. Supervisor Hahn, will you please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Alan Goldstein, who was born in 1951, and over his 73 years, he touched countless lives, leaving a legacy of advocacy, education, and creativity. Alan was first introduced to my office through his passionate efforts to establish a senior safe home, which is a dedicated refuge for older adults experiencing abuse or neglect. His commitment to protecting vulnerable seniors was unwavering. A longtime resident of Long Beach, Alan served as a commissioner on the Long Beach Senior Citizen Advisory Commission, where he was a vocal and dedicated advocate for older adults. His advocacy was deeply informed by his diverse career and lifelong dedication to learning. Before becoming a commissioner, Alan had an accomplished career as a filmmaker, directing at least 50 movies and working alongside stars like Charles Bronson. Later, he transitioned into education, becoming a high school special education teacher and union leader, where he helped students with mild learning disabilities discover their passions, many of whom remained in touch long after graduation. Well into his 50s, Alan continued his educational journey, earning an education degree from Cal State Northridge, a master's in environmental studies, a master gardener certification, and an autism special education degree, among many other academic pursuits. He was a lifelong learner, always curious, always engaged. Even in retirement, Alan stayed active in public discourse, writing a newspaper column, Full Steam Ahead, where he explored topics related to aging. His passions extended beyond advocacy. He loved hiking, skiing, gardening, taking long walks, and socializing with friends. He was always researching, always seeking answers, and always eager to share his knowledge. He passed away on February 8th this year, and he's survived by his loving wife, Anya, his children, Damien, Fiona, Eamon, and Nicholas, and his grandson, Rowan. His legacy and as a fierce advocate, a dedicated educator, and a compassionate friend will not be forgotten. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Shu Chin Koo, who was born in 1932, in Shandong Province, China, and thereafter was raised in Korea. He was the first foreigner to attend a graduate from the elite Seoul High School. In 1954, Shu Chin enrolled in the Seoul National University, majoring in foreign language to learn English. In 1956, he was accepted into the Seoul National University College of Medicine. In 1958, he was called for military duty and served as the military attaché for the Republic of China, Taiwan Embassy in Seoul until 1960. Following his military service, Mr. Koo traveled to the United States and lived in San Francisco to further study English. Following his studies in the U.S., Shu Chin returned to Korea to work in the family business with his father at the Industrial Brush Manufacturing Company, supplying brushes to the U.S. military during the Vietnam War. Later, in 1969, he expanded his work into the field of land development and home construction. By 1973, Shu Chin Koo returned to the United States and became a naturalized U.S. citizen. Upon his return, Shu Chin, along with his wife, Shan Chun, and the couple's two sons, Ming Bin and Ming Shin, founded the Red Chamber Company in Vernon, California. And for over 50 years, Shu Chin Koo served on the board of Red Chamber as the co-chairman. He passed peacefully with his devoted wife of over 70 years and family members by his side on January 25th of this year. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Josephine Babeck. She was a resident of San Pedro and Rancho Palos Verdes. She passed away at the age of 95. Josephine was born in Ischia, Italy, and moved to the United States as a teen. She worked as a seamstress in her family's San Pedro store, Portofino, for over 30 years. Josephine loved cooking Italian meals for her family and time spent in her garden. Her green thumb was the envy of her entire family. But her greatest joy was her grandchildren. Josephine was preceded in death by her husband, George, and she leaves behind a family that loved her very much, sons Robert and Matt, 5 grandchildren, and 4 great-grandchildren. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Jean McCachran Rosaduk. Jean, a fiery Scot who served in the Women's Royal Navy during World War II and was known for her candor, wit, and hospitality, passed away peacefully at her home in Torrance at the age of 98. She was born in Glasgow, Scotland in 1926, and she knew hardship from a young age. During World War II, food was rationed, and her family's weekly allowance sometimes only included a few vegetables and just 1 egg. And the food usually went to her father because he needed the energy for work, and nights were often spent in the air raid shelters, and yet her life went on. She started working at the age of 14, and at 17, she signed up for the Women's Royal Navy. And while the engineers were men, the administrative staff were women and were known as Wrens. She loved the camaraderie of the Wrens. After nearly 4 years of service, Jean returned home to Scotland, where she held various bookkeeping jobs over the next few years. At 27, she traveled to Toronto, met the love of her life, Leo, and they soon married and moved to Torrance so Leo could work in the aerospace industry. Jean and Leo had 2 sons, and Jean was very involved with the boys' soccer teams, which included coaching the coaches and attending all their games. When the boys were in high school, Jean went to work as a bookkeeper and administrative assistant with the South Bay Child Guidance Clinic. She retired at age 67 and set off traveling the world with her husband and sons. She was preceded in death by her husband, Leo. She is survived by her sons, Paul and Ken. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my adjournments.
Thank you very much. I will read in my adjournment. Supervisor Barker isn't here, so we'll skip her. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Luis Valencia. Luis taught social studies at La Puente High School, my alma mater, from 2006 to 2023. During his 17 years of teaching at La Puente High School, he also served as an advisor for the Metchock Club and a coach for the boys' junior varsity soccer team. Luis made an indelible impact in the lives of his students and was named one of the top 10 influential teachers at La Puente High School. Luis grew up in Lincoln Heights and was the second oldest of 5 siblings, with multiple degrees, including 2 master's degrees, and was a proud alumnus from UC Berkeley. Having navigated tremendous challenges, Luis often shared his upbringing and educational journey as an example of what education and hard work can accomplish. Many of his students also credit Luis with instilling pride in their Latino and Chicano upbringing, who regularly spoke about his own Mexican upbringing in the United States. And he encouraged students to learn and engage in their own socio-political identities. Luis enjoyed music, teaching, coaching his daughters during soccer season, cycling, gardening, and cooking. He is survived by his 3 young daughters, Malena, Lulu, Itzel, and extended family. May he rest in peace. Second District, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I ask that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Laura Pearl Teasley Farwell. Mrs. Farwell was born on July 24th, 1924 in Cheatham County, Tennessee, and she passed away this past October 27th here in Los Angeles at the age of 100. Mrs. Farwell was the first in her county to graduate from 8th grade. She also became the first in her family to graduate from college, receiving a bachelor's degree in business from Tennessee State University. She then began her career as an elementary faculty trainer while earning a master's degree in education, again from TSU. After meeting and marrying her husband, Frank Farwell, in 1958, Mrs. Farwell relocated from St. Louis, Missouri to Los Angeles. She began working as an elementary faculty trainer for LAUSD until her retirement in 1985. During her retirement, Mrs. Farwell spent her time as a world traveler and a volunteer. She was a proud member of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated and served as the Far West Regional Vice President for TSU's Alumni Association. She also faithfully attended Trinity Baptist Church, where she served as a trustee and Sunday school teacher. Mrs. Farwell will be remembered as a loving wife for her strong faith and as a proud educator. She'll be sorely missed by her nieces and nephews, as well as church, family, and neighbors. Colleagues, when we adjourn today, I ask that we adjourn in the memory of Carl A. Balton. Mr. Balton was born May 26, 1947 in Lawrenceville, New Jersey, and passed away February 15th at the age of 77. On November 27, 1969, Carl married the love of his life, Lula Bailey Balton, who was co-founder of the West Angeles Community Development Corporation. After he graduated from Los Angeles High School in 1965, Carl received his bachelor's degree in diplomacy and world affairs from Occidental College. He graduated with a master's in business administration from the University of Chicago Graduate School of Business in 1973. In 1979, he joined Union Bank, where he worked as a commercial banker and regional credit administrator. He promoted to senior vice president within the corporate social responsibility group of Union Bank. And in 2000, he was selected to serve as the president and chief operating officer of the Union Bank Foundation. Carl was responsible for implementing the charitable contribution policies and initiatives of both the bank and the foundation. He also developed the foundation's theory of change, which promoted addressing root causes of social challenges and encouraged collaboration with nonprofit partners to leverage the bank's impact. He retired in 2015 after 36 years of service. Carl was active with numerous civic and community organizations, including the United Negro College Fund, the Greater Los Angeles African American Chamber of Commerce, and he served as a deacon at West Angeles Church of God in Christ and as a board member of 100 Black Men, Occidental College, Southern California Grantmakers, the African American Board Leadership Institute, the Los Angeles Urban League, and where Carl and I crossed paths, he was my board chair at Crystal Stairs for over 2 decades. There was no term limits. He did a great job and we wouldn't let him leave. Carl will be remembered for his unwavering faith in God and as a dedicated husband and father to his loving wife of 55 years, Dr. Lula Balton. Their 3 adult children, Jabari, Issa Carl, and Micah, as well as their 3 grandchildren. He will also be remembered as a philanthropist and civic leader who was committed to mission-aligned finance and for his sincere kindness and compassion. He will be missed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Donald Shoup, a longtime academic and parking guru who died on Thursday, February 6, 2025. Born in 1938 in Long Beach, California, Shoup earned a PhD from Yale University and returned to Los Angeles County to become a professor at UCLA, where he remained his entire career. He retired in 2015 after becoming a giant in the field of urban planning, best known for his work on parking. Donald was one of the few researchers focused on local policy, specifically parking, and his work to understand the issue, most extensively in his book, The High Cost of Free Parking, which has gained admirers all over the world. His work to make writing and presentations fun and entertaining was driven by a desire to make foundational public policy issues accessible. Donald remained active in the UCLA community even after his retirement and inspired a dedication from his students, lovingly dubbing him Shoup Dog. He is survived by his wife, Pat, and his nephew and niece, and we extend our condolences to them. Thank you.
Thank you to all the members. We'll take all the motions as seconded. If there's no objection to a unanimous vote, that will be the action. And members, that concludes today's meeting. The next regular meeting of the board will be held on Tuesday, March 11th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. Thank you very much. Good evening.